Not according to the FBI records, which first mentioned the Jell-O box incident on June 28, 1950, nearly 2 weeks after Greenglass was arrested. An FBI teletype dated June 30 stated that Greenglass's attorney, O. John Rogge, had advised the FBI that the means of identification between gold and Greenglass was a torn box top. Another FBI report dated July 12 said that Mr. Rogge suggested that Gold be questioned regarding the identity of the person who gave him the one-half box top. The details of the Jell-O box incident were not developed until several weeks after Greenglass was arrested. Mr. E. H. Block, how many statements have you given to the FBI or any other of the government agents or officials where you actually signed your name at the end of certain printed matter? I would say about 6 or 7. Mr. E. H. Block, besides the 6 or 7 written statements, there were other occasions when you were asked questions and a stenographer took down the questions and your answers. 229. A. That is correct. Mr. E. H. Block, during all of your months in jail, did anybody go over with you any subject matter which related directly to those sketches that were introduced in evidence here as government's exhibits 2, 6, and 7? Mr. Cohn, I don't know what Mr. Block means go over with you. I think if K would clarify. Cat Harvey Matiso, in his book False Witness, vividly described what Roy Cohn meant by go over with you when he described how Cohn prepared him for trial. Cohn aggressively encouraged Matiso to provide false testimony. Matiso was not believed. Decades later, after Cohn's death, and after numerous other books described Cohn's methods, it was established beyond question that Roy Cohn frequently falsified evidence to ensure himself of success in the courts. Judge Kaufman, try to clarify it for Kim. Mr. E. H. Block, did you draw any sketches for any of TIC FBI men or any agents of Mr. Sapov's staff prior to TIC time you came to testify here? I did. Judge Kaufman, TIC's sketches TCAT are in evidence. Are TIC products of your own mind? By TCAT I mean were you helped by anybody on TIC outside in drawing TIC's sketches? Nobody, just myself. It was noted in the FBI files that Greenglass was interviewed by representatives of the Atomic Energy Commission on February 2, 1951 in the office of U.S. Attorney Miles Lane. Nobody can say for certain what. 230. Greenglass was questioned about, or whether he was instructed at the time by the AEC. Judge Kaufman, did anybody tell you to change any line here or change any line there? Nobody told me anything like that. Mr. E. H. Block, did you ever get a BS? I did not. Mr. E. H. Block, did you ever get an engineering degree? I did not. Mr. E. H. Block, do you know anything about the basic theory of atomic energy? I know something about it, yes, I am no scientific expert, but I know something about it. Mr. E. H. Block, did you ever take courses in or nuclear physics? Or atomic physics? Or advanced calculus? Culus? No. Mr. E. H. Block. I did not. Mr. E. H. Block. I did not. Mr. E. H. Block. I did not. 231. Emanuel Block began to question Greenglass as to how he managed to obtain the information he supposedly forwarded to Gold and Rosenberg. Mr. E. H. Block, now you stated that after your wife came to visit you around November 29 to the power of 1944 until the time you got your first furlough in January 1945, you did get information outside that would come to you in the official discharge of your duties as a machinist. Is that right? A1 did procure for instance the fact that Baker was borrowed from a man who happened to be a scientist. William Spindle. Dr. William Spindle was not on the government's witness list. And with good reason, Spindle denied giving secret information of any kind to Greenglass. On March 15, 1951, FBI agent Edward Scheid wrote Sapel, Dr. William Spindle. advised our Albany field office that he had read the testimony of David Greenglass in the New York Times, in which Greenglass stated that Spindle advised him that Nick Baker was Niels Bohr. Spindle stated that he is prepared to deny flatly that he ever furnished this information to Greenglass. Mr. E. H. Block, you told us about Bohr already. You said you got that information from this G.I.F. whose name is Spindle. Now I am asking you if you got any information from any scientist working on that project during that period. 232. A. I was in the room when I heard discussions about implosion effect experiments. Implosion effect of lens SF while some scientists were discussing it in the office of the building I was in. Mr. E. H. Block, now I believe on your direct examination you told us, in substance, that you snooped around to get information. Isn't that right? And you would make it your business to enter into a conversation or overhear conversations where you could pick up information. A. That is right. Mr. E. H. Block, now Mr. Greenglass SF, can you sketch for us every lens mold upon which you worked or which was constructed at the Theta shop in Los Alamos? A. Not every one, but I can sketch a good deal of them. Mr. E. H. Block, you did not even know the formula for the curvature, did you? A. That is exactly correct. Mr. E. H. Block, you had to be a scientist to know the formula, isn't that right? A. That is right. Unknown to the Rosenbergs, the FBI had diligently attempted to find scientists who could support Greenglass's testimony that he received information from them. The FBI's efforts were a total failure. An FBI memo of February 22, 1951, said that the Bureau had received a handwritten list from David Greenglass of 16 former employees at Los Alamos who were possible espionage recruits, which he gave to Julius Rosenberg in January 1945, and a semi-LELAR list furnished to Harry Gold in June 1945. Not one of these so-called recruits supported Greenglass. 233. I contentions, a fact which was also kept from the Rosenbergs. Even Harry Gold denied receiving the names of recruits from Greenglass, thus directly contradicting his testimony. Finally, when Greenglass claimed that he learned about the atomic bomb from yet another scientist at Los Alamos, Manuel Schwartz of Chicago, Illinois, this scientist also disputed Greenglass's claims. On August 6, 1950, Schwartz made the following statement to FBI agents Rulon Paxman and Jeremiah Hurley. I was formerly employed on the atomic energy project at Los Alamos. While on the project, I believe I had knowledge of the following: critical mass of the atomic bomb, velocity of the shock waves from the atomic bomb, size of the atomic bomb, detonating device of the atomic bomb, which I comprehended vaguely, the inside makeup of the atomic bomb, the slow and fast explosives used in the atomic bomb. Near the latter part of 1944 or early part of 1945 I became acquainted with David Greenglass. Thereafter I saw Greenglass for about 1 year. This was principally during 1945. Greenglass was working on something at the machine shop which in my opinion would give him knowledge of the outside proportions of the atomic bomb. It is my belief that Greenglass would not have understood the physics of the information in my possession pertaining to the atomic bomb, and that causes me to believe that I would not have discussed this information with Greenglass. The Attorney General's office, however, decided that with the help of Judge Kaufman, a jury would believe their contentions based on Greenglass*'s word. 234. Without the testimony of Dr. Spindle, Dr. Schwartz, or any one of Greenglass's 16 supposed recruits. 235. Mr. E. H. Block, now up to the time of the formation of the Pitt Machine Products Co. Inc. Did you borrow any money for your share of the business? A. I had some money and I put it in, and I borrowed some money and put that in, too. Mr. E. H. Block, now while you were in business at 370 East Houston Street did you have any quarrels with your brother-in-law, Julius? A. Only business quarrels. It didn't amount to anything. Mr. E. H. Block, now, weren't there repeated quarrels between you and Julius when Julius accused you of trying to be a boss and not working on machines? There were quarrels of every type and every kind. I mean, there was arguments over personality, there was arguments over money, there was arguments over the way the shop was run. It was quarrels, just business quarrels. We remained as good friends in spite of the quarrels. Judge Kaufman, and you saw him in 1950 after that. The witness, I saw him after that. Judge Kaufman, even after you left the business. The witness, that is right. Mr. E.H. Block, you did not visit him very often, though, did you, during the years 1948 and 1949 and 1950? No, I didn't. Mr. E.H. Block, did you ever come to blows? 236. With Julius? No, I didn't. Mr. E.H. Block, do you remember an incident when you were sitting in the corner candy store at Houston and Avenue D when your brother Bernie had to separate the both of you? It slipped my mind. Mr. E.H. Block, what slipped your mind? I mean, I didn't remember it. Mr. E.H. Block, do you remember it now? I do. Mr. E.H. Block, did you hit Julius? I don't recall if I actually hit him. Judge Kaufman, subsequent to that, had you patched things up? The witness, certainly. We were very friendly after that. I still felt I should leave the business, so I left, all in good faith I mean. Judge Kaufman, now. When did you leave the business? The witness, in August, 1949. Mr. E.H. Block, Mr. Greenglass, the fact remains, does it not, that you went out of that business in August, 1949, and never got a nickel for your shares? That's correct. Mr. E.H. Block, and you wanted money, did you not? I did. Mr. E.H. Block, and he refused to give you money, is that correct? That is correct. I wanted $2,000 and he finally agreed that he would give me $1,000, and when my wife made out the note to him to sign, he didn't want to sign the $1,000 note. He said his word is good. 237. Enough, and that he will pay me at such time when he will have the money available. Mr. E.H. Block, that was $1,000 is the only thing he wanted to pay me. $1,000. Mr. E.H. Block, now, did there then come a time when he came around and asked you to resign as a director and as an officer of the corporation? He did. Mr. E.H. Block, he kept coming around your house, did he not, and he was asking for your signature on that resignation? MJLES. Julius Rosenberg's frequent visits to Greenglass during the year 1950 were obviously to obtain his signature on a resignation form, not to pay him anything, and obviously not to give him the thousands of dollars that Greenglass claimed he gave him. Mr. E.H. Block, how much money in all did you lose, of your own funds, in the Pit Machine Products Co. Inc.? How much? I lost all of the money I originally put in, plus subsequent loss of money in salaries that I did not get. Mr. E.H. Block, and how much did that total you in your mind? Well, I don't know. Mr. E.H. Block, approximately. A few $1,000s. Mr. E.H. Block, now, is it not a fact that you never recovered a single penny of that money? I never recovered a single penny of it. Mr. E.H. Block, and is it not a fact, Mr. Green? 238. Glass SF, that after you were arrested and after you hired Mr. Rogg, you instructed Mr. Rogg to prosecute a claim against Julius Rosenberg for monies? I did. Whenever there was testimony that made no sense, it was David Greenglass's, not Julius Rosenberg's. Greenglass said that when the announcement of Gold's arrest came, Rosenberg pressed him and Ruth to go to Mexico. David claimed that Julius brought him $4,000 on June 4, 1950. This sounded impressive. The mastermind Rosenberg was sending his underling Greenglass to Mexico, and providing thousands of dollars for the trip. But the story made no sense. Impossible to reconcile was that while Julius supposedly handed over to David $4,000 in cash, an amount much more than what David claimed was owed to him, David was still so bitter about the $1,000 that he believed Julius owed him that he instructed his attorney to bring suit for it, even though he did not go to Mexico. This was evidence that Rosenberg never gave Green Glass $4,000 or $1,000. Nobody takes 4 times the amount owed to them, and then sues for a lesser amount originally owed. When David Greenglass paid John Rogg $4,000 in legal fees, the government needed an explanation for David's possession of the $4,000. Saying Rosenberg was the source of that money enabled the government to diffuse the illegal implications of Greenglass's possession of what was at the time a substantial sum of money. 239. Ruth Greenglass was called as a witness on behalf of the government. She was questioned by the U.S. Attorney James M. Kilsheimer. Mr. Kilsheimer, prior to the time you left New York to go to New Mexico, did you have a conversation with the defendants Julius and Ethel Rosenberg? Yes, I did. Mr. Kilsheimer, and where did the conversation take place? At their home at 10 Monroe Street, Manhattan. Mr. Kilsheimer, and about what date did that conversation take place? It was about the middle of November, 1944. Mr. Kilsheimer, now will you state as best you can recollect? What information did he ask you to obtain from your husband if he should be willing to do it? He wanted a physical description of the project at Los Alamos, the approximate number of people employed, the names of some of the scientists who were working there, something about whether the place was camouflaged, what the security measures were, and the relative distance of the project to Albuquerque and Santa Fe. And he told me, I am sorry, he told me also to tell David to be very circumspect, not to indulge in any political conversations, and to be very careful not to take any papers or sketches or blueprints, not to be obvious in seeking information, to relate to me only what he retained in his memory. Mr. Kilsheimer, now, did you inform your husband? 240. As to the type of information that Julius Rosenberg had asked you to obtain? Yes, I did, Mr. Kilsheimer. When did he give you that information? The following day after our conversation. Mr. Kilsheimer, now will you tell us as best you can recall what information your husband gave you on that following day? Yes. He said that Los Alamos had formerly been a riding academy, that it was 40 miles from Santa Fe and about 110 miles from Albuquerque, that the project itself was on the top of a hill and it was secluded, you could hardly see it until you were almost on top of it, that there was a guard at the entrance at all times, and everyone was checked going in and out. He told me the names of the scientists. Dr. Urey, Dr. Oppenheimer, Yalkowsky, Niels Bohr. David Greenglass testified that he gave the information to Ruth the very next day, while he was with her on a vacation furlough in November, 1944. This meant that he already had the information and did not have to go anywhere else to get it, and that the information was prepared and ready to be given to Ruth when she arrived. And was it necessary to have Greenglass relate that Los Alamos was 40 miles from Santa Fe and about 110 miles from Albuquerque? And would not every secret project have a guard at its entrance at all times? And is it not a fact that Ruth Greenglass manufactured her testimony for the trial when she said that her husband told her that Niels Bohr was at Los Alamos in November of 1944, when her signed statement made long before the trial did not mention Bohr as one of the scientists whom 241 her husband named at that time? Mr. Kilsheimer, now after this period you were with your husband of approximately 5 days, did you return to New York? Yes. Mr. Kilsheimer, and approximately when did you arrive in New York City? About the middle of the first week in December, 1944. Mr. Kilsheimer, after you arrived in New York City, did you see the defendant, Julius Rosenberg? Yes. He came to my house on Stanton Street. Mr. Kilsheimer, will you state the conversation you had with Julius Rosenberg on that occasion in December, 1944, as best you can recall it? I told him that David had consented to give him the information. He said that he was very pleased, and he asked me to tell him the information that David had sent through me. One repeated what David had told me for him, and then he asked me to write it down for him. I wrote it down for him and he waited for the information. Mr. Kilsheimer, now, did your husband in fact come to New York shortly after this time? Yes. Mr. Kilsheimer, approximately when did he arrive in New York City? On New Year's Day, 1945. Mr. Kilsheimer, when in relation to the time that your husband came home did Rosenberg come to your house? He came one morning 2 or 3 days after David had arrived in New York. Julia said he wanted 242. David to write down any information for him that he had accumulated since I had been to New Mexico and the technical information that I was not able to bring back. My husband gave Julius the written information and Julius invited us to come to dinner at his house a few days afterwards. Mr. Kilsheimer, and who was present when you first arrived at the Rosenberg house a few nights after this conversation in the morning? Julius and Ethel Rosenbergs, their son, and Sidorovich, and my husband and myself. Mr. Kilsheimer, now after and Sidorovich left, did you have any conversation with the Rosenbergs concerning and Sidorovich? Yes. Mr. Kilsheimer, what was said by whom? Julius Rosenberg said that he had Ann Sidorovich come to his apartment just so that we would be able to recognize her and she know us when she came out to us to get information to bring back to him. Mr. Kilsheimer, what was said concerning the meeting place? Well, after he suggested that tentative plan, Julius Rosenberg and my husband discussed the best possible meeting place in Albuquerque, and it was decided to meet in a specific Safeway store. Mr. Kilsheimer, when did your husband leave to go back to New Mexico? It was toward the end of January, I think it was the 20th, 1945. Mr. Kilsheimer, when did you leave to join your husband out in New Mexico? The last day in February, 1945. Mr. Kilsheimer, now, between the time that your husband left, around the 20th of January, 1945, and 243. The time that you left the end of February, 1945, did you see Julius Rosenberg again? Yes, he came to my house on Stanton Street. Mr. Kilsheimer, who was present at the time when he came up to your house? Myself and my sister, Dorothy Abel. Mr. Kilsheimer, do you recall what was said on that occasion? Yes. Julius came in and we exchanged some conversation, and after a few minutes he asked my sister, Dorothy, to take a book and go into the bathroom. He said he had something private to discuss with me. Mr. Kilsheimer, what was the conversation that you had with Rosenberg at that time? Julius told me that in April, the last week in April and the first week in May, I was to go to the store, the Safeway store that had been designated, and someone would meet me there. Mr. Kilsheimer, did he state for what purpose this person would meet you? Yes, to come to get information from David to bring back to him. Mr. Kilsheimer, now, did you meet somebody in front of the Safeway store on that occasion? No. Mr. Kilsheimer, did there come a time when somebody did come to see you in Albuquerque? Yes. Mr. Kilsheimer, when was that? On the first Sunday in June, 1945. Mr. Kilsheimer, and who is he? Harry Gold. Mr. Kilsheimer, will you tell me just what happened on that occasion? 244. Yes. We had just finished breakfast and someone knocked at the door. My husband opened it and he said he bore greetings from Julius. He came into the apartment and he produced half the Jell-O box side. Then my husband went to my wallet and got the other half and they matched them and they fit. Mr. Kilsheimer, now, what occurred after the matching of the two pieces of the Jell-O box side? Harry Gold asked my husband if he had the information ready for him, and he said he did not. Mr. Kilsheimer, who said he did not? A. My husband David. He said he would have to write it down for him. Then Harry Gold said he would come back for it later in the afternoon. Mr. Kilsheimer, did Harry Gold return in the afternoon as he said he would? A. Yes, if he did. Mr. Kilsheimer, what time in the afternoon did he arrive? A. It was about 2 or 3 o'clock. Mr. Kilsheimer, did Harry Gold give anything to either you or your husband? A. Yes, if he gave David a white envelope that was sealed. David opened the envelope and he found $500. Mr. Kilsheimer, now what happened to that $500? A. David gave the money to me and on the next day I deposited $400 in the Albuquerque Trust and Savings Bank and I bought a defense bond for $50 and the rest I used for household expenses. Mr. Kilsheimer, now I call your attention to September of 1945, do you recall that in that month David received a furlough from the Army? A. Yes. Mr. Kilsheimer, and what did you and David do on that furlough? I mean, where did you go? 245. A. We came to New York and we stayed at my mother-in-law's house 64, Sheriff Street. Mr. Kilsheimer, now did you see Julius Rosenberg during that furlough? N. X. Yes. Mr. Kilsheimer, you went over to the Rosenbergs' house at 10 Monroe Street? A. Yes, if we did. Mr. Kilsheimer, now what occurred in the Rosenbergs' apartment on that afternoon in September of 1945? A. David gave Julius the written information. Julius said he was very pleased to get it and he went into another room to read it over and after he wrote it he said this had to be gotten out immediately and he wanted Ethel to type it right away, and Ethel got out a typewriter and sat down to work on the notes. Mr. Kilsheimer, now after the furlough was completed where did you and your husband go? A. We went back to Albuquerque. Mr. Kilsheimer, and for what length of time did you remain in Albuquerque? A. Until the first week of March after his discharge when we came back to New York. Mr. Kilsheimer, and then when did you move to your apartment on Rivington Street where you went to live? A. I think it was the first week in May 1946. Mr. Kilsheimer, now from time to time during the years 1946, 1947, and 1948, did you and your husband visit the Rosenbergs at their apartment? A. Very infrequently. Mr. Kilsheimer, coming up to the year 1950, do you recall a conversation with Julius Rosenberg Kona? Yes. Concerning whether or not you should leave the country. 246. Mr. Kilsheimer, where was the first conversation that you recall on this subject when you were present? A. It was on May 24 to the power of 1950th in my house on Rivington Street. Mr. Kilsheimer, will you tell us the conversation that was had at that time? A. Yes. Julius came in with a copy of the Herald Tribune of that morning and it had a great big picture in it of Harry Gold and he said, "This is the man who came to you in Albuquerque," and David and I said it was not, we didn't recognize him, and he said, "You can take my word for it, this is the man who came." He said, "You will be the next to be picked up." Mr. Kilsheimer, to whom did he say that? A. To David. He said, "The next arrest will probably take place between June 12th and June 16th, you have to get out of the country before then." Ruth Greenglass was testifying that Julius Rosenberg told her husband, accurately almost to the exact day, when David Greenglass would be arrested. Mr. Kilsheimer, what did you say when Rosenberg told you that you would have to leave the country? A. I said, "We can't go anywhere. We have a 10-day-old infant," and Julius said, "Your baby won't die. Babies are born on the ocean and on trains every day." He said, "My doctor said if you take enough canned milk and boil the water, the baby will be all right." Mr. Kilsheimer, did Julius Rosenberg tell you where you should go? 247. A. Yes. Mr. Kilsheimer, where did he tell you that you should go to? A. To the Soviet Union. Mr. Kilsheimer, Was anything else said concerning arrangements for leaving? A. Yes. He gave my husband $1,000. He said, buy everything you need. Don't be too obvious in your spending. You have a month to spend it in, and I will bring you more. He said, leave all your household effects. Juice tea, take your clothing and what you need for the children and leave. Mr. Kilsheimer, was anything else said concerning arrangements for leaving? A. Yes. Julius asked me if I could get a certificate from the doctor stating that we had all been inoculated against smallpox. I said that I would not ask the doctor for a falsified statement. He said, that is all right, one will take care of it. My doctor will give it to me. Mr. Kilsheimer, concerning the $1,000 which Rosenberg gave you on that day, what did you do with that $1,000? A. We put it in a metal closet and we used it to pay household debts and expenses. Mr. Kilsheimer, was any part of that money put in the bank? A. Yes, $500 deposited in the manufacturer's trust company. Mr. Kilsheimer, did there come a time when you had some pictures taken? A. Yes. Mr. Kilsheimer, when was that as far as you can recollect? A. May 28, 1950. 248. Mr. Kilsheimer, for what purpose were those pictures taken? A. For passports to give to Julius so that he would think we were leaving. Judge Kaufman, the pictures were taken for passports? A. Yes. Judge Kaufman, did Julius ask you to take those pictures? A. Yes. Judge Kaufman, did he ask you to turn the pictures over to him? A. He did. Judge Kaufman, do you remember how many sets he said he wanted? A. Yes. Judge Kaufman, how many sets? A. He wanted 5 sets, 5 photos. Judge Kaufman, did he tell you why he wanted the pictures? A. Yes. Judge Kaufman, for what purpose? A. For passports. Mr. Kilsheimer, how many sets of pictures did you have taken? A. 6 sets. Mr. Kilsheimer, what did you do with those 6 sets? A. We gave 5 to Julius and I gave the 6th set to the FBI. Mr. Kilsheimer, when was the subject of your leaving the country again raised between yourselves and Julius Rosenberg? A. He came on Memorial Day to pick up the pictures from my husband and he told him to get ready. 249. To leave. Mr. Kilsheimer, then when did you after Memorial Day see Rosenberg again? A. He came on June 4 to our house. Mr. Kilsheimer, now what took place at that time? A. He gave my husband a package wrapped in brown paper and he said it was $4,000, that there would be more money available in Mexico when we got there. Mr. Kilsheimer, what did you do with the $4,000? A. We put it in the chimney in our fireplace and afterwards my husband gave it to my brother-in-law. Judge Kaufman, did you ask him on that occasion anything about what he intended to do? Whether he intended to leave the country? A. Yes. On May 24. I asked him what he was doing. He said he was going to, that he would not leave at the same time, and he would meet us in Mexico. We would see him there, and I asked him what Ethel thought about it and he said Ethel didn't like the idea of it herself but she realized it was necessary and they were going to go. Kaufman's questions once again demonstrated his foreknowledge of Ruth and David Greenglass's testimony. He did not want to take any chances that Ruth would fail to mention that Rosenberg expressed an intention to leave the country. So Kaufman included in his question the phrase whether he intended to leave the country in order to remind and instruct as to what her answer should be. Mr. Kilsheimer, after your husband was arrested did you see Ethel Rosenberg? 250. A. Yes. Mr. Kilsheimer, when did you see her? A. In the middle of July 1950. Mr. Kilsheimer, and where did you see her on that occasion? A. She came to my mother-in-law's house to see me. Mr. Kilsheimer, will you tell me what occurred on that occasion? A. Yes. Ethel came with pie for me and gifts for my son, and after we talked in my mother-in-law's house for a few minutes she asked me would I please go out and walk with her. We walked around the block several times and she said her counsel advised her to see me personally and get assurances from me that David would not talk. She said it would only be a matter of a couple of years, and in the long run we would be better off. Alexander Bloch, Emanuel Bloch's father, then began his cross-examination of Ruth Greenglass. Mr. A. Bloch, well, did you ever talk it over with your husband and tell your husband in the event of your being arrested or my being arrested, we are going to go to the district attorney and tell him certain things which will lead to somebody else? I told my husband in 1946 that I wanted to go to the FBI with the story. I had felt that it was wrong. I didn't think that he should have done it to begin with, but my husband felt he wanted to, and as his wife I went along with him. Mr. A. Bloch, you thought that way right from the beginning? That's right. 251. Mr. A. Bloch, when did you first hear that your husband was arrested? When I was in the hospital on June 16. Mr. A. Bloch, who hired Mr. Rogg? My brother-in-law 9 Louis Abel. Mr. A. Bloch, when were you told about it? My brother-in-law Louis came to the hospital and told me that my husband had been picked up. I asked him if he had received any phone calls from David. He said David had called him during the night, and I asked him to go to Mr. Rogg's office. I told Louis to go right from the hospital there, and he did. Mr. A. Bloch, oh, you were the one that sent him to Mr. Rogg? N09 My husband sent him to Mr. Rogg. He told me my husband's message and I told him to go straight to his office. Who hired Mr. Rogg or who asked for Mr. Rogg was never clarified. The answers Ruth gave here were not pursued. Mr. A. Bloch, did you tell him to hire Mr. Rogg for any particular purpose? To represent my husband. Mr. A. Bloch, you told your brother-in-law in effect, in substance, you have $4,000 of our money. You can turn that over to Mr. Rogg, is that right? I told him to go to Mr. Rogg and bring the money he had, yes. Mr. A. Bloch, then you went to see Mr. Rogg personally? No, he came to my house. Mr. A. Bloch, when? On June 18. 252. Mr. A. Bloch, did you tell Mr. Rogg that you were innocent? No, I told him the whole truth. Mr. A. Bloch, you told him just what you told us today, you say? What? Mr. A. Bloch, you told him the same story that you narrated on the stand before we took a recess? I told him everything I could truthfully remember. Evidence would later surface, however, that for weeks after her husband's arrest, Ruth vehemently denied her husband's confession, and insisted that he was innocent. It was not until mid-July of 1950 that Ruth, accompanied by John Rogg, finally visited U.S. Attorney Sapel and corroborated her husband's story. Ruth had an infant baby whom imprisonment would keep her from. This powerful lever in the government's hands may have led to Ruth and David Greenglass's decision to manufacture more and more evidence to help convict the Rosenbergs. Alexander Bloch continued his cross-examination. Mr. A. Bloch, as a matter of fact, although you are named in the indictment, you have not been arrested, have you? No. Mr. A. Bloch, now, after you spoke to Mr. Rogg, did you have any interview with anyone representing either the FBI or Mr. Sapov's office? Yes. Mr. A. Bloch, when was that? 253. The middle of July. Mr. A. Bloch, about a month after your husband's arrest? I think so. Mr. A. Bloch, were you interviewed at all before the middle of July 1950? I said I was interviewed in the hospital. Mr. A. Bloch, the same day your husband was arrested? On June 16. Mr. A. Bloch, that is the day you left the hospital? Yes, that is right. Mr. A. Bloch, and who interviewed you? 2 federal agents. Although the defense did not know about it during the trial, it was at this interview conducted by Special Agents Raymond P. Worth and Edward R. Tully, that Ruth denied that Harry Gold visited her or David. Ruth Greenglass *S position would change drastically in the weeks that followed. Mr. A. Block, Mrs. Greenglass SF1 will ask you to direct your mind to the morning of May 24, 1950, when you say Mr. Rosenberg came to your house with the Herald Tribune, wasn't it? A. Yes. Mr. A. Block, and showed you the picture of gold. A. That's right. Mr. A. Block, and asked you in substance to leave the city immediately. A. To leave the country. Mr. A. Block, leave the country. And he gave 254. You $1,000. A. Yes. Mr. A. Block, and at the time you received the $1,000, you didn't intend to leave the country. A. That's right. Mr. A. Block, nevertheless, on the 28th of May 1950 you took passport photographs? A. That is right. Mr. A. Block, 6 copies of them, is that right? A. Yes. Mr. A. Block, and at the time these photographs were taken, you knew that you were not leaving the country? A. That's right. Mr. A. Block, did you talk it over with your husband as to the reason you were taking photographs when you did not intend to leave the country? A. Yes. Mr. A. Block, was it to deceive Rosenberg? A. Yes. Mr. A. Block, and make him believe that you were going away? A. That is right. Mr. A. Block, well, what was the object of deceiving him? A. Because we didn't want Mr. Rosenberg to think we were going to stay in the country, because we were harmful to him. Mr. A. Block, didn't you have in mind at all the $4,000 or the $5,000 that you were to receive? A. That was not the purpose of taking the pictures. Mr. A. Block, but on the 4th of June 1950, you say Mr. Rosenberg brought you $4,000. 255. A. That's tight. Mr. A. Block, you took that $4,000. A. Yes, he gave it to my husband. Mr. A. Block, you had the account, did you not, at that time, in the Manufacturers Trust Company? A. I did. Mr. A. Block, and none of that $4,000 was deposited to that account? A. Never. Mr. A. Block, who suggested that the money be turned over to your brother-in-law, Mr. Abel? A. My husband and I talked it over and we both decided to do that. Mr. A. Block, were you afraid to keep it in your house? A. No, I don't think that was it. My husband wanted to tear the money up and flush it. We had no particular love for the $4,000, we weren't trying to get money. Mr. A. Block, but you didn't flush it? A. No, we didn't. Mr. A. Block, and you didn't tear it up? A. No, because Mr. Abel, when my husband told him what he had in mind, asked him to give him the money, not to do that with the money. Mr. A. Block, wasn't that money deposited with Mr. Abel so that in the event of your husband's arrest it should not be found in your possession? A. I don't think we thought of it at that time. Mr. A. Block, now, didn't something happen in the beginning of 1949 and the end of 1949 that created hostility between you and the Rosenbergs? A. No, there was no hostility. Mr. A. Block, did you ever visit the place of business of this machine shop? 256. A. Yes. It was near my home. Mr. A. Block, in 1949? Mr. A. Block, did you know TCAT your husband and Mr. Rosenberg had differences about TEAC business TCAT was being conducted here? A. I cared TCAT, I think both my husband and Kiss Brodker were dissatisfied with TEAC scope. Mr. A. Block, and as a result of TCAT dissatisfaction TCAR were arguments weren't TCAR? A. TCAR weren't arguments TCAR were discussions over it? The fact that Ruth and David Greenglass both made concerted efforts to downplay the animosity that existed between themselves and the Rosenbergs indicated that this was an area very disturbing to them and to the prosecution. Logic suggests that the Greenglasses acted in revenge for the financial and social humiliation, feigned or real, they suffered over the years at the hands of the Rosenbergs. Mr. A. Block, didn't you complain to your mother-in-law and to Itker members of Teak family that your husband was being treated as a menial instead of one of Teak owners of Teak business? No, I don't think I put it that way. Mr. A. Block, well how would you put it? I said I didn't think my husband was being paid commensurate with Teak work done. Mr. A. Block, well was losing his investment in Teak business? We lost everything in Teak business. Ruth's statement that they had lost everything was 257. One of the keys to her and her husband's hatred of the Rosenbergs. Bernard Greenglass, David's brother, also suffered severe financial losses that he attributed to Julius Rosenberg. Mr. A. Block, and don't you know that your husband wanted to be paid the amount of his investment in order to get out of that business? Mr. Bloke of my husband wanted some money for his stock. Mr. A. Block, and he demanded it? He didn't demand it. He asked for it. Mr. A. Block, very well but he did not get any money, did he? No, not for the business. Mr. A. Block, now I am going to ask you a direct question, are you hostile to either Mr. or Mrs. Rosenberg? No. Mr. A. Block, are you friendly towards them? I have friendly feelings. Mr. A. Block, and do you wish them well? I do. Mr. A. Block, do you know that your husband asked Mr. Rogg to commence an action against Mr. Rosenberg for the collection of either $1,000 or $2,000? He didn't ask him to start an action, Mr. Block. I was the one who spoke of it, not my husband. Mr. A. Block, well, did you tell Mr. Rogg to call up myself and ask or make a demand for the money that your husband claimed Rosenberg owed him? Mr. Block, I asked Mr. Rogg, I spoke to Mr. Rogg. I said that David had left the business and 258. Bernard had left the business and no money had been paid to either one for their share of the common stocky and we wanted to see if we would be paid for it. That is exactly what I asked Mr. Rogg. Mr. A. Block, well aren't you a bit angry at either Mr. or Mrs. Rosenberg because they did not pay you what you think you were entitled to? I don't think I am angry. I just can't understand their actions because there was a debt due. Mr. A. Block, you are not angry? I am not angry. I don't understand people who do not pay their debts, Mr. Block. Mr. A. Block, and you resent it? I don't think I resented it. I couldn't understand why it wasn't being paid for what was rightfully mine. Ruth Greenglass said that she wished the Rosenbergs well, but the feelings she expressed were anger, resentment, and hostility toward them. She certainly did not wish them well. The balance of her cross-examination was conducted by Emmanuel Block. Mr. E. H. Block, now did I understand you correctly to say that one of the points of disagreement between your husband and Bernie, your husband's brother, and Julius Rosenberg while they were in business together at Pitt Machine Products Company was that your husband was not being paid sufficiently? No, I didn't say that. I said I didn't think that my husband was being paid commensurate with the work done. Mr. E. H. Block, when you say you didn't think that he was being paid sufficiently, did you voice that opinion of yours to Julius Rosenberg? 259. I voiced it to Julius Rosenberg. Felt that they were all partners. They shared the common stock. They had the same number of shares. And one felt that they should share their profits equally but that the salary should be commensurate with the work done. Mr. E. H. Block, isn't it a fact that one of the complaints that was made by Julius Rosenberg against your husband was that he, Julius Rosenberg, was working too hard and that your husband was loafing on the job? That is an untruth. Mr. E. H. Block, whether it is an untruth or not, Did he make that complaint? A. He complained about a great many things. Julius's job was to solicit business. He could hardly say that my husband was loafing. Julius was not working on machines. Only on occasions, he wasn't steadily at the machines in 1946 and 1947. Mr. E. H. Block, as a matter of fact, Julius was the one who went out and tried to get business. So he couldn't say that my husband was loafing. If he got the business, David produced it. Mr. E. H. Block, maybe you misunderstand me. I am not trying to say that your husband may not have had a justifiable grievance. All we are trying to find out is whether Julius Rosenberg complained that your husband was loafing, that is all. I didn't say my husband had a grievance. I said Julius complained. He complained about so many things. 260. Dorothy Abel, Ruth Greenglass's sister, was then called as a witness on behalf of the government. She was questioned by James Kilsheimer. Mr. Kilsheimer, did there come a time in the early part of 1945 when you saw Julius Rosenberg at your apartment at 255 Stanton Street? Mr. Kilsheimer, did Rosenberg come to your apartment? Yes, he did. Mr. Kilsheimer, can you tell the court and jury what occurred on that occasion when Rosenberg came to your apartment? Well, we exchanged pleasantries and then Julie asked me to go to leave the room take a book and leave the room. Judge Kaufman, WELU, did he say anything about what he wanted to do? The witness, he said he wanted to speak to Ruth privately. Mr. Kilsheimer, and you went into the bathroom and closed the door, is that right? I did. Mr. Kilsheimer, did you from time to time have conversations with Julius and Ethel Rosenberg concerning Russia? Yes, I did. Mr. Kilsheimer, does one of these conversations stand out in your mind? I remember a time when they were talking, Julius and Ethel were speaking to me and, they said. 261. That Russia was the ideal form of government the Russian form of government. That is all. Mr. Kilsheimer, can you fix the time when this conversation took place as best you can? I think it was in 1944 during the winter time. That is about all I can remember. Emanuel Bloch then cross-examined Dorothy Abel. Mr. E. H. Bloch, in the course of this conversation in which you stated that the Rosenbergs told you that the Russian form of government was the ideal form of government, did they say anything specifically about the United States form of government? They didn't think that it compared at all with the Russian form of government. Mr. E. H. Bloch, can you tell us specifically what criticism they made of the United States form of government? AWELU, they said that it was a capitalistic form of government. Louis Abel, Ruth Greenglass's brother-in-law, was called as a witness for the government, and was also questioned by Kilsheimer. Mr. Kilsheimer, now sometime prior to the date when David Greenglass was arrested, did you see David Greenglass? I did. Mr. Kilsheimer, and where did you see him? In his home. Mr. Kilsheimer, about how long, about what length of time prior to the time he was arrested? It must have been about close to a week. 262. Before he was taken in. Mr. Kilsheimer, on that occasion did you have a conversation with David Greenglass? I did. Mr. Kilsheimer, and as a result of that conversation, what happened? As a result of that conversation, I held some money for David. I took it home and I hid it in a hassock that I have, and I left it there. Well, about 2 in the morning the night after David was arrested, he phoned me and asked me to engage his attorney, Mr. Rogg. The following morning I went to Mr. Rogg and I explained to him that Dave was in trouble, that he had been picked up by the FBI and well, I gave him as much information as I knew at the time. Mr. Rogg went down to see Dave and when he got back he said that David informed me to give him the package, which I did. Emanuel Bloch then cross-examined Louis Abel. Mr. E. H. Bloch, Can you tell us exactly the day that you received this package? A. No, I can't. Mr. E.H. Block, you said it was about a week before his arrest, is that your best recollection? A. Yes. It might be a little more. Mr. A. Block, who was present when you received that package? A. I believe it was just David, I am not certain. Mr. A. Block, when for the first time did you open it? A. Well, it must have been a day or so later, that I opened the package. 263. Mr. A. Block, and then you found for the first time that there was money in it? A. That is correct. Mr. A. Block, that is all. 264. Harry Gold was the next witness called by the government. After being sworn in, he was questioned by U.S. Attorney Miles Lane. Mr. Lane, what is your occupation? A. I am a biochemist. Mr. Lane, now do you stand convicted of any crime? A. Yes, I do. Mr. Lane, of what crime? A. I stand convicted of espionage. Mr. Lane, what was the sentence that was imposed upon you? A. I was given a sentence of 30 years in the federal penitentiary. Mr. Lane, do you know Anatoly Yakovlev? A. Yes, I do. Mr. Lane, when for the first time did you meet Anatoly Yakovlev? A. I met Anatoly Yakovlev in March 1944. Mr. Lane, where did you meet him? A. I met Yakovlev in New York City. I worked with Yakovlev for a period of almost 3 years. From March of 1944 until late December 1946. Mr. Lane, what name did you know him by? A. I knew Yakovlev as John. Mr. Lane, no WF, for how long a period were you engaged in Soviet activities? A. I was engaged in espionage work for the Soviet Union from the spring of 1935 up until the time of my arrest. 265. Mr. A. Block, I moved to strike out TCAT. Part of the answer OKIK refers to TIK Soviet L/Nian, as there is no proof as to Oko TIK Soviet Union is, and Kauke knows it was TIK Soviet Union. Judge Kaufman, are you saying, Mr. Block, TCAT you would Ratker Cave Tki's witness tell you Kauke arrives at TIK conclusion TCAT K was engaged in espionage work for TIK Soviet Union? Would you Ratker Cave TCAT? Mr. E. H. Block, now if TIK court please, before I respond to TCAT, I want to cave an opportunity to consult with co-counsel because there are many considerations involved. A conference was held by the defense attorneys, after which Block addressed the court. Mr. E. H. Block, counsel for TIK defendants are unanimous in demanding competent proof on each and every essential element of TIK crime. Judge Kaufman, yes, and I want you to understand TCAT it is being done because you cave requested it. If you would cave objected to TK's, I would cave sustained your objection to giving TK's steps, but in view of TIK fact TCAT you cave asked for it, I want TIK record to be clear TCAT, you wanted to cave each and every step OKIK led to TCAT conclusion. Kaufman had already given the jury the impression that Gold was obviously a spy, and that if the defense attorneys questioned Gold they would only be weakening their already hopeless case. Kaufman was in substance telling the jury that there was already so much evidence to prove the crimes charged that the lawyers were making a mistake by asking for more evidence. 266. Since it would even more overwhelmingly prove their client's guilt. Mr. Coons, may I respectfully ask that your Honor's remarks be stricken from the record? Judge Kaufman, oh/I, no. It won't be stricken. Mr. Coons, may I finish my argument? Judge Kaufman, Mr. Coons, no you may not. It is a lot of gibberish. In view of the particular subject matter that is involved here, I hesitated to have the witness proceed with testimony on the facts until all counsel understood what might come out as a result of it. That is the way the record stands right now. Mr. E. H. Block, may I just, not retort, but make this statement in addition, the indictment charges that these defendants conspired to transmit information to the advantage of a foreign power. Now I am assuming that this line of questions by the prosecution is to elicit that there was a foreign power involved, and I believe that is a substantial fact that must be proved. Judge Kaufman: all right. Miles Lane continued questioning Harry Gold. Mr. Lane: now, will you give a description of Yakovlev? Yakovlev was about 23 or 30 years of age at the time I knew him. He was about 5 feet 9 inches in height, had a medium build, which tended toward the slender. He had dark or dark brown hair, and there was a lock of it that kept falling over his forehead, which he would brush back continually. He had a rather long nose and a fair complexion, dark eyes. Mr. Lane: now, did you meet Klaus Fuchs, Dr. 267. Klaus Fuchs, sometime in the middle of June 1944? Yes, I did. Mr. Lane: now, during this period when you were meeting Dr. Fuchs, were you also meeting Yakovlev at regular intervals? During this period, I had a regularly scheduled series of meetings with Yakovlev. Yakovlev continually advised and instructed me, and we talked over together as to how I should continue my work with Dr. Fuchs. Mr. Lane: now, did you have any particular modus operandi in your connections, in your work with Yakovlev? Yes, I did. Mr. Lane: would you tell the jury, would you relate the details of that? I worked in the following manner with Yakovlev. My duties were to obtain information from a number of sources in America, and to transfer this information to Yakovlev. In the midst of Gold's testimony, an interruption occurred and an exchange took place at the bench. Judge Kaufman: did you want to put something on the record? Mr. Kuntz: I suppose you saw the newspapers. It is an unfortunate experience. We were wondering what effect it might have. I didn't know it until I got in the courtroom and Manny Block showed it to me. Kuntz was referring to a newspaper story about William Pearl, a prominent scientist, who had attended City College with Julius Rosenberg. The New York Times headline read, "Columbia teacher arrested, linked to 2 on trial as spies." Kaufman: who? 268. Signed the bench warrant for Pearl's arrest, helped Sapel to time the arrest so that it would occur during the Rosenberg trial. Sapel assured the defense counsels, however, that the indictment had been returned in the regular course of the administration of justice. Kaufman asked the lawyers to accept Sapel***'s word. Sapel***'s assurances and Judge Kaufman's reassurances were all deliberately false. The Circuit Court of Appeals later scolded Irving Sapel, calling Pearl's indictment and his arrest deliberately timed and wholly reprehensible. But the court would go no further and did not order a new trial. To protect Kaufman and Sapel, the Court of Appeals said that defense counsel was derelict in not moving for a new trial immediately when Pearl was indicted and in not asking Kaufman to caution the jury to disregard Pearl's indictment. The Court of Appeals, not unmindful of Kaufman and Sapel's false assurances, added, if defendants had moved for a new trial, it should have been granted. But they did not so move. Thus the court reasoned that even if defense counsel was deceived, too bad, and if they trusted the words of Kaufman and Sapel again, too bad. It was a frightful time. Westbrook Pegler, a noted columnist, wrote on June 29, 1950, "The only sensible and courageous way to deal with communists in our midst is to make membership in communist organizations a capital offense and shoot or otherwise put to death all persons convicted of such," and Pegler meant what he said. America was a mad land. Judge Kaufman: WELU, this is off the record. Will you continue, please? Miles Lane resumed questioning Harry Gold. 269. Mr. Lane: now, did you have a meeting with Dr. Fuchs in Cambridge, Massachusetts, early in January of 1945? Yes, I did. Mr. Lane: did you have a conversation with Dr. Fuchs at that time? Yes, I did. Mr. Lane: as a result of that conversation, what did you do? In consequence of the conversation that I had with Dr. Fuchs, I did two things. 1. The same day that I saw Dr. Fuchs, the same morning that I saw Dr. Fuchs in Cambridge, Massachusetts, I returned from Cambridge to New York City and turned over to Yakovlev a package of papers which Fuchs had given me. About a week later, I wrote a report which I turned over to Yakovlev. Mr. Lane, when did you turn this report over to Yakovlev? The report was turned over to Yakovlev somewhere around the second week in January. Mr. Lane, at that time, did you have a conversation with Yakovlev? Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, what was the conversation? I told Yakovlev that I had received the following information from Fuchs. First, that Fuchs was now stationed at a place called Los Alamos, New Mexico, that this was a large experimental station. It had formerly been a boys' school, a select boys' school. Fuchs told me that a tremendous amount of progress had been made. In addition, he had made mention of a lens, which was being worked on as a part of the atom bomb. Finally, we had set a date, this date to 270, i.e. the first Saturday in June of 1945, and at this date I was to meet Fuchs in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Mr. Lane, now in May of 1945, did you have a meeting with Yakovlev? Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, will you try to fix the date as best you can of that particular meeting? The exact date of the meeting that I had with Yakovlev in May of 1945 was on the last Saturday in May, and about pretty late in the afternoon, around 4 in the afternoon, I would say. It was interesting to note that Harry Gold, like the green glasses, used the weeks of the month as a mnemonic device to recall dates. Mr. Lane, now, will you tell the jury what happened on this occasion? I stood at the bar with Yakovlev and we had a drink. Yakovlev told me that he had some matter to discuss with me at length. Yakovlev told me that he wanted me to take on an additional mission besides the one to see Dr. Fuchs. He said that he wanted me to go to Albuquerque, New Mexico. I protested. Told Yakovlev that I did not wish to take on this additional task. Yakovlev told me that I didn't understand that this was an extremely important business, that I just had to go to Albuquerque, in addition to going to Santa Fe, and he said, that is an order, and that was all. I agreed to go. Yakovlev then gave me a sheet of paper. It was onion skin paper and on it was typed the following: first, the name Green Glass, just Green Glass. Then a number High Street. The last thing that was on the paper was recognition signal. I come from Julius. In 271. Addition to this, Yakovlev gave me a piece of cardboard carrot which appeared to have been cut from a packaged food of some sort. It was cut in an odd shape and Yakovlev told me that the man Green Glass Carrot whom I would meet in Albuquerque CF would have the matching piece of cardboard. Yakovlev told me that I should follow a very devious route on my way to Santa Fe and to Albuquerque. He said that I should first go to Phoenix, Arizona, then to El Paso, and from there to Santa Fe. Yakovlev said that I should do this to minimize any danger of being followed. Mr. Lane, now, did you go to Santa Fe in June of 1945? Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, when did you arrive in Santa Fe? I arrived in Santa Fe on Saturday, the 2nd of June, 1945. Mr. Lane, and did you meet Dr. Fuchs? Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, now, when did you depart from Santa Fe? I left Santa Fe in the very late afternoon. Mr. Lane, where did you go? I went by bus from Santa Fe to Albuquerque. Mr. Lane, did you register in any hotel when you were in Albuquerque on this occasion? I stayed that night. I finally managed to obtain a room in a hallway of a rooming house and then on Sunday morning, I registered at the Hotel Hilton. Mr. Lane, did you register under your own name? Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, what name did you use? Harry Gold. Mr. Lane, now, what did you do on Sunday? That. 272. June 3, 1945. A. On Sunday about 8:30 I went to the High Street address. Knocked on a door. It was opened by a young man. I said, "Mr. Greenglass?" He answered in the affirmative. I said, "I come from Julius," and I showed him the piece of cardboard in my hand. He asked me to enter. Gold's testimony naming Julius seemed routine. But in tape-recorded conversations of his discussions with his attorneys, as well as numerous FBI interviews, Gold reported that he told the Greenglasses that he was sent to them by either Ben or Philip, not Julius. The efforts made by the FBI and the United States Attorney's Office to persuade Gold to say that on visiting the Greenglasses he said to them, "I come from Julius," was one of many instances of our government's encouragement and instigation of the use of false testimony. Gold's statement of August 1, 1950, to Special Agents Norton and Harrington, included the assertion, "I never knew Julius Rosenberg." And when Gold, questioned on that same day about his visit to the Greenglasses at their Albuquerque home, was asked, "What happened when Mrs. Greenglass opened the door?" he answered, "I said that I brought greetings from Ben in Brooklyn." Correcting himself, Gold added what appeared to be lines he had forgotten, "I believe she stated to me that she had recalled a Julius. Understood that Julius was a relative of hers." The special agents questioned him more vigorously, "Can't you state definitely whether she actually said or didn't?" Gold replied, perhaps mockingly, "The word believe was an unfortunate slip. What I intended to say was, I recall very definitely during the meeting." 273. That Mrs. Greenglass told me she had spoken with a Julius in New York, just prior to her coining to Albuquerque in April 1945. But at the close of the interview, Gold still maintained that when he visited the Greenglasses he brought them greetings from Ben. His vacillating testimony tormented the FBI. More work was needed on Harry Gold. An FBI memo stated, Gold was interviewed in the Tombs on December 26, 50 in the presence of David Greenglass, concerning the reported salutation, "Greetings from Ben." Greenglass proposed that possibly Gold had said, "Greetings from Julius*." The FBI report continued, Gold's spontaneous comment was that possibly Greenglass was right, that he had mentioned the name of Julius rather than Ben. But the FBI agent said, Gold, however, is not at all clear on this point. Harry Gold continued his testimony. Greenglass then told me that my visit to him on this exact day was a bit of a surprise. He had not expected me right on that day, but that nevertheless he would have the material on the atom bomb ready for me that afternoon. At this point Mrs. Greenglass went into the kitchen to prepare some food. Then I gave Mr. Greenglass the envelope which Yakovlev had given MC. This envelope was the one that contained $500. Greenglass took the envelope from me. Greenglass told me that he would have the information ready at about 4 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the exact time I can't recall except that we said it. At this point, Greenglass told me that there were a number of people at Los Alamos that he thought would make very likely recruits, that is, they were 274. Also people who might be willing to furnish information on the atom bomb to the Soviet Union, and he started to give me the names of these people, the names of some of these people. I cut him very short indeed. I told him that such procedure was extremely hazardous, foolhardy, that under no circumstances should he ever try to proposition anyone on his own into trying to get information for the Soviet Union. I told him to be very circumspect in his conduct and to never even drop the slightest hint to anyone that he himself was furnishing information on the atom bomb to the Soviet Union. Is it reasonable to believe that Gold warned Greenglass not to tell anyone that he was engaged in furnishing the secret process of the atomic bomb to the Russians? Could anyone, much less a master spy, give such obvious advice? And could anyone fail to notice the rehearsed quality of the testimony against the Rosenbergs that comes to us across the years, that both Gold and Ruth Greenglass used the rarely spoken phrase, to be very circumspect? The questioning of Gold continued. Mr. Lane, did you return to the home of the green glasses on the same day, Sunday, June 3, 1945? A. Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, and what time did you return? A. It was about between 3 and 4 o'clock. Mr. Lane, and who was present when you returned? A. Mr. Greenglass was there, and his wife Ruth was there. Mr. Lane, and did you have a conversation at that time? A. Yes, I did. 275. Mr. Lane, will you tell the jury what that conversation was? A. Mr. Greenglass gave me an envelope which he said contained the information for which I had come, the information on the atom bomb. I took the envelope. Mr. Greenglass told me that he expected to get a furlough sometime around Christmas, and that he would return to New York at that time. He told me that if I wished to get in touch with him, then I could do so by calling his brother-in-law Julius, and he gave me the telephone number of Julius in New York City. Mr. Lane, do you recall now what that number was? A. I cannot. Mr. Lane, and did you return to New York? A. Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, now, when did you arrive back in New York? A. I arrived in New York on the 5th of June, 1945, in the evening. Mr. Lane, and did you meet Yakovlev? A. Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, on the same day? A. On the same evening. Judge Kaufman, what time was it? The witness, it was about 10 o'clock at night. Mr. Lane, what did you do at that meeting? A. We met and Yakovlev wanted to know if I had seen the both of them, the doctor and the man. I said that I had. Yakovlev wanted to know had I got information from the both of them, and I said that I had. Then I gave Yakovlev the 2 manila envelopes, the one labeled doctor which had the information I had received from Fuchs in Santa Fe, the one labeled 276. Other / which had the information I had received from David Greenglass in Albuquerque, on the 3rd of June 1945. Mr. Lane, when was your next meeting with Yakovlev? The witness, it was about 2 weeks after the 5th of June. We are still in June. Mr. Lane, did you have a conversation with Yakovlev at that time? A. Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, will you tell the jury what the conversation was? A. Yakovlev told me that the information which I had given him some 2 weeks previous had been sent immediately to the Soviet Union. He said that the information which I had received from Greenglass was extremely excellent and very valuable. Then Yakovlev listened while I recounted the details of my 2 meetings, the one with Fuchs in Santa Fe, the one with Greenglass in Albuquerque. I told Yakovlev that Fuchs had related that tremendous progress had been made on the construction of the atom bomb. I told Yakovlev that Fuchs and I had agreed upon a meeting between the 2 of us in Santa Fe for September of 1945. Mr. Lane, now did you have a meeting with Dr. Fuchs in September 1945? A. Yes, I did. Mr. Lane, when and where did this meeting take place? A. The meeting took place in Santa Fe, New Mexico, on the 19th of September 1945. Mr. Lane, what was the conversation? A. The conversation covered the following matters which Fuchs told me. Fuchs had said first that there was no longer open and free and easy cooperation. 277. Between the British and the Americans at Los Alamos. The second thing was that Fuchs told me that the first explosion at Alamogordo, New Mexico, in July, had produced a tremendous feeling of awe among the scientists who had been producing it. The final item I reported to Yakovlev were the details of an arrangement which Fuchs and I had arrived at, which arrangement concerned the means by which someone would get in touch with Fuchs when he returned to England. Mr. Lane, do you recall a meeting in November of 1945? With Yakovlev? A. Yes, I do. Mr. Lane, will you tell the jury what that conversation was? A. I told Yakovlev that we ought to make some plan to get in touch with this brother-in-law, Julius, so that we could get further information from Greenglass. Yakovlev told me to mind my own business. He cut me very short. Mr. Lane, When was the next time that you saw Yakovlev? A. The next time that I saw Yakovlev was on the night of the 26th of December 1946. Mr. Lane, now, will you tell the jury how you happened to meet Yakovlev in December of 1946? A. At about 5 o'clock in the late afternoon of the 26th of December, the phone rang at the laboratory where I was working in New York City, the laboratory of A. Brothman and Associates. I answered. A voice asked for Harry Gold. I said that I was Harry Gold. The voice said, "Have you been all right?" Mr. Lane, did you recognize the voice? 278. A. I recognized it as that of Yakovlev. I said, I told him that I had been fine. Now the phrase used by Yakovlev was a code phrase which was employed to indicate whether there had been any suspicious signs about USF about my being watched and my answer that I was fine was my code answer which indicated that there was no sign of any surveillance going on. Yakovlev told me that he would meet me at the theater. He didn't specify. He said at the theater at 8 o'clock that night. And I said I answered that I would be there. Mr. Lane, and what happened? A. By the theater I knew that Yakovlev meant the Earl Theater where our last meeting had been scheduled. The man who met me was not Yakovlev. As a result of the meeting I had with the man I met in the lounge of the Earl Theater, I went to the southwest corner of 42nd Street and 3rd Avenue, and there later that evening met Yakovlev. Yakovlev asked me if I had anything further from Dr. Fuchs in the interim. I told him I did not. Yakovlev told me that I should begin to plan now for a mission which he had. He said that he wanted me to go to Paris, France, beginning in March of 1947. Mr. Lane, now was there any discussion at that time about the name Brothman? A. Yes, there was. Yakovlev began to discuss with me the means by which I should manage to get off from work in order to make this trip to Paris. I told Yakovlev that once the pressure of work at Abe Brothman and Associates had eased up a bit, and then Yakovlev almost went through the roof of the saloon. He said, "Phew, fool." He said, "You spoiled 11 years of work." He told me that I didn't realize what I had done, and he told me that I should have. 279. Remembered that sometime in the summer of 45 he had told me that Brothman was under suspicion by the United States government authorities of having engaged in espionage, and that I should have remembered it. Yakovlev then told me that he would not see me in the United States again, and he left me. How could Yakovlev be annoyed or even surprised when he learned that Gold worked for Abe Brothman, if Yakovlev called Gold at Brothman*'s office in December of 1946? Everything about this dialogue was weird. How could Yakovlev be asking if Gold had any information from Fuchs, when he had not been assigned to get information from Fuchs? And why would Yakovlev wait almost a year to ask Gold for this information? Further, how could anyone possibly believe Harry Gold's testimony about how he met Yakovlev at the Earl Theater, when the story contradicts his earlier statement to the FBI, which unequivocally stated the fact that no other person other than Yakovlev met him there? Gold's first statement, recorded on July 10, 1950, said. On June 12, 1950, Gold advised that in the late afternoon of the week between Christmas and New Year's Eve, 1946, he received a telephone call at Brothman's laboratory, where he was then employed, and that he recognized the voice of John, who asked if Gold could see him at 8 or 8:30 that night, and when Gold hesitated, John stated at the same place as before. Gold stated that that evening he went to the Earl Theater. He met John inside the theater near the men's lounge, and John stopped long enough to say, "3rd Avenue bar in an hour." It was not until months later, on October 18, that 280. Gold provided the FBI with a signed statement describing his meeting with Yakovlev at the Earl Theater in a way that conformed with the testimony he would give at the trial. In this revised statement, Gold said that he met another person, Paul, at the Earl Theater, who told him where to meet Yakovlev. Gold's new statement also specifically provided the date as December 26, 1946. Gold's statement read: I was shown a photograph of an individual whose name is Pavel Ivanovich Fedosimov. I am completely certain he is the person who contacted me in the upstairs lounge of the Earl Theatre in the Bronx. This contact was made about 8 p.m. on the evening of December 26, 1946. Upon noticing my astonishment, as I expected, this contact said, "I am Paul. You have papers from the doctor?" I replied in the negative, and a savage look of disappointment came over the features of this man. The doctor was the code name used by John and me for Dr. Klaus Fuchs. At the trial, Gold provided a further inconsistency when he testified that it was Yakovlev instead of Paul who asked him if he had anything further from Dr. Fuchs. It seems probable that there were so many inconsistencies because the event never happened. Gold never met Yakovlev at the Earl Theatre, or 3rd Avenue, or in 5 or where. Gold never met Yakovlev. Fedosimov appears to have been introduced into the case to stand ready as a substitute indictee in the event the Rosenbergs learned that Yakovlev was not in the United States on December 26, 1946. Mr. Lane, now I show you the picture attached thereof and tell me if you recognize that individual. 281. A. Vs. I do. Mr. Lane, who is it? A. That is Anatoly Yakovlev. The trial was adjourned to March 16, 1951. Harry Gold resumed the stand. Mr. Lane, the government, your Hanovf has no further questions. Judge Kaufman, any cross? Mr. E. H. Block, the defendants Rosenberg have no cross-examination of this witness. Mr. Phillips, no cross. Judge Kaufman, the witness is excused. 282. George Bernhard was called as a government witness and questioned by James Kilsheimer. Mr. Kilsheimer, what is your occupation? A. I am a physician. Mr. Kilsheimer, do you know the defendant Julius Rosenberg? A. I do. Mr. Kilsheimer, can you fix the time when you had a conversation with Julius Rosenberg in the spring of 1950? A. Vs. I can. Mr. Kilsheimer, when was it? A. I think the latter part of May. Mr. Kilsheimer, was this conversation face-to-face in person? A. No, sir, it was not. Mr. Kilsheimer, will you state how you had the conversation? A. This was a telephone conversation. Mr. Kilsheimer, will you state the conversation which you had with Rosenberg at that time? A. He said, Dr. I would like to ask a favor of you. I would like to know what injections one needs to go to Mexico, and I hesitated a little, and he laughed and said, don't get scared, it is not for me, it's for a friend of mine. And I then proceeded to give him that information. Mr. Kilsheimer, tell us what information you gave him. A. I told him that he would need typhoid injections and a smallpox vaccination, and I then asked him if. 283. This friend of his was a veteran, telling him that if he was a veteran all he would need would be booster doses instead of going through the entire series of injections, and he said, yes, he is a veteran. William Danziger was then called as a witness for the government and questioned by Roy Cohn. Mr. Cohn, now, I want to come to the year 1950. Was there a time in 1950 when you left Washington and moved to New York? A. Yes, there was. Mr. Cohn, after you moved up to New York in the spring of 1950, did you have occasion to renew your social acquaintance with the defendant Sobel? A. Yes, I did, I visited at his house in May of 1950. Mr. Cohn, did there come a time in June of 1950 when you saw Sobel? A. Yes, I called him at his home to indicate that I needed an electric drill to do a repair around my home, and he mentioned then that he was getting ready to leave for a vacation in Mexico, and that he was leaving rather shortly, and if I wanted the drill, for me to come out and get it. Mr. Cohn, did he tell you where he was going? A. Yes. He said he was going to Mexico, Mexico City. Mr. Cohn, about what day in June was this, would you say? A. Oh, the 20th of June. Mr. Cohn, Did there come a time after that night when you heard from Sobel? A. Yes, I did. I received a letter from him. Mr. Cohn, will you tell us what you remember? 284. TF concerning that return address? A. The return address was M. Sowell. Mr. Cohn, now in the entire period of time of your acquaintance with Sobel did you ever know him to use the name Sowell? A. I do not. Mr. Cohn, were there any other communications in that envelope to you? A. Yes, if there was a note which said please forward the enclosures and I will explain to you when I get back JN. 285. Hotel Hilton. The following proceedings took place at the bench outside the hearing of the jury. Mr. Sapel, I now have some testimony which it is possible there may be a stipulation on, the fact of the registration of Harry Gold at the Hotel Hilton on June 3. I have a photostat of the registration card. I also have the original on the way together with a witness if required. I have testimony as to the bank records. May I first inquire of counsel whether they will stipulate as to the records or whether they will insist upon strict technical proof? Mr. E. H. Block, I am speaking for myself again, I am certainly not going to insist on strict technical testimony. In other words, Mr. Sapo, you let us understand, you want incorporated in the record a concession that Harry Gold stopped at the Hotel Hilton in Albuquerque on June 3, 1945. I certainly have no objection to that introduction. Mr. Coons, we have no objection. Block seemed to think that if he questioned the veracity of records, it could be construed as questioning the integrity of Irving Sapel. But subsequent information turned up by William Rubin in his book The Atom Spy Hoax and by the Schneers, Walter and Miriam, in their book Invitation to an Inquest, and by John Wexley's book The Judgment of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, proved that Sapel, as well as Kaufman and Cohn, was not to be trusted. 286. Hotel Hilton. Mr. Sapel, I want also to get together the bank records and also that testimony showing the deposits of the various amounts of money as testified to by the witness. Mr. E. H. Block, WELU. Mr. Sapo, I certainly am not going to dispute the bank records, but I would like to look at them. Judge Kaufman, I think he is entitled to look at them. Mr. E. H. Block, yes, before I make the concession. Mr. Sapel, if counsel for the defendants are agreeable, I shall proceed to put in evidence a document, rather, a photostat of a document, relating to the witness Harry Gold's presence in Albuquerque on June 3, 1945, S0, may I now inquire of the defendants whether there is any objection to the offer in evidence of this photostatic record? Judge Kaufman, you have no objection whatsoever to its introduction. Mr. E. H. Block, no, none whatsoever. Judge Kaufman, that is the registration of the Hilton Hotel. Mr. Sapel, may I proceed to read it to the jury? Judge Kaufman, yes. Walter and Miriam Schneer, authors of Invitation to an Inquest, found serious discrepancies in the registration card for Gold's stay at the Hilton Hotel. Though a handwritten entry on the card read June 3, 1945, it was stamped June 4. There were other oddities. Gold claimed that he never used his real name during his years of espionage, and he said that he used an alias when he met the Green Glasses. Yet he used his real name when he checked into the Hilton Hotel. 287. Also, Gold said he arrived in Albuquerque by bus the night of June 2 and slept in a rooming house. He then claimed that before meeting with the Green Glasses, the next morning, a Sunday June 3, he registered at the Hilton. Since he was scheduled to return to New York that day, it was purposeless to rent another hotel room for that same day. But if the government was provided with a card showing Gold registered at the Hilton on June 3, that is the way the case had to be presented. Block was lulled into stipulating that Gold had been registered at the Hilton on June 3. Block also permitted Sapel to submit a photostatic copy of the registration card rather than demanding the original. Years later, research by the Schneers turned up evidence that the card had been tampered with. Strangely, most of the evidence that could have answered nagging questions like these had been destroyed. Those who destroyed the records explained that it was general procedure to dispose of records after a certain number of years. But the Rosenberg case was not a routine trial subject to routine procedures, it was history, and to destroy historic archives, especially when aspects of the case were still being hotly contested, had to be a deliberate and malicious act. Hard evidence exists, nonetheless, that Gold's story of being at the Hilton in Albuquerque on June 3, 1945 was a physical impossibility. Disturbing records found by the FBI, but withheld for years, indicated that Gold was in Philadelphia on May 29, 1945. If so, he would not have been able to reach Albuquerque on June 3 after stopping off in Santa Fe on June 2, not by the mode of travel he used. As detailed in a July 21, 1950, memo, this was the conclusion of the FBI. 288. Hotel Hilton. When an agent discovered a $50 cash deposit receipt dated May 29, 1945, for Harry Gold's Philadelphia account. But Gold explained to the FBI how it happened. Since he was not in Philadelphia at the time, his good friend Morel Dougherty made the deposit for him in order to cover an overdraft which Gold had made. Gold stated that it was necessary for Dougherty to make this deposit since Gold had left for Santa Fe a day or two previously. The government, satisfied with the explanation that Dougherty had made the deposit, looked no further into Gold's bank records. But a search made by the author revealed that Gold was in Philadelphia not only on May 29, but on May 31 as well, making it impossible for him to have been in Albuquerque on June 3. The FBI agent had overlooked a savings account Gold had at the Philadelphia Savings Fund Society. Over time he made substantial deposits in this account and maintained a healthy balance there. Gold never left Philadelphia. The cover-up was not thorough. Dougherty, having committed himself to explaining the May 29, 1945 deposit of $50 as having been made by him for the purpose of covering Harry Gold's overdraft, could not very well explain the deposit of $150 on May 31, 1945, as being made to cover an overdraft, not when there was a balance of some $1,700 in Gold's account at the time. Harry Gold's account at the Philadelphia Savings Fund Society follows. 289. FLLR Euro B2 LVH carat S7 FLJN carat 25.141 UJ1 if LULIOJDOISIECI mil 32 JD0 VA carat for VS carat L-C carat 44 FB 44 IB7 2733 B.423 A4 44 G9 A2 M Euro 0 BJL4 I44 J20.06 carat 10 A4's M735 hashtag BL, 2A4 II asterisk B22A4 L carat is .211 JB0 I261 to the power of 01 Z20 _C004 carat W4 I4 U24 4 I2 437 37 JN7 B7 5 MJS J737 45 J I UCA 3 MTITLWHC4 IULADLJMUS NNDS0 AET ERECT, we were concerned to keep the existence of the project as well as the nature of it secret from all foreign powers and I do mean all. Secondly we were concerned to keep it secret within the United States from our own people and from the other branches of the service and divisions of the government. Mr. Sapel, of course the public too. Yes sir. Colonel Lansdale was a former member of the Military Intelligence Division, War Department, General Staff, who was transferred to the Manhattan Engineering District Corps of Engineers. Mr. Sapel, as an illustration of the keen determination to keep this secret, can you tell us whether the phrase atomic bomb was used in correspondence? Never to my knowledge. Mr. Sapel, or in memoranda? Never. And instructions were that it was not to be used. Mr. Sapel, how long did that practice continue? Until the dropping of the bomb on Hiroshima on August 6, 1945. Mr. Sapel, Now let us go back for a moment. If 292. John Lansdale, Jr., we may carry to the matter of the identity of the scientists who worked on the development of the bomb both before and after Hiroshima. What was your policy in regard to the identity of scientists? A. We attempted, in so far as that was practical, to keep their identity secret. Particularly two things: number 1, their concentration in any one location, and number 2, the connection of one or two very prominent internationally recognized scientists, such as Niels Bohr, with the project. Mr. Sapel, well, what did you do about identifying them? A. We used fictitious names, particularly when they were traveling. Niels Bohr, for instance, was given the name Nicholas Baker. We soon found it impractical to use names which did not have their own initials. Mr. Sapel, and so you learned that foreign governments were very much interested in this subject and were working on it? A. Yes. Mr. Sapel, did that apply to the Russian government, too? A. We never had any knowledge that the Russians were working on it. However, I should state that, we did ascertain, however, that the Russians were very much interested in what we were doing. The feelings of the scientists most of whom were foreign-born, on the subject of secrecy were not discussed at the trial. While they were unquestionably and unanimously opposed to Nazi Germany, their feelings about Russia were in many cases as warm as they were about the United States. A number of the foreign scientists, at least in principle, would have helped Russia if their escape from the Nazis had 293 brought them to that country. Fear of Russia at the time was not a view the scientists shared with the anti-communist elements of our nation. Scientists such as Hans Bethe, Rudolf Peierls, and J. Robert Oppenheimer, like Klaus Fuchs, all advocated the world's use of atomic energy knowledge. They did not entertain any notions that the United States was morally superior to the Soviet Union. While the vast majority would not secretly provide information to the Russians or any foreign government in disregard of the laws of the nation whose hospitality they were enjoying, many of them understood the thinking of those who would. Klaus Fuchs was very aggressive in advocating the dissemination of nuclear energy discoveries. So much so that in 1947 he visited the United States on behalf of Great Britain to urge declassification of certain data in the possession of the Atomic Energy Commission. Niels Bohr made a similar appeal in an address to the United Nations in June 1950. Mr. Sapel, at that time, what official knowledge did you have concerning the identity and background of Niels Bohr? A. Niels Bohr was a Danish scientist whom I can best describe as being the pioneer and granddaddy, you might say, of nuclear physics. He had an international reputation in the field in which the project was interested, Mr. Sapel, there did come a time when he arrived at Los Alamos and participated in the research connected with the development of the atomic bomb, is that right? A. Yes, sir. He went to Los Alamos as a consultant. Mr. Sapel, Colonel, when did you sever your 294 connection with the Manhattan District Project? A. I went on terminal leave November 15 I believe 1945 and at that time severed my connection with the project except for a period of time as a civilian consultant. Emanuel Bloch then began his cross-examination of Colonel Lansdale. Mr. E. H. Bloch, Colonel Lansdale just a few questions. In the course of your official duties as one of the top security officers in military intelligence, did you come to hear about or know about an employee of the Los Alamos project, known as Dr. Klaus Fuchs? A. No, sir, at the time I have no present recollection of having known him. Mr. E. H. Bloch, well, now, knowing from what you have read, can you project your memory backward and tell us whether or not it isn't the fact that there was a Dr. Fuchs working on the project? Mr. Sapel, I think counsel and the witness are confused. I think the witness thinks that counsel is asking whether he knew Klaus Fuchs, not whether he knew about him. Bloch**'s question was not confusing in the least. He asked Colonel Lansdale whether Dr. Fuchs was working on the project, and before Lansdale could answer, Sapel was instructing him to give the answer that the government wanted. Once Lansdale recognized what Sapel required, he responded, "Oh, yes. Well, I can answer definitely. I knew about him. We got periodic lists from the British of 295. Their people, and he was without question one of them. He was a member of the British group at Site Y. Mr. E. H. Block, have you any independent recollection of when Dr. Klaus Fuchs came to Site Y or the Los Alamos project?" AN09 Sir, I do not. Mr. E. H. Block, WELU Would it refresh your recollection if we specifically talked about the year 1944? Do you know whether he was there in 1944? All I could do would be to speculate. There was considerable activity during that year and it would be sheer speculation. Apparently, the government had not been able to establish that Fuchs worked at Los Alamos DMing the time in question. Lansdale certainly would have known if Fuchs was there in June and September of 1945, when Harry Gold said that he visited him. No business records were offered, just gossip about a British list that was not shown. Fuchs, according to FBI records, did work at Los Alamos at some point, but as far as legal proofs were concerned, no evidence was offered that he was present at the time in question or any time. The only witness to testify that Fuchs was at Los Alamos in June and September of 1945 was Gold. The only party to the proceedings who could confirm or reject Gold's contention was the United States government. They were the repository of this information about comings and goings in Los Alamos, and it was their burden and obligation to establish Fuchs*'s presence. Emmanuel Block was not asked to and did not stipulate that Fuchs was there. Colonel Lansdale, the witness utilized by the government to verify Fuchs**s. 296. Attendance at Los Alamos, failed to do so. General Leslie R. Groves, the military commander of the Atomic Research Organization at Los Alamos, was not asked to testify. Hence, all of Harry Gold's testimony concerning his receipt of espionage data from Klaus Fuchs should not have been heard in court. The jury was seriously prejudiced by this testimony. 297. John A. Derry was called as a witness for the prosecution. Before the questioning began, Judge Kaufman made an announcement. Judge Kaufman, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to another portion of testimony where I feel compelled to clear the courtroom. As I told you once before, and I repeat, during the course of some cases, particularly a case of this character, while it might be in the interest of the country that we do not hear certain portions of testimony, yet, under our form of jurisprudence, the defendants are entitled to absolute confrontation of every witness and every piece of evidence that is offered against them. So with that in mind, I am going to ask everybody but the press to leave the courtroom. Judge Kaufman, I might also say, Mr. Stenographer, that with respect to that portion of the testimony that deals with the operation of the atomic bomb, there is to be no transcription made, and your stenographic minutes are to be considered impounded. Of course, if any counsel wants to have it read back for purposes of examination, it may be made available for that purpose. Mr. Sapel, I should like the record to show that representatives of the Atomic Energy Commission are present in the courtroom, and I take it the court will allow them to be here? Judge Kaufman, yes. Mr. Sapel, Mr. Derry, you are an electrical. 298. Engineer, are you not? Yes, sir. Mr. Sapel, did you receive an assignment in December of 1942? I did. I was assigned to the Manhattan Engineer District. Was with them in one job or the other until I got out of the Army in August 1946. Mr. Sapel, during the year 1945, did you have occasion to see the actual atomic bomb which was being developed and constructed at the Los Alamos or the Y project? Many times. Mr. Sapel, I take it, you likewise were informed of some of the experiments, many of the experiments incidental to the development of the atomic bomb? I was. Mr. Sapel, there has been testimony in this trial by a witness David Greenglass regarding the structure of the atomic bomb and he likewise has identified a cross-section sketch of the bomb which is Government's Exhibit 8 in evidence. I would like you to listen Mr. Derry, while the court reporter reads the witness Greenglass testimony as he gave it here relating to the bomb, and then I shall ask you some questions. Mr. E.H. Block, if the court please I object to this method of procedure. Suggest very strongly that before this witness is given Greenglass testimony, he be asked to describe a cross-section of the bomb. Judge Kaufman, it is overruled. Kaufman wanted to make certain that Derry*'s description of the atomic bomb conformed with Greenglass's previous statement. By having the stenographer repeat Greenglass's testimony for Derry to hear. 299. Derry could make his testimony conform. Had Derry been asked to describe the atom bomb without Kaufman and SA 3/0 aiding him, his account might differ enough to embarrass the government. Under any circumstances, however, Derry could testify only to the bomb's external appearance. He had no knowledge of the internal structure and scientific principles involved. Still Kaufman, with the press in full attendance, permitted Derry to just endorse the testimony of David Greenglass, after listening to it. Judge Kaufman, I believe you told us that you knew each and every detail of the construction of that weapon that was your job? The witness, it was my job to know what went into the parts of it. Derry, who knew some electrical engineering principles and that is about all, was coaxed by Kaufman to boast of knowledge well beyond his capacity. Judge Kaufman, and you understood the entire subject matter didn't you? The witness, yes, sir, I did. It was my task that General Groves gave to me. Mr. Sapel, and you still do understand it? I still do. Mr. Sapel, was this information classified at the time? It was classified top secret. Mr. Sapel, is it still classified? Yes, sir. Mr. Sapel, does this information relate to the national defense of the United States of America? It certainly does. 300. Mr. Sapel, does the information that has been read to you together with the sketchy concern a type of atomic bomb which was actually used by the United States of America? It does. It is the bomb we dropped at Nagasaki, similar to it. Mr. Sapel, do you know whether at the time in question, 1945, any foreign government had the knowledge which our scientists possessed regarding the development and structure of that weapon, outside of the British and Canadians? No, I don't know, outside of the British and Canadians. Mr. Sapel, no nation possessed it? Yes. Emmanuel Bloch began his cross-examination of Mr. Derry. Mr. E.H. Bloch, all right. Would you say that Government's Exhibit 8 reflects a sketch of the atomic bomb when it had already been perfected? Substantially. Mr. E.H. Bloch, just one further question, Mr. Derry, if you were asked to give a written description elucidating the sketch in Government's Exhibit 8, so that any scientist or any person of intelligence interested might understand what you were talking about and trying to describe, could you compress a description of that within 12 pages? You could give substantially the principle involved. Years after the trial, lawyers, scientists, and scholars have energetically debated the value of the 301 sketches that David Greenglass said he gave Harry Gold and Julius Rosenberg. Some questioned Greenglass*'s education and innate intelligence, doubting his ability to make the sketches, and reasoned that he had to have been coached by qualified scientists. Others said it was entirely possible for him to have produced the sketches. Some said he could, some said he couldn't. Yet a glance at the sketches shows that they were simple enough. Anyone could have drawn them, but for a scientist to say that they were a reasonable replica of the atom bomb was itself unreasonable. Using similar logic, the author's sketch of a skyscraper follows, appended to Greenglass's sketches. The sketches show how useless they would be to any person who wanted to build an atom bomb or a skyscraper. To suppose that the author's sketch of a skyscraper would give any help to a foreign country planning to erect one is not too different from the assumption that Green Glass's sketches were useful in making the atomic bomb. Green Glass's sketches were as meaningless as the skyscraper sketch. The skyscraper is a work of ages. It involves knowledge of doors and elevators and electricity and bricks. It involves the work of Newton, Galileo, Edison. It involves physics, mathematics, and even chemistry. The atom bomb is of equal complexity. Backing up Green Glass's sketches, according to the testimony, were 12 pages of written information when 12,000 would not have been enough. The knowledge required to build an atom bomb did not involve merely one or two ideas, but thousands of ideas and thousands of sketches. That is why there were hundreds of scientists and thousands of employees at Los Alamos. The Green Glass sketches were of limited use, if not of use only to their originator, Dr. Walter Koski. Even the Atomic Energy Commission did not place much value in Dr. Koski's sketches. How could they when Koski misdescribed his own work, calling it a high-explosive lens mold, when it was not that at all? The Atomic Energy Commission advised Hoover that the sketch Green Glass called a high-explosive lens mold was not that. It could possibly be described as a sketch of a high-explosive lens, rather than a sketch of a high-explosive lens mold, the AEC wrote. We are specifically inviting your attention to the above since we understand that Green Glass was charged in the indictment as having prepared and delivered a sketch of a high-explosive lens mold. Hoover, in his letter to the Attorney General, Re. 304. Responded to the Atomic Energy Commission's displeasure in the following manner: you will see from the above that there are a number of problems in connection with the technical testimony that will have to be necessarily solved in connection with the prosecution of Green Glass and Rosenberg. We are forwarding the information contained herein to our New York and Albuquerque offices and are instructing them to discuss this matter with United States Attorneys Grantham and Sapoel, but the faulty description of Green Glass *S sketches was never corrected. Hoover and the government proceeded on the basis that the Rosenberg defense would not discover the errors, and they didn't. The government experts consisted of Dr. Koski, who could not permit any suggestion that his work was less than indispensable to the bomb, and John Derry, who had little more knowledge about atomic physics than David Green Glass. During the Rosenberg case it was impossible to find a scientist willing to disagree with the experts. Today it is the opposite. A scientist could scarcely be found to seriously state that the Green Glass sketches were of value. After the sketches were finally released in 1966, Philip Morrison, a distinguished scientist, said that they were barren of any meaningful or correct qualitative information. Dr. Henry Lynshitz, another world-renowned scientist, characterized Green Glass's material as garbled and naive. He concluded that the information in question purporting to describe the construction of a plutonium bomb was so incomplete, ambiguous, and even incorrect to be of service or value to the Russians. When the London Sunday Times 305 interviewed two distinguished American scientists, George Kistiakowsky, professor of chemistry at Harvard, and Victor Weisskopf, professor of physics at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Kistiakowsky described Green Glass *S sketch as uselessly crude, and Weisskopf described it as ridiculous, a baby drawing, it doesn't tell you anything. But in the 1950s, a scientist testifying truthfully in behalf of the Rosenbergs would have found himself out of a job and perhaps indicted as well. 306. Manuel Giner de los Rios was called on behalf of the government. He was questioned by U.S. Attorney Roy Cohn and testified through an interpreter. Mr. Cohn, Mr. Rios, do you reside in Mexico City? Yes, sir. Mr. Cohn, will you tell us now where in Mexico City you reside? Number 153 Calle Octava de Córdoba. Mr. Cohn, now in July of 1950 were you residing at this address on Córdoba Street in apartment 5? Yes. Mr. Cohn, did there come a time at the beginning of July when you saw an American at that address? Yes, sir. Mr. Cohn, do you see that man in? Yes, Sir 91 see him. Mr. Cohn, may the record indicate that the defendant Sobel has been identified by the witness. Do you know whether or not Sobel had rented an apartment at this address on Cordoba? Yes, one no he did. Mr. Cohn, did there come a time when Sobel left Mexico City to go to Veracruz? Yes. Mr. Cohn, about how long was Sobel gone from Mexico City? For about 15 days. Mr. Cohn, do you know approximately what date Sobel was deported to the United States by the authorities? 307. Mr. Coons, I object to that, if your honor please. There is no proof here of any deportation, no proof of any action by the American authorities. Mr. Cohn, your honor, I am going to withdraw the last question. There was good reason to withdraw the question, since the U.S. Attorney's Office had arranged with the Mexican secret police to abduct Morton Sobel. On August 16, 1950, Sobel was accused of being a bank robber. He was beaten over the head, knocked unconscious, rushed into a car, and driven 800 miles to the United States. His wife was dragged into another car and similarly taken to the U.S. border. On entering the country, a card was made out saying that Sobel was deported from Mexico, when in fact he had been kidnapped. Sobel was portrayed in the newspapers as an A-bomb spy. As the New York Times reported on August 19, 1950, Mr. Sapel said that Sobel had many dealings with Rosenberg in the conspiracy to supply Russia with atomic secrets. Sapel, in later emphasizing the deportation card in court, said, had it not been for that evidence, the jury might have inferred that Sobel returned to the United States voluntarily and that he always had intended to do so. But Sobel had paid his rent in Mexico only for the month of August. On Labor Day his children were due back in school. Furthermore, he had written to his friend Danziger that he would explain certain facts to him when he returned. He apparently intended to return. Sobel did not testify in his own behalf. He later explained why, I wanted to testify. Did not do so because my trial attorney insisted that I should not. 308. Because the case was so weak that my innocence was already established. That it was so clear that I had nothing to do with any atomic energy conspiracy. Sobel did nothing, never delivered secrets to anybody and was never involved with any atomic secrets. Sobel was convicted for flying to Mexico, using aliases which he did, and based on the false testimony of his friend Max Ilitcher. Minerva Bravo Espinoza, called as a witness on behalf of the government, was questioned by Roy Cohn. Shears in evidence a record from the Immigration and Naturalization Service of the Department of Justice of the United States duly and properly authenticated concerning the circumstances of the departure of Sobel from Mexico to the United States. I will show that to counsel. Mr. Phillips, if your honor please. That is merely a proof of the existence of a paper but not any proof of the fact. Judge Kaufman, WELU-IU concede that if a representative of the Department of Naturalization and Immigration were called, he would testify that. 309. That was an entry which was made in the regular course of business, and that it was the regular course of business to make such an entry. Mr. Phillips, no. Judge Kaufman, I thought that you were anxious to make concessions. Here is your opportunity to make one. Now they have to call a representative of the Department of Justice. Mr. Phillips, your honor please, the witness ought to be here so we can examine him. Mr. Sapel, in order to keep the trial moving, we will send a plane down and bring the witness up and prove it as we have had to prove other things. 310. Anatoly Yakovlev. But the government did not have to prove other things. Emanuel Bloch did not think it was necessary to question the government on many of its contentions. One of these involved the identity of Anatoly Yakovlev and the date of his departure to the Soviet Union. Phillips thought that the government should prove every element of the charges. Once again, however, Phillips was overwhelmed by the prosecutor, the judge, and the man he least expected to have as an obstacle, his co-counsel Emanuel Bloch. Mr. Lane, in the interest of saving time I have consulted with defense counsel and we have agreed to a stipulation if I may read it to the court and the jury. That Mr. R.B. Walklet if he were to appear and testify on the witness stand would testify as follows. Mr. Phillips, wait a minute. Mr. E.H. Block, I am sorry Mr. Lane and I discussed this and we agreed upon it and I suppose it is true to say will you take my word that our stipulation here will not harm you in any way? The court, all right, all agreed. Mr. Lane, R.B. Walklet would testify, and that is a stipulation, were he in the witness box, that he is a representative of the United States lines, and he will identify the picture on State Department document. Government's Exhibit 15 in evidence, the picture of Yakovlev. He will further testify that he had charge of the particular record pertaining to the sailing of Anatoly Yakovlev on SS America on December 27, 1946, and 311. That on that day Yakovlev and his family carried 2 children and his wife CF sailed for France. The defense lawyer's agreement stipulating to the testimony of R.B. Walklet established that Anatoly Yakovlev did sail on the SS America on December 27, 1946. In this way a major area of disputable evidence was heard against the Rosenbergs and Morton Sobel without any opposition. The dubious testimony was received with the assurances of Emanuel Bloch, who gave his word that it would not be harmful. He was wrong, the testimony was harmful. Lanadomian, the next witness, was questioned by U.S. Attorney Miles Lane. Q. Mr. Adomian, where were you bomb? A. Russia. Q. When? A. In 1905. Q. Are you an American citizen? A. Yes, sir. Q. When were you naturalized? A. 1940. Q. When did you first come to the United States? A. 1923. Q. Were you employed by the Amterg Trading Corporation in New York at one time? A. Yes. Q. Will you tell us when? A. In 1940. Q. In what capacity? A. As a translator. Q. Do you know one Anatoly A. Yakovlev? A. Yes. Q. When did you meet him? 312. Anatoly Yakovlev. A. Around 1944. Q. How long a period of time did you know him? A. Off and on for about 2 years I would say. Q. Now did you ever see him in the Soviet consulate, in New York City? A. I did. Q. Do you know what his occupation was? A. Vice consul. Q. Did you have some reason for going to the Soviet consulate in New York City at that time? A. Yes, I did, I wanted a visa to go to the Soviet Union for a visit. Q. When is that last time that you saw Yakovlev? A. I would say sometime in 46. Q. I show you Government's Exhibit 15 in evidence and I ask you to look at the picture on that exhibit and tell me if you can identify that individual. A. That looks like a picture of Mr. Yakovlev. QWELU. Is it Yakovlev? A. Yes. Mr. Lane, may the record indicate that the witness has identified the picture on Government's Exhibit 15 as Anatoly Yakovlev. There will be no further questions, Your Honor. Mr. E. H. Block, no questions on behalf of defendants, Your Honor. The court, all rights no cross. What the defense attorneys never knew, because they never tried to find out, was that Lanadomian testified falsely, like many of the other government witnesses. Adomian, who had changed his name from Jacob Weinroth, was a musician, according to FBI 313 records. He never worked for the Amterg Trading Corporation, as the FBI concluded after carefully scrutinizing his work and school records. The manner in which Adomian was presented as a witness almost made it appear that he was a co-worker or a business associate of Yakovlev. This was not the case, he was a reluctant witness impressed to testify. On August 9, 1950, a government memo asking for authority to interview Adomian said. Lan Adomian a musical composer was bomb. John Jacob Weinroth April 29 to the power of 1905, at Mogilev, Russia. He entered the United States at New York City on November 1923. He traveled to Spain in February, 1938, to join the Spanish Army, and he returned to the United States in December, 1938. Adomian has been under investigation by the Bureau since May, 1946, because he was known to be in close and friendly contact with certain officials of the Soviet consulate in New York, particularly Anatoly Yakovlev, who now has been identified as an important Soviet agent interested in atomic energy espionage. Adomian was interviewed by the FBI well before he testified at the trial. At the time of the interview, when a picture of Yakovlev was displayed to him, Adomian refused to identify the photograph as anyone he ever knew. The FBI report noted that inasmuch as the entire interview depended upon Adomian's willingness to discuss his contacts with Yakovlev, further interview was postponed. To allow Adomian time to confer with his attorney. The government knew, however, that sooner or later he would say whatever they wished, because they had a powerful hold over him. The FBI had evidence that before Adomian b. 314. Anatoly Yakovlev became a United States citizen in 1940. He had evaded immigration authorities and had been an illegal stowaway aboard a vessel that had taken him to Europe in 1938 to join the Lincoln Brigade. Adomian's status as a U.S. citizen was in jeopardy of being lost. By the time of the trial, he was ready to identify photographs of Yakovlev. Without Anatoly Yakovlev there was no case against the Rosenbergs and Sobel, no evidence that anything, much less atomic bomb information, was given to Russia. His identity and the question of whether Harry Gold ever knew him or had any contact with him were mysteries that continuously vexed the FBI. A report dated May 5, 1951, just weeks after the testimony concerning Yakovlev was presented to the jury, stated. Confidential informant advised that in November 1946 A. Yakovlev was in Russia awaiting shipment to France as vice-consul. While it could be claimed that Yakovlev may have flown back to the United States in November or December 1946, enabling him to board the SS America on December 27 and return to France, the facts are that Yakovlev did not return to the United States nor did he sail on the SS America. How embarrassing that Yakovlev was already in Russia on his way to Paris while Gold was supposedly talking to him in the Bronx. But as long as the Rosenbergs didn't know it, they could go quietly to their deaths. On April 1, 1951, just 4 days before the Rosenbergs were sentenced, a photograph of Anatoly Yakovlev appeared in the New York Times. A confidential informant of known reliability stated that the photograph in the newspaper was not the person known as Anatoly Yakovlev, who he described as extremely 315. Thin-faced, with light blue eyes and ash blonde hair. The confidential informant's description was very different from the description Harry Gold gave of a man with a medium build, dark eyes, and dark brown hair. The informer of known reliability went further. He could not identify the additional photographs purporting to be Yakovlev that were shown to him. The FBI succeeded, however, in finding another confidential informant, but of unknown reliability. That informant identified a photograph of Anatoly Yakovlev as being the person known as Anatoly Yakovlev, vice-consul of the Soviet consulate. So far there was one version that had Anatoly Yakovlev in France at a time when he was supposed to have met Harry Gold and another placing him in New York City. There was a photo of Yakovlev identified by an informer of unknown reliability, while an informer of known reliability could not identify it. There was one description of Yakovlev as having light blue eyes and ash blonde hair, while another said he had dark eyes and dark hair. And all the while the Rosenbergs had no idea that the FBI had this contradictory information. Furthermore, a letter from J. Edgar Hoover dated January 5, 1951, in reference to Anatoly Yakovlev, said that a search of the name and alias file of the Identification Division has failed to reflect a fingerprint record for the above-named fugitive. Now, the manner in which Yakovlev was identified by Harry Gold was also questionable. Gold was shown photographs of Yakovlev that were at least 7 years old. These were the same photographs that were identified by Lanadomian. Whomever Gold and Adomian identified was not Anatoly Yakovlev. Even Gold's identification of Yakovlev was very tentative. The FBI. 316. Anatoly Yakovlev noted that on May 27, 1950, when he was first shown photographs, he picked out photograph of Anatoly Antonovich Yakovlev as possibly being John. It took several days for him to make a positive identification. Gold often qualified his identifications of suspects by phrases such as "it is possibly him" or "it looks like him," and he was often wrong. His claim that John de Graaf was his Soviet espionage contact Paul Peterson was one of many examples from the FBI files of Harry Gold's mistakes. The FBI reports concerning Anatoly Yakovlev were so blacked out that little could be determined from them. But in a 1944 report the FBI forgot to black out the sentence reading, "They have no children." The person whom the government, with Harry Gold's help, was attempting to establish as Anatoly Yakovlev had at least 2 children, twins, born in New York City, who were 3 years old in 1944. Victoria and Pavel Yakovlev were bombed on June 23, 1941, at Beth Israel Zion Hospital in Brooklyn. There were other absurdities concerning the government's manufacture of Yakovlev's identity. Supposedly the FBI had him under a constant surveillance directed by Edward Skelt, the FBI agent in charge who also conducted the investigation of Max Ilitcher. According to the FBI reports, the surveillance was daily and constant to the day of his departure from the United States on December 27, 1946. But if so, why didn't the agents follow him to the Earl Theater on December 26, 1946, the day before he left the United States, so they could observe him chatting with Harry Gold? And why, if they had been watching him so carefully for so many years, did they fail to find him even once with Gold, who said he met with Yakovlev at least 20 times? The government was 317 in a quandary. If Yakovlev did in fact meet Gold, how could the government admit to knowing of Gold's existence before 1947, when they went to such lengths to establish that the first time they heard of him was on May 29, 1947? Yakovlev was an area of much concern to the FBI. The problem of his existence kept turning up, even years after the Rosenbergs had been executed. On May 11, 1956, a woman named Helen Wilcox notified the FBI that she had seen Yakovlev's wife at Hunter College in February of that year. Wilcox, a former teacher at Amterg Trading Corporation, knew the Yakovlevs well from her association with them at Amterg. Mrs. Yakovlev's presence in the United States long after she and her husband were supposed to have gone back to Russia could prove an embarrassment. The issue was resolved by a special agent of the FBI named Roe Edding, who concluded that Wilcox was simply wrong. Another FBI report stated, on February 26, 1960, Mrs. Luba Petrova Harrington advised S.A. Richard F. McCarthy. After viewing a photograph of Yakovlev that to her knowledge she had never seen or heard of the individual shown to her in the photograph. Harrington advised that a number of years ago she knew Yakovlev, but that this person had been a Russian émigré and was deceased. Anatoly Yakovlev was a name. Anatoly Yakovlev had a personal biography. Anatoly Yakovlev had a physical description. They did not match up in the same Anatoly Yakovlev. The Anatoly Yakovlev presented by our government was not the Anatoly Yakovlev whom Gold had identified. 318. Elizabeth Bentley was then called as a witness on behalf of the government. Mr. Sapel, Miss Bentley, what has been your education? I have an AB degree from Vassar College and a master's degree from Columbia University, and I had a year's study in Italy. Mr. Sapel, when did you graduate from Columbia? A. I received my degree in January 1935. Mr. Sapel, will you tell us now when you joined the Communist Party, Miss Bentley? A. Yes, in March 1935. Mr. Sapel, in the fall of 1938, was it, you first met Mr. Golos? A. Yes. In October, 1938. Mr. Sapel, until when did you continue your activities in the Communist Party in association with Mr. Golos? A. Until his death on November 25, 1943. Mr. Sapel, that is for a period of approximately 5 years? A. Yes, that is correct. Mr. Sapel, now, what did you do in connection with Mr. Golos and members of the party in that 5-year period? What were your activities? A. I continued myself to collect information which was to be passed on to Mr. Golos. Mr. Sapel, was his office at Communist Party headquarters here in New York or elsewhere? 319. A. His office was a business carrot and it was a cover for his activities. He ran World Tourist. Mr. Sapel, what was World Tourist? A. World Tourist was a travel agency which was set up originally in 1927 by the Communist Party. Mr. Sapel, at this time Miss Bentley had you learned what was the relation of the Communist Party of the United States to the Communist International? A. It was part of the Communist International and subject to its jurisdiction as such. Mr. Sapel, then what did you do? Pursuant to directions from either of them or any of them? A. I would say the bulk of the work was collecting information from communists employed in the United States government and passing it on to Mr. Golos or other communist superiors for transmission to Moscow. Mr. Sapel, WELU, what connection did the Communist Party membership of you and Golos have with the destination of this material to Russia? A. The Communist Party being part of the Communist International only served the interests of Moscow, whether it be propaganda or espionage or sabotage. Irving S.A. 5-OL regarded Elizabeth Bentley's testimony as indispensable to the prosecution of Abraham Brothman, Miriam Moskowitz, William Remington, and now Julius Rosenberg, Ethel Rosenberg, and Morton Sobel. Roy Cohn also relied heavily on her. More than a year after the Rosenbergs were convicted, he confided to an FBI agent. Bentley's testimony in the Rosenberg case was the only testimony that linked up the 320. Communist Party and communist espionage. The circuit court took many pages to comment on the testimony of Bentley, which definitely tied in the Communist Party with communist espionage. The government prosecutors considered it essential to connect Bentley with Julius in some way. Ilitcher***'s perjured statements, which took him weeks to concoct, claimed that Julius Rosenberg mentioned Bentley's name to him. This opening enabled the government to utilize her now routinely provided testimony that American communists were directed by Moscow. Her statements were tailored to fit the provisions of the newly passed McCarran Act, which declared, in essence, that communists in the United States were loyal to the Soviet Union and thus were agents of a foreign government. Bentley's testimony served the government well in its overall purpose in the Rosenberg trial, to once and for all destroy the Communist Party in America. Judge Kaufman, may I ask a few questions? Mr. Sapel, indeed. Judge Kaufman, based upon your membership in the Communist Party, based upon your work for the Communist Party and your activities in behalf of the Soviet Union, can you say that there was a close relationship, indeed almost an adhesive relationship, between the Communist Party of the United States and the Communist International? A. Yes, quite definitely. Judge Kaufman, would you say further from your experience that any member of the Communist Party of the United States who did not adhere to the party line as dictated by the Communist International would? 321. I.e. expelled from the Communist Party of the United States? A. Yes, they would be. Judge Kaufman, and were so expelled when they did not adhere? A. Yes, they were. Kaufman repeatedly stressed the evils of communism. Indeed, he and SA 5-Pol acted like joint prosecutors, taking turns in questioning witnesses. Judge Kaufman, Do you want to take it from there? Mr. Sapel, yes, if I may. I think your honor has well, I wanted to make an observation but I do not think it is necessary. Your honor has relieved me of a considerable burden. Judge Kaufman, I think I forgot to ask, were the headquarters of the National or of the Communist International was that in Moscow? The witness, that was in Moscow, yes. Mr. Sapel, in the course of your Communist Party activities with Golos, were there occasions when you accompanied him to meetings or to the vicinity of meetings that he was holding with some of his contacts? Yes, quite a few occasions. We would possibly be on our way to dinner and going to some other place, and I would drive along in his automobile with him. Mr. Sapel, do you recall when there was any occasion like that when you accompanied him to the vicinity of Knickerbocker village? Yes, I do remember. Mr. Sapel, about when was that? 322. I should say it was in 1942, probably in the early fall, possibly, of 1942, might have been late fall. Mr. Sapel, will you describe what occurred? Yes. Mr. Golos said that he had to stop by to pick some material up from a contact, an engineer. Judge Kaufman, Miss Bentley, during this period of time that you talk about, we will say 41, 42, 43, 44, were you personally receiving any material relating to the national defense of a secret nature? The witness, yes, I handled all the American communists who were working in the United States government, and I was getting it from agencies like the OSS and the Treasury. Judge Kaufman, you were? The witness, yes. Judge Kaufman, and this material was then transmitted to Russia? The witness, that is correct. Mr. Sapel, subsequent to this occasion when you went to the vicinity of Greenwich Village with Golos and saw this man, did you have a telephone call from somebody who described himself as Julius? Yes, I did. Mr. Sapel, can you tell us when you had a conversation such as I described? Do you mean the first telephone conversation or the last? Mr. Sapel, you can give us either. How long did they continue? They continued up until almost November 1943, at intermittent intervals. Judge Kaufman, when did they begin? The witness, I would place it in the fall of 1942. Judge Kaufman, now, do you want to say something, Mr. Block? 323. Mr. E.H. Block, yes, I would like to move that the answer be stricken out. Judge Kaufman, she hasn't given the conversation yet. Mr. E.H. Block, yes, but Mt. Sapo you in the form of teak question to a kick I cave objected, Cass already gotten to teak jury summaking about keys. Judge Kaufman, all richt, it will be for teak jury to determine, not for you, nor for me, it will be for teak jury to determine from all teak evidence Ukitker or not teak Julius SKE is referring to is teak defendant Julius Rosenberg on trial. Mr. Sapel, from your conversations with Julius and with Golos, did you come to learn in Ukit vicinity Julius resided? Yes, K lived in Knickerbocker village. In fact, Elizabeth Bentley had already tentatively identified another person as being Julius. In 1946, according to an FBI memo, while she was visiting at World Tourists Incorporated, she was introduced to a Jules Corky N, and she observed that Corky N bore a resemblance to the engineer whom she knew as Julius, a known contact of Jacob M. Golos in 1942 and 1943. Judge Kaufman, Micht I say keys, T keys conversations, T cat you referred to, with someone Oko called himself Julius, Micht I characterize T part that you played in those conversations, T cat you carried messages from T's person called Julius to Golos, and back to Julius from Golos. T witness, my part was T cat I took messages from Julius to Golos and told Golos T cat K wanted to meet Kim, and so on. I was a go-between. 324. Emmanuel Block then cross-examined Elizabeth Bentley. Mr. E. H. Block, Miss Bentley, when did you say you first went to the FBI? A. In the latter part of August 1945. Mr. E. H. Block, where did you contact the FBI at that time? A. In New Haven, Connecticut. Mr. E. H. Block, did you go to the FBI and inquire about a certain captain? R/IES. Mr. E. H. Block, he had taken you out socially? A. Yes, rather, on and off, yes. Mr. E. H. Block, and from the first time you went to the FBI in New Haven, in 1945, until sometime in 1947, you continued your activities as a member of the Communist Party under the instructions of the FBI, is that not right? A. I continued contacting the Communists, yes. Mr. E. H. Block, now you have referred to the man by the name of Jacob Golos. A. John was the name he used with his undercover contacts. His real name was Jacob Nathan Golos. Mr. E. H. Block, what name did you call him? A. You mean personally? Mr. E. H. Block, yes. A. I called him Yasha. Mr. E. H. Block, you were pretty friendly with him, weren't you? A. I think I have said this in other trials, I was in love with Mr. Golos. Mr. E. H. Block, and you lived with him, did you not? 325. A. I didn't live with Mr. Golos on the same premise SF if that is what you are getting at. Mr. E. H. Block, but you had relations with him? A. Yes, I have told you that once before. Mr. E. H. Block, did you know that Golos was married at the time you started to have relations with him? A. Mr. Golos was never legally married to any woman in his life. Any other woman had the same relationship I had. He did not believe in bourgeois marriage. He was a communist. In her book Elizabeth Bentley gave many details of Jacob Golos's troubled life in Russia, and of the great love she shared with him before his death in November 1943. But the truth was that she obtained most of the details of his life from Caroline Klein, the woman who was actually his girlfriend, after he died. In a statement to the FBI made long after Golos's death, it was reported. Informant Gregory advised that when she first knew Golos he was residing at the home of Caroline Klein, 106 West 13th Street, New York City. Informant Gregory advised that subsequent to Golos's death Caroline Klein had attempted to contact her on numerous occasions and as a matter of fact she saw her a few times after Golos's death but gradually disassociated herself with this individual. She remarked that it was quite apparent that Caroline Klein was in love with Golos. On December 19, 1945. The informant had a rather long conversation with Caroline Klein and as a result obtained some information concerning Golos's background which she had previously not been aware of, and also obtained other information concerning Golos, World Tourists Incorporated, and Golos's wife, which 326. Informant stated probably would be of some value to this investigation. Block continued cross-examination, focusing on Bentley's contacts with the man she called Julius. Mr. E. H. Block, did you recognize the voice of the man who you say called you up and said this is Julius? A. What do you mean recognize? Have heard the man over a telephone that is all, what does he mean? Judge Kaufman, did you ever meet a person did you ever meet anybody in person whose voice you heard and you can now say is the voice of the man who identified himself as Julius on the telephone? A. No, I have never met anyone whose voice I heard whom I could identify as Julius. Mr. E. H. Block, can you tell us more specifically when these calls came in? A. Yes, they always came after midnight in the wee small hours. I remember it because I got waked out of bed. Mr. E. H. Block, you were living at that time in Mr. Golos's apartment? A. I have just informed you I think twice that I did not live with Mr. Golos. I lived at 58 Barrow Street by myself. Judge Kaufman, the question was whether Mr. Golos was with you at 58 Barrow Street at the time when any of these calls came in. A. Yes, on one occasion he was. Mr. E. H. Block, and on that one occasion, did you answer the phone? A. I always answered the phone. 327. Mr. E. H. Block, did you always ask teak people oko called you teakier names? A. If I didn't get teak voice ricked off, but tki's particular party always started kiss conversation high saying tki's is Julius. Mr. E. H. Block, Miss Bentley, cave you written a book recently? A. Yes, I cave written a book. Mr. E. H. Block, on okat subject? A. Well teak title may get changed again. I can't tell you exactly okat teak title is going to be yet. Mr. E. H. Block, I didn't ask you about teak title. I asked you on okat subject? A. Teak subject of cow a person can become a communist carrot and cow tiki can be disillusioned and get out again. Mr. E. H. Block, and cas teak cat book been published yet? A. No, it cas not been published. Mr. E. H. Block, have you completed your draft and submitted your draft to teak publisker? A. Teak draft cas been completed. It cas not yet been finally okayed. Mr. E. H. Block, did you receive any money from teak publisker for teak cat book? A. I received an advance from teak publisker, as many authors do, yes. Mr. E. H. Block, have you also lectured on teak subject of communism? A. Yes, I cave. Mr. E. H. Block, and cave you received fees for lecturing on communism? A. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It depends on the groups I address. Mr. E. H. Block, did you, in any of teak written? 328. Material that you sent to your publisher in connection with your autobiography dealing with your work in the Communist Party, ever write down anything about this telephone conversation that you related where somebody called up a few times asking for Mr. Golos and stating on the wire, "This is Julius"? A. Yes. Mr. E. H. Block, when? A. I haven't the least idea when that particular part of the book was written, but that was put into the book very definitely. Whether it is still in or whether it has been cut out I don't know. Mr. E. H. Block, I would like you, please, Miss Bentley, to test your recollection as best you can and tell us, if you can, the first time you say you submitted evidence of this telephone conversation that we are talking about to your publishers. A. I haven't the least idea. I was dealing with a book haphazard. I can't tell you on that. The passage from her book where Bentley wrote of Julius's calls asking for Golos read. Meanwhile, Yasha had taken on communist agents whom he handled himself and about whose existence I knew nothing or very little. In the fall of 1942 he announced that he had acquired a communist cell of engineers. The leader of this group, he said, was named Julius. Julius has since been identified as Julius Rosenberg, sentenced to death in April 1951 for atom bomb espionage activities. Because Julius Rosenberg was sentenced after Bentley had testified at his trial, the passage about Julius had to have been a later insert in the book. SA5:OL then questioned Bentley. 329. Mr. Sapel, now, Mr. Block has asked you some questions about Tiki's telephone calls from Julius and Teak fact of Tikir incorporation in your book. Do I understand correctly your purpose in including reference in that book was to illustrate the method of maintaining contacts between couriers and agents in the system? A. That was partly it. The other reason was to show the incredible things that communists will go through in order to carry out their jobs, because it meant that when I was called at 2 in the morning, I often had to go out and go many blocks in the cold to get a pay telephone to call Mr. Golos. Mr. Sapel, do I understand from that that sometimes when you received calls of this type, whenever the occasion required it, you would in turn go immediately to a public telephone to get in touch with Mr. Golos? A. That is correct. It was considered unsafe for me to call out of my own telephone. But since Golos' *S phone was more likely to be monitored than Bentley's, it made no sense for her to use a public phone to call him. Golos was the one who, according to the FBI, was under investigation. The story of Elizabeth Bentley *S receiving calls from a coin box at 2 a.m. and then leaving her house to call Golos from a coin box so that he could call Julius for the purpose of avoiding detection was patently incredible. Mr. E.H. Block, I would like to ask a few more questions. Am going to promise the court that I am not going to be long. 330. Judge Kaufman, before you get into that, let me make sure that I have understood Miss Bentley's answers to what I consider the main issue and main purpose of her testimony. Judge Kaufman then began to question her. Judge Kaufman, you said, did you not, Miss Bentley, that you had knowledge of the instructions and the teachings of the Communist Party officials to the members of the party? Yes, that's right. Judge Kaufman, and you had personal knowledge of that between the years of what? Personal knowledge between the years I was working with the party, which would be between 35 and 47. Judge Kaufman, very well. Now, with particular reference to the instructions concerning help or aid to Russia, did I understand your testimony that the Communist Party officials instructed the members of the party orally and in writing in a general way, to do everything possible to aid Russia? That's correct, yes. Judge Kaufman, very well. Mr. E.H. Block, when was the first time that you told the FBI about this telephone conversation? This is Julius. I do not want to go into all the details. You know what I am referring to? I gave the entire story, including Julius and the telephone calls and all, to the FBI when I went into them at various successive meetings. We couldn't get it all done at once. It would have been, I guess, in the fall of 1945, along in there. 331. Mr. E.H. Block, did you give it to them in the fall of 1945, this specific telephone conversation? It must have been, because the basic material that I had to give them was in that period, so it must have been included in there. Mr. E.H. Block, have you ever been paid by the government of the United States for any of the evidence that you have disclosed to it? No. Mr. E.H. Block, not one penny? No, not one penny. Exactly when Bentley began to receive money from the government for her testimony has never been established. By mid-1952, however, it is a matter of record that she was being paid. This was verified by the FBI themselves. One of their memos provided the surrounding circumstances as to how the government went about paying her for her testimony. It was written by Special Agent G. Spencer on May 7, 1952, and was prepared for U.S. Attorney Roy Cohn. It related that she complained of a severe beating she received from the caretaker of her Connecticut home. The man had frightened her so much that she moved to a New York City hotel. Spencer noted that Bentley was afraid of calling the local police in view of the fact that she would undoubtedly receive such bad publicity that her credibility as a witness would probably be nullified, and likewise she would probably lose any hope of conducting any further lectures, to which she looks forward for a great part of her livelihood. Assistant U.S. Attorney Roy Cohn was greatly concerned over the harm that such publicity could do. 332. Cohn was so worried about controlling Bentley, Spencer reported, that he met with her frequently and took a personal interest in her circumstances. On May 13, Spencer summarized what Cohn had told him after a meeting with her. Cohn, after the interview, advised the writer that this was the most serious problem he had faced since coming into the United States Attorney's office. Cohn stated that he realizes that Bentley is acting like a spoiled child and that of course her requests are very much out of line. He stated, however, that he wanted to strongly urge that the writer impress on the Bureau the need for her testimony. Throughout the conference, Bentley referred to the fact that she hasn't any money, that it is costing her $10 a day to live at the Prince George Hotel, that undoubtedly her doctor bill will be rather substantial, and then went into sort of a tirade about Louis Budens and Whittaker Chambers, indicating that Budens had become wealthy as a result of his testimony and his writings, and that Chambers was about to make a small fortune out of his writings. On May 11, 1952, Cohn recommended that the FBI authorize payments to Bentley of $50 per week for 3 weeks. The FBI staff, however, was opposed to giving her money. On July 11, an FBI report stated, The agents who are familiar with Miss Bentley and who have been in contact with her over the years have gained the definite impression that Miss Bentley is improvident. Her mental state seemed to be growing worse, for on August 29 Bentley was arrested for hit-and-run driving. Roy Cohn contacted Commissioner Edward Hickey of the Connecticut State Police and asked the 333 Commissioner to keep the matter quiet. On September 23 another FBI report prepared by Special Agent Lester O. Gallagher discussed a trip in which he accompanied Bentley from Madison, Connecticut, to New York City on September 17. Throughout the trip from Madison, Bentley was rambling and incoherent in her speech, making unreasonable accusations against the state of Connecticut. The Connecticut State Police engaged in some backseat driving, weeping, sleeping, and fingering a small crucifix, and chain smoking. Upon arrival at the Prince George Hotel, she demanded that the agents enter the hotel with her. It is believed by the writer that while some of Miss Bentley's condition can be explained by overuse of alcoholic beverages, it is nevertheless felt that even when not under the influence of liquor she is becoming mentally unstable. It is felt that if this condition continues, her credibility as a witness in the various cases we have pending which involve her will be seriously affected. On September 23 Bentley demanded $1,000 from Roy Cohn, claiming that he had promised it to her. According to an FBI memo, she indicated that if the lump sum payments referred to above were not forthcoming in the immediate future, she would feel disinclined to cooperate in future interviews or make further appearances as a witness. However, it was pointed out to her that if this attitude persisted, further payments of a weekly stipend of $50 would undoubtedly be discontinued. At that point she agreed to furnish the requested information. As a result of Bentley's demands, on September 25 Cohn contacted Special Agent Lester O. Gallagher and asked him if the 334 Bureau could make arrangements for a lump sum payment of $200 to Miss Bentley together with an advance of about $600 on the $50 weekly payments she had been receiving. In view of Elizabeth Bentley's demanding nature, as well as Roy Cohn's ambition and unscrupulousness, it is difficult to believe that she received not one penny for her testimony at the Rosenberg trial in early 1955. Harvey Matisow, the former government informer, the FBI noted, told the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee that Bentley was a paid informer whose livelihood depended on providing false testimony. He indicated he learned this at dinner with her on his birthday. He said that during the dinner Bentley cried and told him she had to find information about which to testify in order to live. Elizabeth Bentley denied the charges and denied having dinner with Matisow on October 3, 1952, the day he said he had dinner with her. But the FBI found abundant evidence to verify that Matisow had met Bentley. It is a wonder that they questioned Matisow's claims, since their own experience with Bentley confirmed them. Nonetheless, the FBI conducted a massive investigation to discredit Matisow's testimony. A March 15, 1955, FBI memo said, Matisow's allegations are a serious attack on the government's whole security program. In attacking Elizabeth Bentley, Matisow appears to have selected a person whose reliability has never seriously been challenged. It is therefore of vital importance that this entire matter receive the most thorough investigative attention possible. 335. The statement echoed the fears of J. Edgar Hoover and the elite members of his office, as well as Irving Sapel, Roy Cohn, Miles Lane, Irving Kaufman, and all those whose success in their careers depended on the continued acceptability of Elizabeth Bentley as a government witness. She, for her part, was well aware of her power, making increasingly costly demands upon the government, accompanied by threats of reprisal if they did not fulfill her whims. A June 27, 1955, FBI memo reported that on June 24, 1955, Bentley contacted representatives of New Haven office. That she was going to issue a press release to blow the lid off the administration if the government did not notify Sacred Heart, the Louisiana school where she was then teaching, that she owed no taxes to the government. The FBI went to great lengths to appease Bentley, even meeting with officials of the school. Despite FBI overtures, Sacred Heart was not anxious to have Bentley continue as a teacher there, and did not renew her contract. One of the most interesting exchanges in the FBI papers was the correspondence between Elizabeth Bentley and J. Edgar Hoover some 6 years after the Rosenbergs were executed. The letters, though short, were measured with undercurrents. Bentley wrote as if she expected that her letters would be read by others. Not wanting anyone to get any ideas that she and the director had ever had contact with each other, she wrote first as if to a stranger. But in reality, it appears that she was reminding Hoover between the lines of what she was capable of doing if she were not handled properly. On August 10, 1959, Bentley wrote, 336. Dear Mr. Hoover Carrot, I have not had the pleasure of making your acquaintance, but I have heard a great deal about you during the days when as a civilian, I was working for the Federal Bureau of Investigations. It is for this reason that I am turning to you now. There are still some unenlightened people who still believe that I am not a loyal American. This is a great handicap, especially since I am at present in search of a position. Would it therefore be possible for you to give me a letter which would for once and all allay doubts in the minds of school superintendents and principals and in the minds of the general public as well? I do hate to bother you when I know you are very busy. Hoover answered on August 13. Dear Miss Bentley, your cooperation with this bureau is a matter of public record. You will recall that I made the following statement November 17, 1953 before the subcommittee of the Senate Committee of the Judiciary. All information furnished by Miss Bentley, which was susceptible to check, has proven to be correct. I trust this will answer your request. Bentley wrote back. I should like to thank you very much for your letter of August 13. The way to defeat communism is to build good citizens in the coming generation. If we can salvage even a few of these outcasts from society, we have, I think, helped to contribute to a better America. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. At the Rosenberg trial, Emanuel Bloch continued. 337. His questioning of Elizabeth Bentley. The questions he put to her about whether she knew Harry Gold were far more disturbing to the government than Bloch may have realized. Mr. E. H. Bloch, did you testify in the trial of William Remington? A. I did. Mr. E. H. Bloch, and did you testify in the trial of Abe Brothman? A. I did. Mr. E. H. Bloch, do you remember testifying at that trial that you succeeded a man or you preceded a man by the name of Harry Gold? A. I don't think I could possibly have testified that because I didn't know Harry Gold. I think what I did was describe the process by which I handed Abe Brothman over to another contact carrot who it seems to have turned out to be Harry Gold. Mr. E. H. Bloch, do you know whether Harry Gold was a communist? A. I am sorry, I don't know Mr. Gold. I didn't read his testimony or I wasn't in court when he testified. I know very little about him. Mr. E. H. Bloch, didn't you talk to Mr. Gold, Harry Gold? A. I have never met him, I do not know anything about Harry Gold. I never met him. One never talked to Mr. Golos about him. I didn't know that he was existing. Would even doubt it seriously if Mr. Golos himself knew who Mr. Gold's identity was. Mr. Sapel, I want to serve warning just a moment, if Your Honor please. I want Your Honor to notice that I refrained entirely in my direct examination from this subject. 338. Judge Kaufman, all right. Mr. Sapel, but if counsel opens the door carrot I will have to go entirely into the circumstances. Judge Kaufman, I think counsel is closing the door right now. Mr. Sapel, Your Honor knows what I mean. While warning Bloch of the dire results to his clients if he dared to enter into the Golos Gold-Bentley connection, the prosecutor and the judge were actually demonstrating their own fear of what an interrogation on this subject could have produced. Bentley knew Gold and, with the knowledge of the FBI, provided false testimony in the Brothman-Moskowitz trial as well as the Rosenberg-Sobel trial. Elizabeth Bentley *''s testimony was concluded, and James S. Huggins, a government official, next testified that he wrote that Morton Sobel was deported from Mexico, though he did not know it for a fact. Harold Phillips, Morton Sobel's lawyer, then petitioned Judge Kaufman to recognize that there were two conspiracy charges, one involving the atom bomb, which had nothing to do with Morton Sobel, and the other relating to Sobeir's attempt to obtain information from Ilitcher. Kaufman considered both episodes to be branches of the same conspiracy and denied Phillips's request to treat them separately. 339. The prosecution finished calling witnesses, and the defense took over. Julius Rosenberg was called to the witness stand. The early part of his testimony described his work and educational background. In September 1940, Julius Rosenberg, who had received a degree in engineering from City College the previous year, was hired by the U.S. Army Signal Corps as a junior engineer. In March 1945, however, he was fired from his job and branded a communist. Rosenberg managed to find work with Emerson Radio until December 1945 when he was laid off. Then, in early 1946, he was approached by his wife's brother, Bernard, and asked to participate in starting a war surplus business. David Greenglass, who had returned from the army, also joined the business. The new firm was called the Pitt Machine Products Company. Emanuel Bloch then moved on to the heart of the case. Mr. E. H. Bloch, now, Mr. Rosenberg, are you aware of the charge that the government has leveled against you? I am. Mr. E. H. Bloch, what are you being charged with? A conspiracy to commit espionage to aid a foreign government. Mr. E. H. Bloch, did you know of the existence of the Los Alamos Project in December, 1944? I did not. Mr. E. H. Bloch, did you, at any time during Dave? 340. Greenglass furlough in New York in January 1945, described to him an atom bomb? I did not. Mr. E. H. Bloch, now, tell me, Mr. Rosenberg, you received an engineering degree, did you not? That is correct. Mr. E. H. Bloch, did you, in the course of your studies looking toward getting that degree, ever take courses in nuclear physics? I did not. Mr. E. H. Bloch, or any advanced physics? I did not. Mr. E. H. Bloch, what was your field as an engineer? My field as an electrical engineer was the production of electronic communications equipment, radio receivers and transmitters, and radio telephones. Mr. E. H. Bloch, did you ever know any Russian by the name of John? No, sir, I did not. Mr. E. H. Bloch, did you know any Russian who was connected with the Soviet embassy or any of the Soviet consulates or any official of the Russian government at any time in your life? I did not. Judge Kaufman, excuse me. Did you know anybody at all in the Russian consulate office? The witness, I did not, sir. Mr. E. H. Bloch, now, did you, while Dave Greenglass was on his furlough here, ever introduce Dave Greenglass to a man on 1st Avenue, I believe, somewhere between 42nd and 59th Street? And then you went with this man and Dave left, did any such incident ever occur? 341. That incident never occurred, sir. Mr. E. H. Bloch, now I would like to direct your attention to the time when you invited Dave Greenglass and Ruth Greenglass to your house for dinner. That did occur, did it not, on Dave's first furlough? Yes. It did. Mr. E. H. Bloch, and could you tell us now from your recollection whether or not there was a woman by the name of Ann Sidorovich present? I could not, sir. Mr. E. H. Bloch, do you know Ann Sidorovich? Yes, I do. Mr. E. H. Bloch, now did you ever invite Ann Sidorovich to your house to meet the Greenglasses for the purpose of effecting an introduction between Ann Sidorovich and the Greenglasses so that Ann Sidorovich could go out to the southwest or the west and exchange some information with the Greenglasses? I didn't do any such thing. Mr. E. H. Bloch, did you ever have any discussion with Ann Sidorovich or her husband at any time with respect to getting any information relating to the national defense in this country? I did not. Judge Kaufman, did you ever discuss with Ansidorovich the respective preferences of economic systems between Russia and the United States? A. Well, Your Honor, if you will let me answer that question in my own way, I want to explain that question. Judge Kaufman, go ahead. A. I am not an expert on matters on different economic systems, but in my normal social intercourse with my friends, we discussed matters like that. And I believe there are merits in both systems, I mean from 342. What I have been able to read and ascertain. Judge Kaufman, I am not talking about your belief today. I am talking about your belief at that time, in January 1945. A. Well, that is what I am talking about. At that time, what I believed at that time I still believe today. In the first place, I heartily approve our system of justice as performed in this country, Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence. I am in favor, heartily in favor of our Constitution and Bill of Rights, and I owe my allegiance to my country at all times. Mr. E. H. Block, do you owe allegiance to any other country? A. No, I do not. Mr. E. H. Block, have you any divided allegiance? A. I do not. Mr. E. H. Block, would you fight for TK's country? A. Yes, I will. Judge Kaufman, did you approve TK communistic systems of Russia over TK capitalistic systems in TK's country? TK witness, I am not an expert in TK's teachings. Mr. E. H. Block, did you ever make any comparisons in TK since TK at TK court case asked you, about Ukatker you preferred one system over another? A. No, I did not. I would like to state TK my personal opinions are TK people of every country should decide by themselves what kind of government TK want. Mr. E. H. Block, do you believe in the overthrow of government by force and violence? A. I do not. Mr. E. H. Block, do you believe in anybody committing acts of espionage against his own country? 343. A. I do not believe that. Judge Kaufman, WELU did you ever belong to any group that discussed the system of Russia? The witness, WELU Your Honor if you are referring to political groups is that what you are referring to? Judge Kaufman, any group. The witness, WELU Your Honor I feel at this time that I refuse to answer a question that might tend to incriminate me. Judge Kaufman, well now I won't direct you at this point to answer, I will wait for the cross-examination. Mr. E. H. Block, now let us come to this night when the green glasses were in your house, did you ever have any transaction with the green glasses in which a jello box was involved? A. I did not. Mr. E. H. Block, have you any independent recollection of what specific subject you discussed that night with Dave and Ruth? AWELU we were talking about the effort all the different allies were making in the war, and we noted that the Russians were carrying at that particular time the heaviest load of the German army. Judge Kaufman, did you express any opinion that the Russians were not getting the cooperation from the allies that they were entitled to? A. No. I expressed the opinion not as an expert but as an individual, that there should be a second front at that time. I don't remember if it was at that time. Judge Kaufman, what I am asking you is, did you express the opinion that the Russians were not getting the cooperation from the allies that they were entitled to? 344. A. No, I didn't express that opinion sir. Mr. E. H. Block, did you ever talk to Harry Gold in your life? A. I did not. Mr. E. H. Block, did you see Harry Gold or did you see any Russian or did you see any person with respect to arranging a meeting between Harry Gold and TK Green Glasses in New Mexico in June 1945? A. I did not. Mr. E. H. Block, or at any other time? A. I did not. Mr. E. H. Block, I want to ask you something, did you ever know a man by TK name of John Golos? A. No, I did not. Mr. E. H. Block, did you ever know a woman by TK name of Elizabeth Bentley? AN09 I did not. Mr. E. H. Block, now let us come back to September 1945. Did Dave Greenglass and Rut Greenglass ever come over to your kus and deliver to yo ufukitker at your request or without your request any information about an atom bomb? A no Tiki did not. Mr. E.H. Block, WELU did you ever receive a sketch of a cross-section of teak atom bomb from Dave Greenglass at teak time K was Kier on Kiss second furlong in 1945? AN091 did not. Mr. E.H. Block, did your wife ever type up at your request any matter as a result of your having received any of TCAT 12-page descriptive matter? ASKE did not type any suck teaking. Judge Kaufman, is your wife a typist? Yes FSKE is. Judge Kaufman, do you cave a typewriter at home? 345. A. That is right. Mr. E.H. Block, now, let us come back to September 1945. Did you ever take any material that was ever transmitted to you by Dave or Ruth Greenglass and turn it over to the Russians or anybody else? No, I did not. Judge Kaufman, did you know any Russians at that time? By Russians, I mean people who were Russian citizens. You mean citizens of Russia? Judge Kaufman, that is correct. No, I didn't. Judge Kaufman, didn't know any at all? None at all. Kaufman questioned Rosenberg in a prosecutorial manner. Kaufman would caustically intervene in this fashion whenever it appeared that Rosenberg sounded sincere and was making a favorable impression upon the jury. Mr. E.H. Block, there has been testimony here, that in 1950, in May, you gave Dave Greenglass or Ruth Greenglass $1,000 in cash. Did you ever advance that sum or give that sum to them? I did not. Mr. E.H. Block, did there come a time when Dave Greenglass left the Pitt Machine Products Company? Judge Kaufman, before you answer that question, did you have any discussion with Greenglass about his going to Mexico? I didn't have any discussion with Greenglass about going to Mexico, but one time the word Mexico was mentioned. If you want me to discuss that. 346. Judge Kaufman, just tell me when. A. In the middle of May. Judge Kaufman, tell us how that came about. Mr. E.H. Block, just pardon me, if the court please. I know that the court's question is absolutely proper and relevant. What I was doing here is going along chronologically. Now did there come a time when Dave Greenglass left the Pitt Machine Company? Yes, there did. Mr. E.H. Block, and what year was that? A. In 1949. Mr. E.H. Block, did you remain in the business? A. I did. Mr. E.H. Block, were you negotiating to get an assignment of Dave Greenglass stock in 1949 after he left? A. Yes, I was. Mr. E.H. Block, and was there a discussion about price? A. There certainly was. Mr. E.H. Block, and did you continue to have discussions with him about that right from January 1950 up to May 1950? A. I had continuous discussions with him. Mr. E.H. Block, did you finally agree with him on a price of $1,000? A. Yes, I did. Mr. E.H. Block, no WF did you see Dave later that month? A. Yes, I did. Mr. E.H. Block, tell us the circumstances. A. Well, about the middle of May, I can't tell the exact date, David came to my shop one morning. He came into my office. He said, Julie, you have got to get me $2,000. I. 347. Need it at once. I said, look, Dave. I just don't have the money. So he said, well, if you can't help me like that, maybe you can do something else for me. I said, what is it? If I can help you, I will. He said, will you go to your doctor and ask him if he would make out a certificate for a smallpox vaccination? And I said, it is highly irregular, but I will ask my doctor if he will do that. And he said, Don't tell him who it is for, and also, incidentally, while you are talking to him, ask him if he knows what kind of injections are required to go into Mexico. Kaufman again intervened. Judge Kaufman, now, up to that time, you had been having some heated arguments, as you call it, heated arguments with David, and I take it you were not particularly friendly with him then, were you? Well, I would say this, that I was not antagonistic to him. He was my wife's brother. Judge Kaufman, but you were not friendly. That friendship had been strained? Yes, there was strain. Judge Kaufman, can you think of any reason why on this occasion he would come to you and confess to you, and ask you to help him out instead of going to somebody else? I have no idea why he came to me. Mr. E.H. Block, now, there has been testimony here by Dave Greenglass and Ruth Greenglass that on May 23 or May 24, 1950, you came over to their 348 house and, you told Dave that he ought to get out of the country, and you gave him $1,000 in cash. Did you ever give him that money? AJ didn't give that money. Judge Kaufman, nor did you give him the $4,000, as he testified. No, I did not, sir. Mr. E.H. Block, well, did you, at any time, get any money from anybody, in these denominations of $1,000 and $4,000? No, I did not. Mr. E.H. Block, did you see Dave Greenglass a few days after you had spoken to the doctor about the Mexican vaccination? Yes, I did. Mr. E.H. Block, tell us the circumstances of that. Well, a couple of days after that, on my way to work, I stopped in and told him the doctor had said he wouldn't give him the vaccination certificate, and he said he would take care of it himself. That is all that happened at that time. Mr. E.H. Block, now, where did this conversation take place? It took place in his house. Mr. E.H. Block, did you have any further conversations with Dave Greenglass after you told him that the doctor, your doctor, would not give a phony certificate? Yes, I did. Rosenberg explained that Greenglass called him about a week later and asked him to come over to his house, but when Rosenberg arrived, Greenglass would not let him in. Rosenberg said that Greenglass called him again a day or two later and asked him to come 349 over, which he did. Mr. E.H. Block, did you then go out of the house with David? I did. Mr. E.H. Block, tell us what happened. I said to Dave at this point, you look very agitated. Calm yourself, take it easy. What's troubling you? And he said, Julie, I am in a terrible jam. I must have a couple of $1,000 in cash. I just got to have that money, and if you don't get me that money, you are going to be sorry. And I left him at that time, and I made up my mind at that point that I wouldn't have anything to do with him, and I was very agitated. Mr. E.H. Block, did you give him any money? I did not give him any money. Judge Kaufman, and you can't think of any reason whatsoever, can you, why Dave Greenglass would, of all people he knew, his brother, all the other members of his family, single you out, as he did apparently, and as you say he did, and say that you would be sorry unless you gave him the money? The witness, well, he knew that he had an idea that I owed him money from the business, and I guess that is what he figured he wanted to get the money from me. David Greenglass, who turned on his brother-in-law Julius and his sister Ethel and accused them of being communist spies, may have justified his actions on the basis that they could have enabled him and his wife to flee the country and escape prosecution if they had only paid him what he thought was money that belonged to him. Both David and Ruth Greenglass may 350 have felt that the Rosenbergs were only getting what they deserved for not paying their debts. Mr. E.H. Block, Did you ever get a citation or a certificate or any document or any oral congratulations from the Russian government or any agent of the Russian government or any citizen of the Russian government for services that you had rendered on behalf of the Russian government? A. I got nothing of the sort. Mr. E.H. Block, did you ever render any services for the Russian government? A. I did not. Mr. E.H. Block, did you ever receive a watch from the Russian government or anybody authorized by the Russian government or any agent or representative of the Russian government or any Russian? A. I didn't receive any watch from any Russian or anybody. Mr. E.H. Block, all right. Now then Dave and Ruth Greenglass testified that you said to them that you received a console table from the Russian government. Do you remember that? A. Yes, I heard that testimony. Mr. E.H. Block, did you ever make such a statement? A. I did not. Mr. E.H. Block, did you ever receive a console table from the Russian government? A. I did not. Mr. E.H. Block, you purchased a console table from R.H. Macy. A. That is correct. Mr. E.H. Block, now, can you be as specific as you possibly can about the date of that purchase? 351. A. WELU I can't remember exactly the date but it was somewhere between 1944 and 1945 that I personally purchased the console table. Mr. E.H. Block, how much did you say you paid for it? A. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $21. Mr. E.H. Block, now, was the table that you purchased at Macy's the same console table that was in your home at the time the FBI finally came around to arrest you? A. Yes, it was. Mr. E.H. Block, let me ask you, did that console table have any special apparatus for photographing material? A. No, it did not. Mr. E.H. Block, now, Mr. Rosenberg, do you know your co-defendant, Morton Sobel? A. Yes, I do. Mr. E.H. Block, now, did you meet him after you graduated? A. When we lived in Washington, D.C., in 1940, for a couple of months we bumped into each other at a swimming pool. At the same time I met him, one saw Max Ilitcher and Ilitcher's brother at that pool. It was an accidental meeting. Mr. E.H. Block, did Morton Sobel and his wife Helen Sobel ever visit you at your home? A. Yes, they did. Mr. E.H. Block, what year? A. It was either 47 or 48, and they both came over, and we just visited socially. Mr. E.H. Block, were there any other people present at the time, that you can remember? A. Yes, there were other people present. Mr. E.H. Block, do you remember the names of 352? Any people who were present outside the Sobel SF now? A. I could recall only one name at this time. Mr. E.H. Block, what is her name? A. Miss Vivian Classman. Mr. E.H. Block, did Sobel ever deliver to you any information relating to the national defense of the United States? A. He did not. Mr. E.H. Block, did Sobel ever disclose to you anything concerning information or material that he had obtained by reason of his position with the General Electric Company in Schenectady, New York? A. He did not. Judge Kaufman, you heard Mr. Ilitcher testify that you came to see him in June of 1944 in Washington, D.C. And when you went to see him on this occasion in 43 or 44, you heard him say that you had mentioned Mr. Sobel's name during the course of that conversation. Do you remember that? A. I heard what he testified to. Judge Kaufman, now, did you go to see him pursuant to Mr. Sobel's instructions or advice, or anything like that? A. I did not. Judge Kaufman often used the judicial device of questioning Julius Rosenberg instead of permitting his attorney Emanuel Block to question him, when it was expected that Rosenberg would deny the allegations brought against him. Judge Kaufman by this method displayed for the jurors his doubts of Rosenberg's veracity. Mr. E.H. Block, did Mr. Sobel ever bring to you 353. Any microfilm or any material whatsoever? A. He did not. Mr. E.H. Block, I think TCAT is all. Irving Sapel, the United States Attorney, then began cross-examination. Mr. Sapel, Mr. Rosenberg, tell us a little bit about your associates when you were at City College. Uko were Tiki, was Tikir a man or a boy by Tik name of Pearl or Mutter Pearl? Your Honor 9 I read in the newspapers about Judge Kaufman, you had better not say anything you think may hurt you. Kaufman's insincere warning to Rosenberg was the means he used to communicate to the jurors the implication that Sapel had made a telling point and that Rosenberg had to be in great fear of the balance of cross-examination of him on this subject. Actually, Rosenberg had nothing of substance to fear in being questioned about Pearl. His only concern was to avoid questions concerning his, Pearl's, or other acquaintances' membership at one time or another in the Communist Party. Rosenberg's chivalry and honor in refusing to hurt anyone else was repeatedly used against him, as was his frequent pleading of the Fifth Amendment. The witness, I read in the newspapers about a man being arrested for perjury. My name was mentioned, and I feel that I refuse to answer any questions that might tend to incriminate me. Judge Kaufman, you mean, you assert your Consti. 354. Constitutional privilege against self-incrimination. The witness, that's right. Mr. Sapel, now you remember while testifying before, in response to your lawyer's questions as to conversations at your home sometime in January of 1945 with the Green Glass SF, you testified about the comparative systems of justice in this country and in Russia. Do you recall that? I didn't testify that we had a conversation at my house about the comparative systems of justice. I was asked my opinions on it. Mr. Sapel, so you did talk about it, didn't you? I don't remember if it was that specific conversation at that time or another time, but I talked about these things. Judge Kaufman, was that one of the topics that was discussed at the family gatherings? It was one of the topics we discussed. Judge Kaufman, did I understand you to say here, or if you didn't, I ask you the question, did you in 1944 or 1945 state, and I believe you stated on direct but I am not quite sure, that you had thought Russia was carrying the brunt of the war at that point? That is right, sir. Mr. Sapel, and Russia, as an antagonist and a participant in the war, you felt was entitled to more help than the Allies were giving to her? I didn't say that, Mr. Sapel. Judge Kaufman, he is asking you whether or not you felt that. The witness, no. I felt that Russia should get as much help as possible to help them defeat the Nazis. Judge Kaufman, well now, did you feel that if Great Britain shared in all our secrets that Russia should at the same time also share those secrets in 355. 1944 and 1945. My opinion was that matters such as that were up to the governments the British American and the Russian governments. Judge Kaufman, you mean the ultimate decision? Yes. Judge Kaufman, what was your opinion at that time? My opinion was that if we had a common enemy, we should get together commonly. Mr. Sapel, what did you know about the subject to express an opinion? Did you talk about it with others? One read it in the newspapers. Mr. Sapel, did you talk about it in groups? Socially, when people came over to the house. Mr. Sapel, did you talk about it perhaps in any communist unit that you might have belonged to? I refuse to answer that question on the ground that it may incriminate me. Judge Kaufman, I want the jury to understand that they are to draw no inference from the witness' refusal to answer on his assertion of privilege. Proceed. Rosenberg would answer any question relating to the charges of espionage without even a hint of reluctance. But his refusal to answer questions exposing him to relatively minor consequences concerning his communist affiliations were repeatedly presented by Sapel and Kaufman as evidence of his guilt in respect to the major charges he faced. Mr. Sapel, is it not a fact that on March 28, 1945, you were summoned and in the presence of 356. Another officer of the Army, Captain Henderson, advised, of the action that was being taken against you to separate you from the service because of information reaching the office that you were a Communist Party member. Mr. E. H. Block, if Mr. Sapel wants a concession, I will concede right now that this witness was removed from government service upon charges that he was a member of the Communist Party. No matter how he tried, Block could not stop Sapel from hammering at the point that Rosenberg was a communist. Even when Block led Rosenberg to admit to facts that implied his Communist Party membership, Sapel wanted the questions repeated over and over again. Sapel had another edge. He knew in advance how Rosenberg would respond to his questions. Throughout the trial, while waiting to testify, Rosenberg's cellmate and closest friend was Jerome Tartakow, a criminal and government informer. Tartakow was interviewed regularly by the FBI. In one of these interviews, dated March 22, 1951, Tartakow informed Agent Camarota that Rosenberg stated that there are two questions he would refuse to answer in court on the grounds that they would tend to incriminate MM. The first was as to whether or not he is a member of the Communist Party. The second was as to whether or not he knows William Pearl. Since he had this information before he questioned Julius Rosenberg, U.S. Attorney Sapel knew that Rosenberg would refuse to answer whether or not he was a Communist Party member no matter how many 357 times the question was asked of him. But when it came to the question of whether Rosenberg obtained information on the atomic bomb from David Greenglass or transferred it to Anatoly Yakovlev, or whether Rosenberg had anything to do with giving the secret of the atomic bomb to the Russians, Tartakow said his impression was that Rosenberg had nothing to do with the atom bomb conspiracy, since he had told him that the whole thing does not exist. Sapel made certain this information was kept from the jury. Indeed, Tartakow**s reports provided an unambiguous statement of Julius Rosenberg's innocence of the charges. Special Agent Camarota reported on March 19, 1951. Rosenberg swears to Tartakow that he is not acquainted with Anatoly Yakovlev. In this connection it is noted that Tartakow advised that he feels Rosenberg is telling the truth. According to Rosenberg's, he has never seen or met Yakovlev. 358. The questioning of Julius Rosenberg continued. Mr. Sapel, were you a member of the Communist Party? I refuse to answer on the ground that it might incriminate me. Mr. Sapel, is it not a fact that in February 1944, you transferred from Branch 16B of the Industrial Division of the Communist Party to the Eastern Club of the 1st Assembly District under transfer number 12179? I refuse to answer. Mr. Sapel, is that one of the charges Captain Henderson read to you? That is. Mr. Sapel, now, at that time, in response to these charges, did you file an answer, Mr. Rosenberg? I did. Mr. Sapel, and do you remember having, on April 3, 1945, made the following statement in a communication to the commanding officer of the Newark Signal Corps: I am not now, and never have been a communist member. Either the charge is based on a case of mistaken identity or a complete falsehood. In any event, it certainly has not the slightest basis in fact. Did you make that answer to those charges, yes or no? I refuse to answer a question on the contents of that letter. Mr. Sapel, I ask you whether you made that answer to those charges as I have read them to you. 359. Mr. E. H. Block, may I advise the client, Your Honor, that he should answer that question yes or no? Judge Kaufman, very well. Yes, I sent the letter in answer to those charges. Mr. Sapel, was that answer true at the time you made it? I refuse to answer. Rosenberg, still hopeful that he would be found innocent of the espionage conspiracy charges he now faced, was defending himself against possible reindictment on perjury charges of the kind that resulted in the convictions of Abraham Brothman and William Remington. A mere honest answer to Sapel's questions could be very dangerous to Julius Rosenberg. The information that led up to Rosenberg's dismissal from the Signal Corps was improperly presented and reviewed. FBI reports, inter-office memoranda, and communications with the U.S. Attorney's Office indicated that the government agencies before, during, and after the trial were aware that they did not possess provable evidence that Julius Rosenberg was a member of the Communist Party. On June 8, 1944, an FBI report stated that a confidential informant who had access to the headquarters of the New York County Committee of the Communist Party provided them with information about transfers of individuals within the party from one branch to another. The report referred to a slip of paper on which these transfers noted. The report stated that a Julius Rosenberg, 10 Monroe Street, New York City, was one of the transferees. On October 6, 1944, the FBI sent a letter to Colonel S.V. Constant in the Security and Intelli. 360. Gents Division of the War Department advising him of what had been reported to them about Julius Rosenberg. On March 9, 1945, Milton Ladd of the FBI noted that apparently as a result of that information the Army has suspended Rosenberg and his attorney has filed a complaint with the War Department. But a problem surfaced in connection with this suspension. The FBI did not have a copy of the letter, nor the slip of paper with the information that prompted the Army to dismiss Rosenberg, and the Army had no copy of it either. The Army had suspended Julius Rosenberg based on the FBI's October 6, 1944, letter, which merely summarized the charges brought against Rosenberg without providing the slip of paper as evidence. Ladd instructed his agents to find the source information contained in the letter as well as the letter itself. A telephone call to Ladd on March 10, 1945, from one of his assistants appeared merely to tell Ladd not to worry. The assistant told Ladd, "We are entirely clear in the matter, that based on our letter to them, the Army conducted a complete investigation and it was as a result of their investigation that they took any action." The source information was apparently never found. A review of the file more than 5 years later, on August 18, 1950, noted that on March 26, 1945, the Army was still looking for the source information. The FBI report on this review described how the Signal Corps responded to their dilemma. Major General Clayton Bissell, the Assistant Chief of Staff, decided that the Army's problems were caused by the stupidity of Captain John W. Henderson who, after informing Rosenberg of the reasons for his removal from the War Department, allowed him to make a verbatim copy of 361. The charges read to him. General Bissell, it was reported, expressed the opinion that by making the above-mentioned revelation to Rosenberg, Captain Henderson had seriously compromised the source of the FBT's information and had jeopardized the relationship between the Bureau and the War Department. Bissell recommended that Henderson be relieved of his duties as intelligence officer. An August 18, 1950, government report addressed directly to J. Edgar Hoover stated, "The above information is being furnished for your consideration inasmuch as it is conceivable that in the course of a trial Rosenberg's attorneys might attempt to embarrass the Bureau as well as weaken the government's case by introducing this matter into evidence." As far back as 1945, Julius Rosenberg had managed to incur the hatred of the FBI. He embarrassed the Bureau and its director by showing them to be incompetent and dishonest. Captain Henderson provided Rosenberg with nothing more than he was entitled to, and the rebuke of this officer was simply a face-saving device. Here are excerpts from the government's charges and Julius Rosenberg's April 3, 1945, response to them. Those charges allege first, that you are a communist member. It is alleged that you transferred from Branch 16B Industrial Division of Communist Party to the Eastern Club of the 1st Assembly District, New York, under transfer number 12179, in February, 1944. I am not now, and never have been a communist member. I know nothing about communist branches, divisions, clubs, or 362 transfers. Either the charge is based on a case of mistaken identity or is a complete falsehood. In any events, it certainly has not the slightest basis in fact. It is further charged, Your instructor at the school is reported to have been a director of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and a member of the Loyalist Air Forces in the Spanish Civil War. It is further reported that he signed a Communist Party election petition in 1939. Certainly, the law does not operate to remove from federal employment any individual who ever took a course from a man who was a communist. It is further charged that, it is reported that your wife resided in an apartment owned by one BFBI, who was reported to have been active in student organizations affiliated with the Communist Party. This is so preposterous a charge that I will not even bother to answer it. Does the law operate to remove from federal employment anyone who is the tenant of a communist? It is further charged that, it is reported that your wife also signed a Communist Party petition during the same period. My wife does not recall the circumstances surrounding her signing of any Communist Party petition. Again, I wish to call to your attention that I am being removed here not by my wife, my landlord, my employer, or my teacher. It is further charged that, this officer has also received evidence indicating that you were a member of the 363 Communist Party in 1940 in New York State. I can make no refutation of the charge in its present form since there is no specification set forth in the charge. I can only deny that I was a member of the Communist Party in 1940 or at any other time. In the early part of 1941 I was investigated by the Civil Service Commission on the charge of alleged membership in the Communist Party. After a thorough investigation, the evidence produced was merely that I was a member of the Federation of Architects, Engineers, Chemists, and Technicians. The charges were dropped and the issue terminated by a letter dated July 18, 1941. In conclusion, I urgently request an early review of your decision to rectify the mistake in the interest of justice and fair play. Respectfully yours, Julius Rosenberg. Rosenberg lost his job though there was no documentary evidence that he was a member of the Communist Party. Proof of the injustice done to him was revealed nearly 10 years later, on February 4, 1954. At that time the FBI submitted replies to questions posed by an unidentified New York Times reporter who was gathering material for a book. Question 6 read, when did the Bureau discover that Julius Rosenberg was a member of party? The FBI answered, the Bureau first became aware that Julius Rosenberg was a member of the Communist Party through information supplied by an anonymous source on March 15, 1944. Question 7 read, was he an important member of the party at that time? The FBI responded, in part, it would appear from the information known that he was not an important member of the Communist Party. Question 8 read, 364. Did Ethel Rosenberg's name ever turn up as a member of the party? The FBI answered, a review of the New York files failed to reflect any documentary evidence of membership of Ethel in the Communist Party. The FBI's summary at the end of the questionnaire demonstrated that the Bureau was still blaming the Army Signal Corps for Julius Rosenberg's dismissal. In answer to questions 6 to the power of 7th and 8, it is recommended that no direct statements be made that the Bureau has positive information concerning the membership of Julius. New York takes this position because of the nature of the source of information and secondly because of the possible embarrassment to the Bureau in the event that in his book BH would credit proof of membership to the Bureau. The following Monday morning, when Rosenberg returned to the witness stand, Sapol decided to discontinue questioning him concerning his membership in the Communist Party. Sapol announced, this issue ultimately should be resolved by the jury, as to the guilt or innocence based on the indictment rather than on the collateral, or I should say, the related but not primary issue of membership in the Communist Party. I will withdraw my request at this time, and I do also in the interest of expedition. His cross-examination continued, Mr. Sapol, you testified on direct examination that on one occasion when the Sobols visited your home at 10 Monroe Street, there was present a woman by the name of Vivian Glassman? A. That is correct. Mr. Sapol, how long have you known her? 365. A. I don't know the exact length of time, but she was introduced to my wife and myself by Joel Barr, a classmate of ours. 366. Vivian Glassman. If ever there was a mysterious personality in the Rosenberg drama, it was Vivian Glassman. Though she was ignored throughout the years as a minor figure in the Rosenberg trial, analysis of her movements finds her at the heart of almost every investigation. When Joel Barr, a primary espionage suspect, sailed away from the United States never to return, Vivian Glassman, who was scheduled to leave with him and had a ticket purchased in her name, decided at the last moment to stand on the dock and wave goodbye to her friend and lover. From what could be learned about Glassman, she was a very attractive woman. She was also a very intelligent woman, an apprentice psychologist studying for her master's at Columbia. In 1950, Ruth and David Greenglass told the FBI that Julius Rosenberg used a New York City apartment in the vicinity of 12th Street and Avenue A for espionage purposes. The FBI responded to this information, reporting, on July 22, 1950, the entire vicinity of 12th Street and Avenue A, New York City, was canvassed by agents of the New York office in an attempt to ascertain the location of this apartment, which David and Ruth Greenglass alleged that Rosenberg had used in connection with his espionage endeavors. Mr. and Mrs. Frank Tusky, superintendents for 131 East 7th Street, New York City, and who reside at 113 Avenue A, New York City, were interviewed by Special Agents William R. Yates and Daniel B. Fleming on July 22, 1950. Both Mr. and Mrs. Frank Tusky positively identified pictures of Julius. 367. Rosenberg as a tenant who occupied apartment 4A, 131 East 7th Street, New York City, for approximately 6 to 8 months in 1946. Mrs. Tusky stated that apartment 4A was then taken over by a married couple. Mrs. Tusky stated that the second couple resided in this apartment for only a couple of months. Mrs. Tusky advised that one day tenants in the building told her that the second couple had moved out, and that 2 girls were now residing in the apartment. Mrs. Tusky stated that one of the girls, a Red Cross worker, was named Glass or Glassman and continues to reside in the apartment. Indeed, there she was again, Vivian Glassman, living at 131 East 7th Street in apartment 4A. Apparently, Glassman was so frequently visited there by Julius Rosenberg that the superintendent, Frank Tusky, mistakenly thought he was a tenant. Glassman, when questioned by the FBI, explained that Rosenberg indeed visited her often to chat and drink coffee. At the trial, Sapel questioned Rosenberg about Vivian Glassman. Mr. Sapel, how often did you see her in 1950? I would say she has been over to our house a number of times. Mr. Sapel, what did you talk to her about the last time you saw her? Well, she is a social worker and my oldest boy has been very emotionally disturbed for quite a number of years, and she used to work at the Jewish Board of Guardians, and I discussed the problem of my oldest boy with her. Mr. Sapel, what else did you talk to Vivian Glassman about? 368. Vivian Glassman. I had nothing else to talk to her about but that. Mr. Sapel, did you ever give her any money? No, sir, never did. Mr. Sapel, did you ever send her on a trip to Cleveland? No, sir, never did. Mr. Sapel, is this the first time you heard any suggestion that you gave her some money? That is correct. Mr. Sapel, isn't it the fact that you gave her $2,000 to take out to somebody in Cleveland? That is not the fact. Mr. Sapel. Sapel continued cross-examining in this vein, though he never called Vivian Glassman as a witness. He had no need to, since the damage to Julius Rosenberg was already accomplished merely by posing the questions. The story of Vivian Glassman's visit to William Pearl's Cleveland apartment, the circumstances that led up to the visit, and even the events that followed it, were the most bizarre and mysterious of the many escapades of that very adventurous woman. An FBI memo, dated July 28, 1950, containing Pearl's statement given to them 2 days earlier, read: Last Sunday, July 23, 1950, at about noon, a woman appeared through the curtain which shields the alcove from the stair leading to the street. This woman identified herself as and I recognized her as Vivian Glassman of New York City. I asked her what she wanted. She sat down on the couch in the apartment, motioned me to sit next to her and indicated that I was to read what she was writing. She wrote approximately as follows, that she had 369. Been instructed to talk to me by writing rather than talking. That she had been approached by a stranger in New York City and told to go to Cleveland to see an aeronautical engineer, that she was to give him money and instructions which she had memorized as to how he and a friend were to leave the country. In this connection I remember the word Mexico. As nearly as I can remember, she also wrote to the effect that she knew Julius Rosenberg. Told her in effect that I did not know what she was talking about, that I hoped that she had a clear conscience and was not getting mixed up in anything, that I thought this whole thing was some kind of trap, and I asked her to leave. I was quite upset bv her visit and destroyed the papers on which she had been writing. The FBI reacted quickly. Their response was reported in an August 5, 1950, memo, which read: a surveillance of subject was conducted on the evening of July 27, but subject's apartment is located on the top floor of a large apartment house, and surveilling agents were therefore unable to observe the visit of the aforesaid stranger in the apartment of subject on this date. Now this was a very odd FBI report. Why would they be expecting a stranger to visit Vivian Glassman on July 27? Glassman did not tell Pearl or anybody that the stranger was returning that day or any day. Even more curious, Glassman told the FBI that the stranger actually did visit her on July 27, though the agents failed to detect him. When Vivian Glassman was interviewed on August 3, she readily admitted her visit to William Pearl at the behest of a stranger who gave her $2,000 to pass on to him. Her story was similar to Pearl's, differing 370. Vivian Glassman only in that she denied writing down Julius Rosenberg's name. This denial seemed reasonable enough, since if Pearl had kept the paper, and it contained Glassman's handwriting on it, she would have been left totally unprotected and her credibility forever placed in question. Glassman told the FBI agents that on the evening of July 27, the stranger reappeared, was told by her of her trip to Pearl, and was given back the $2,000 which Pearl had rejected. What followed appeared to be a massive campaign of harassment to force Glassman to appear before a grand jury. An FBI memo dated September 7, 1950, reported that she refused to testify on August 11 and again on August 14, despite the intensifying threats of U.S. atomize Irving Sapel and Miles Lane. Lane told Glassman that on the following day he was going to ask Judge Davis to cite her for contempt for failure to answer questions before the grand jury, and that if she did not decide to cooperate with the government and so testify, she should bring additional clothing with her on August 15, 1950, as she was going to jail. On August 15, 1950, the subject again appeared before the grand jury and refused to answer any questions. On August 28, 1950, Assistant United States Attorney Lane advised that he had decided against instituting contempt proceedings against the subject. He was going to rely upon voluntary cooperation of the subject through the influence upon her of her attorney. Lane advised the subject that he wishes her to tell the story of the July 21, 1950 contact to the grand jury on Monday, September 11, 1950. No appointment was made and the subject was not given a subpoena by Assistant United States Attorney Lane for her appearance on this date. 371. Time and time again the prosecutors did not follow through on their threats, and the logic of the evidence demonstrates that the interchanges between Glassman and the U.S. Attorney's Office were orchestrated. They were designed to portray a woman steadfastly clinging to her constitutional right to remain silent, when in fact it was the government who insisted she remain silent. The exchanges continued well into 1951, when on March 17 an FBI report prepared by Edward Skelt, referring to U.S. Attorney John M. Foley's questioning of Glassman on the identity of the man who visited her on July 21, 1950, said, she was adamant to all questions during the interview. When subsequently escorted to building elevator by agent upon conclusion of interview, she remarked, You people probably do know the identity of the person who came to my apartment that night. He was probably one of your agents. Threatened with indictment if she did not tell who visited her on July 21, 1951, Glassman more than implied that she thought the FBI knew who it was. Her conclusion seemed reasonable. Why did the FBI assume that anyone visited her? Why didn't they doubt her story and consider her a major figure in the espionage conspiracy who took her own $2,000 to William Pearl? Why did it have to be a stranger? Why would a stranger give her $2,000 to go to Cleveland and then have the nerve to return to retrieve the money without calling first to see if it was delivered? Wouldn't the stranger be afraid that government agents would watch for his return? Wouldn't only a person without a worry, like an FBI agent, be brave enough to pay the return visit on July 27? Why, after Pearl told the 372 Vivian Glassman FBI that Glassman had visited him, were agents posted at her home on the very day that Glassman said the unknown man came and left without being observed? Why did the agents claim that they had difficulty observing the visit because the building was large when in fact the building was small and had perhaps 8 tenants? And can anyone believe that the FBI found the apartment at 131 East 7th Street by canvassing the area, based on a tip from David Greenglass that Rosenberg had an apartment in the vicinity of 12th Street and Avenue a quarter mile away? Can anyone believe that among the hundreds of apartment houses and multiple thousands of tenants, FBI agents would visit just the building where Vivian Glassman happened to live, on the same day that she left New York to visit William Pearl in Cleveland, and on the same day they began this search? Could anyone visualize the sight of FBI agents moving to the right of the staircase so that the Soviet espionage agent could pass them on the left side of the staircase on his way to Glassman*'s apartment while the FBI visited her super and other tenants in the building? And can anyone picture this very similar scene happening again a few days later on July 27, 1950? It seems more likely that David Greenglass told the FBI exactly where to go. Why he sent them to Vivian Glassman, and why the FBI made it appear that a massive investigation was necessary to locate the 131 East 7th Street apartment are not questions the author can answer. Nor can the author understand the curious notes in the FBI files that contain David Greenglass*'s statement that back in 1948, he had already begun to secretly follow Julius Rosenberg. 373. The Daytons and Samts. Irving Sapel continued questioning Julius Rosenberg. Mr. Sapel, do you know a man by the name of Alfred Savant? A. Yes, I do. Mr. Sapel, when did you see him last? A. Possibly the early part of 1950 or the later part of 1949. Mr. Sapel, where did you first meet him? A1 met him when he was introduced to me by his friend, Joel Barr. I met him in an apartment they were sharing in Greenwich Village. Mr. Sapel, where was that? A. I don't recall the exact name of the street. I begins with an M. It is either Mr. Sapel, 65 Morton Street, isn't it? A. Morton. That is the place, Morton Street. Mr. Sapel, how often had you been at Sarant's home on Morton Street? A. On a number of occasions. Mr. Sapel, alone or with your wife? A. I believe on one occasion my wife went with me. Mr. Sapel, were you over there with Sobel? A. No, sir. Mr. Sapel, were you over there with Ilitcher? A. No, sir. Mr. Sapel, do you know a girl or lady by the name of Carol Dayton? A. I don't recall the name. Mr. Sapel, never heard of it before? A. I may have, I may not have. 374. The Daytons and Sarants. No study of the Rosenberg trial can be complete without the story of the Sarants, the Daytons, and the apartment at 65 Morton Street in Greenwich Village where clandestine microfilming was said to have been done. What did the Morton Street apartment have to do with the charges against the Rosenbergs and Morton Sobel? Absolutely nothing. but since there was no true evidence other than the false testimony of David Greenglass and Max Ilitcher, supported by the false testimony of Harry Gold and Elizabeth Bentley, the sideshow on Morton Street became a welcome distraction for the government to dwell upon. It was in 1943 that Alfred Sarant rented apartment 6-1 at 65 Morton Street. Sarant, an engineer, was deeply interested in physics and worked in a physics lab at Cornell University. There he developed a relationship with Hans Bethe, the world-renowned scientist. Until he married in 1945, Sarant shared his Morton Street apartment with Joel Barr. Then his wife Louise moved in with him, and they lived there until September 1946. At that time they moved to Ithaca, New York, and sublet the apartment to Joel Barr and later to William Pearl. In Ithaca the Sarants became acquainted with Bruce Dayton and his wife Carol, who had moved there a few months before them. Dayton, a scientist who had worked on top-secret government projects, now worked in Cornell's nuclear physics laboratory. Before coming to Cornell, De 5 was at the California Institute of Technology from August 1944 to October 1945. He worked there under Henry DeWolf Smith, the author of the Smith Report on the atomic bomb. Thus if anyone knew about the atom bomb and its 375 secrets, it was Bruce Dayton. A September 22, 1953, FBI report said, Dayton was the only man in the purported espionage ring with the competence to understand atomic physics. He was a well-known physicist with outstanding qualifications and contacts in the world of science. In 1947 the Daytons built a home in Ithaca, and the following year the Sarants built on an adjacent lot. The couples had become very close, and the Sarants lived with the Daytons while they waited for their house to be completed. 2 days after Julius Rosenberg was arrested, Sarant was visited by FBI agents. They described him as very accommodating, but the results of their interviews with him were not particularly remarkable. In fact, Sarant stated unequivocally, according to a memo dated July 20, 1950, that Rosenberg did not at any time ask him for any information for transmittal to Russia. Sarant also told the FBI that he had not seen or heard from Vivian Glassman since he moved to Ithaca. Vivian Glassman? Yes, Vivian Glassman. While Glassman was living at 131 East 7th Street for 2 months in 1948, July and August, she also paid rent to Sarant for the Morton Street apartment. Her explanation: she was considering renting the apartment and thought that by paying rent she could hold it until she made a final decision. She finally decided against it. The interviews with Sarant continued. The last occurred on July 28, 1950, after which he could no longer be found. He had run away, taking with him Bruce Dayton's wife Carol, who left behind 2 young children. While it looked as if Sarant had fled as a result of the FBI's harassment, there was evidence that he had something of the sort planned well before. 376. The Daytons and Sarants. The FBI interviews began. Agents learned that on May 2, 1950, he gave his wife full power of attorney for all his possessions. The government was uncertain as to what course it should take. An FBI memo said that on August 6, 1950, Assistant U.S. Attorney Miles Lane informed the department the case against Sarant was weak at this time, and that he did not intend to authorize filing a complaint unless the department so directed. Mr. Lane also stated that he did not intend to serve Sarant with a grand jury subpoena since it would serve no purpose because Sarant probably would not talk against himself. With Sarant gone, the FBI focused on Bruce Dayton, who denied that he had ever been to the apartment at 65 Morton Street and that he had ever known William P. 377 RL. But the superintendent of the Morton Street building, Floyd Elwin, Jr., positively identified Dayton as the man he had seen moving furniture with Pearl in January 1950. 2 other members of Ella James' family supported his identification of Dayton. And the Ella James were not the only ones to recognize Dayton as a visitor to the Morton Street premises. On June 12, 1951, Gary Pickard, who had also attended Cornell, said that he met both Bruce Dayton and William Pearl at 65 Morton Street in late January 1950. Evidence was mounting against Dayton, not evidence to show that he was involved in espionage, but evidence that would at least substantiate a charge of perjury against him. But then Dayton made a clever strategic move, reported in an FBI memo on April 24, 1951. He retained the law firm of Paul, Weiss, Rifkind, Wharton and Garrison to represent him. One of the partners, former federal judge Simon Rifkind, was Judge Kaufman's closest friend and benefactor. Serious investigation of Bruce Dayton seemed to evaporate overnight, and this may have been one of the reasons. There could have been other reasons why the investigation of Bruce Dayton was aborted, and why U.S. Attorney Miles Lane showed great reluctance to prosecute Alfred Sarant. What was worrisome to the government was the undesirable direction an investigation of Dayton and Sarant could take. Hans Bethe and Wolfgang Smith, two of the most highly regarded atomic energy scientists in the world, were friends of Dayton and Sarant. Like most of the scientists doing important work for the government, they may not have been morally opposed to giving the results of their studies to the Russians. Still, the US government was not anxious to find out if any of them actually did pass on secrets. It would have been very dangerous to prod more deeply. But whereas an investigation of Bruce de 5-carat-on and Alfred Sarant would have been most unwelcome, destruction of inconsequential people like Julius Rosenberg and his wife Ethel would accomplish the government's objective. It would give enough warning of what could happen in the future to any scientist who had ideas about helping the Russians. 378. The questioning of Julius Rosenberg continued. Mr. Sapel, let us have a little talk about this console table. Is your best recollection that you bought that at Macy's in 1944 or 1945? That is about the best I can recall you, sir. Judge Kaufman, was it delivered carrot or did you take it with you? The witness, it was delivered. It was too big for me to take with me. Mr. Sapel, do you know carrot Mr. Rosenberg, that we have asked Macy's to find that check and they can't find it? The witness, Your Honor, I have requested my attorneys to find that receipt. Now, I feel that if somebody looks through all the numbers through those years, they will find one for Julius Rosenberg, and it is worth finding if it is such an important issue. The console table, and whether or not the Russians bought it for him to hold photographic apparatus, was an important issue. It was one of the few instances where Rosenberg could dispute his accusers and documentary evidence could establish whether he was telling the truth or not. All the other testimony presented by the prosecution witnesses came down to their word against his. Now an issue was before the court that could be determined for its truth or falsity by factual evidence. Julius Rosenberg insisted that he purchased the console table at Macy's for approximately $21. Mr. Sapel, don't you know, Mr. Rosenberg, that 379. You couldn't buy a console table in Macy's carrot if they had it, in 1944 and 1945, for less than $85. I am sorry, sir. I bought that table for that amount. That was a display piece, Mr. Sapel, and I believe it was marked down. In fact, it was later determined that Rosenberg told the truth. He bought the table in 1944 for $19.97 plus tax, which amounted to approximately $21. Mr. Sapel, now, Mr. Rosenberg, do you remember having testified about an incident with Ruth Greenglass in February, 1945, when she asked you to come to her apartment? Yes. Mr. Sapel, will you tell me? Mr. Phillips, excuse me, how about the usual morning recess? Judge Kaufman, is there something about this subject that suggests a recess to you? Kaufman's theatrics were designed to make the jury believe that the defense was in some manner worried about the question posed. Rosenberg responded to the question, explaining how Ruth Greenglass told him back in February 1945 of her concern about her husband's thefts of materials from the army. He advised her to warn him to stop Domgit. Irving Sapel then questioned Rosenberg's morality by asking, Do you say the idea of stealing is right or wrong? To which Rosenberg replied, it is wrong. Ironically, Sapol in later years, after he had become a New York State judge, was accused of criminal misconduct. The charge was that in his capacity as a judge, he helped arrange for his son Roger to 380. 1. Obtain fees in a real estate matter that his son was not entitled to. Phony names were used to conceal his and his son's role. Sapol's political affiliations helped him survive criminal indictment, though there were tape recordings that proved he was illegally involved. Mr. Sapol, in other words, you, knowing that at one time you had been told this man had larcenous ideas, nevertheless you went into business with him? Well, Mr. Sapol, David Greenglass talked about a lot of things. He used to boast about things. I don't know if he really did a thing like that, or just talked about it. Judge Kaufman, well, didn't you question him before you went into business with him a little more thoroughly and before you put your money into that business to find out whether or not he had more than ideas about these things? It was only mentioned to me once by his wife. I had no proof that he did anything like that. I actually didn't know whether he would carry out his thought into action. Judge Kaufman, and the question I put to you is whether or not before you invested your money in a business with this man you did anything by way of questioning him more thoroughly concerning his ideas of stealing things from the army. No, I didn't question him at that time because I didn't know if he actually did them. Judge Kaufman, were you trying to protect him at that time? Well, I didn't know what he was accused of, Your Honor. I had a suspicion he was accused of stealing some uranium at that time. Judge Kaufman, well, in connection with that, were 381. You interested in protecting him? I wasn't interested in doing him any harm at that particular point. Judge Kaufman, were you interested in protecting him, I asked you. I felt that when a man is in trouble, the one thing his family should do is stick by the man, regardless of the trouble he is in. Judge Kaufman, you said you believed it has something to do with stealing uranium. I had an idea. Mr. Sapol, you know concerning the fact that David Greenglass had been questioned in February by an agent of the FBI regarding the theft of uranium, didn't you? That is correct. Irving Sapol not only contradicted David Greenglass's testimony, he was testifying for him. Without being sworn, Sapol was stating for the jury to hear that Greenglass had been questioned by FBI agents regarding thefts of uranium, when Greenglass had already testified that he was not questioned on this subject. Emanuel Bloch did not object, perhaps thinking that Sapol's remarks benefited the Rosenbergs. Sapol continued questioning Rosenberg. Mr. Sapol, do you remember the occasion in 1950 when David Greenglass saw you and said he wanted $2,000, or a medical certificate? Did you suspect why he wanted it? I suspected he was in some trouble. Mr. Sapol, did you suspect that he wanted to flee the country? I didn't know exactly what he wanted to do but 382. I suspected it. Judge Kaufman, did you know at that time that he probably wanted the certificate to flee from the United States? Sir, I didn't know what he wanted to do. He wouldn't tell me what he wanted to do. Judge Kaufman, what did you think? I didn't know why he wanted the certificate. Judge Kaufman, did the thought occur to you? I didn't know what his purpose was. I tried to arrive at his purpose by questioning him. Judge Kaufman, I know you say you don't know but I am asking you did the thought occur to you that he wanted it to flee the United States? I didn't know what he wanted it for. Mr. Sapol, did you tell him the doctor said he did not want to give him a phony certificate? Is that what you told him? I said the doctor would not give him a certificate. That is all I told him. Mr. Sapol, now what was the experience that you had with him a few days after you reported back to him about the doctor? He asked me for $2,000. He said I have got to get it for him, he said to me, if you don't give me the money, you are going to be very sorry. And I saw that he was getting mad, and I was afraid that he might do me bodily harm, and I decided to cut the conversation at that point. Mr. Sapel, now in June, did you tell your wife about that? I certainly did. I said, I don't think we should have anything to do with Davy after he tried to. 383. Blackmail me like that. Judge Kaufman, blackmail you? Where did he try to blackmail you? He threatened me to get money. I considered it blackmailing me. Judge Kaufman, what did he say he would do if you didn't give it to him? You said he said you would be sorry. Yes. I consider it blackmail when someone says that. Judge Kaufman, did he say what he would do to you? No, he didn't. Judge Kaufman, did he say he would go to the authorities and tell them you were in a conspiracy with him to steal the atomic bomb secret? No. Judge Kaufman, do you think that was what he had in mind? How could I know what he had in mind? Mr. Sapel, so we are now down to June 16 when the agents came to see you early in the morning, is that right? That's correct. Mr. Sapel, you said to the agents that you would cooperate with them? Correct. Mr. Sapel, did the agents ask you on June 16, 1950 whether you had talked to Ruth before she went to New Mexico and whether you had suggested to her that she get information from David relating to the project that was out there? They asked me that question and I told them one did not say anything of the sort. Mr. Sapel, did the agents ask you as to whether? 384. Arrangements had been made for her to be contacted in Albuquerque by the Soviet agents and what means was to be used? They asked me that question. Mr. Sapel, and what did you do? I told them I did not do anything of the sort. I did not make arrangements. I can't recall exactly all the questions and answers. Mr. Sapel, did they ask you concerning this meeting with a man in an automobile up around 42nd or 59th Street? I believe they did ask me about it. Mr. Sapel, and did you deny it? I did deny it. Mr. Sapel, and did you then ask the agents whether David had accused you of doing these things? That's correct. Mr. Sapel, are you a member of the Communist Party today? Mr. E.H. Block, I object to the question upon the ground it is incompetent, irrelevant and immaterial. Judge Kaufman, WELU let's see. I refuse to answer that question. Judge Kaufman, you mean on the ground that to do so will tend to incriminate you? The witness, that's right, will tend to incriminate me. Mr. Sapel, were you a member of the party in 1944 and 45? I still refuse to answer the question. Mr. Sapel, did you, in the month of June, 1950, or in the month of May, 1950, have any passport photographs taken of yourself? No, I did not. Mr. Sapel, did you go to a photographer's shop? 385. At 99 Park Row and have any photographs taken of yourself? I have been in many photographers' shops and had photos taken. Mr. Sapel, do you remember telling the man at 99 Park Row that you had to go to France to settle an estate? I didn't tell him anything of the sort. Mr. Sapel, when did you find out that Sobel was in Mexico? When did I find out? Mr. Sapel, you heard my question, didn't you? Yes. Mr. Sapel, was it a hard one? Yes, I heard that Sobel was in Mexico through the newspapers. Mr. Sapel, what did you have to do with sending Sobel away? Nothing. Mr. Coons, I object to that, if your honor please. There is no testimony here that he had anything to do with sending Sobel or anybody else away. Judge Kaufman, you are excited, Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, I mean, to ask a question that way, I can convict anybody by that kind of question. Judge Kaufman, the jury will please disregard that statement by Mr. Kunz, supposedly in behalf of his own client. Mr. E. H. Block, if the court, please Judge Kaufman, your objection is overruled. Did you have anything to do with sending Sobel away to Mexico? I certainly did not, sir. Mr. Kunz, that was not the question. Judge Kaufman, all right, I asked the question, so. 386. The other question has gone by the board. Mr. Phillips, but your honor made no ruling on the objection of Mr. Kunz to Mr. Sapel's question. Mr. Kunz, I am satisfied with his answer. Mr. Phillips, I would like to have a ruling that it was an improper question. Mr. Kunz, I am satisfied with it. Judge Kaufman, our co-counsel fighting with each other there. Please be seated. Mr. Phillips. We have heard enough of that. Kunz by now was terrified of Kaufman and did not wish to challenge him in any way. It took Phillips just a little longer to learn that Kaufman was not someone to test. Kunz began his examination of Julius Rosenberg. Mr. Kunz, Mr. Rosenberg, I don't know whether this has been covered yet, but I would like to cover it. There was some testimony by Illich Scher, that sometime in July, 1948, he got into Sobel vs. car, that Sobel had a can, I think he described it, it looked as if it might have 35mm film, that he went to Catherine Slip, that he left the car and that in the course of that trip he said he had to deliver that to you. Now, I want to know whether in July 1948 or any time from the beginning of the world to today did Sobel ever give you a can with any film in it? No, he did not. Mr. Kunz, did you ever tell Sobel anything about Bentley or anybody else who is mentioned in this trial? No, sir, I did not. Mr. E. H. Block, did you ever tell Dave Greenglass that you stole a proximity fuse? 387. I never told him anything of the sort, Mr. Block. Mr. E. H. Block, did you ever steal a proximity fuse? I did not, sir. After Julius Rosenberg completed his testimony, John Gibbons, an employee of the Herald Tribune, was called as a witness by Emanuel Block to verify a photograph of Harry Gold that appeared in the newspaper on May 24, 1950. After Gibbons testified, Thomas V. Kelly of R.H. Macy and Company was called as a witness. Kelly testified that while purchase records of the console table bought at Macy *S were no longer available, there were delivery records of the transaction that could still be located. 388. Ethel Rosenberg presented her testimony next. As a teenager she had been a good enough singer and actress to support herself on the prize money she won in talent contests. While singing and acting, she worked as a clerk for National Shipping, where on August 31, 1935, at the age of 19, she led 150 other women in a strike that shut down the company for a full day. Having lost her job because of union activities, she was out of work when she met Julius Rosenberg at a party given by the International Seamen's Union. She was 21, he was 18. Ethel Rosenberg was called as a witness in her own behalf and questioned by Alexander Block. She testified as follows: Mr. A. Block, when were you born? A. September 28, 1915. Mr. A. Block, how many children have you? A1 have 2 children. Mr. A. Block, what are their ages? A. Well, Michael was 8 March 10th. And Robert will be 4 May 14th. Mr. A. Block, where are your children now? A. They are at a temporary shelter in the Bronx. Mr. A. Block, have you seen them since you were arrested? A. No, I have not. Mr. A. Block, Mrs. Rosenberg, I call your attention to the testimony given by your sister-in-law Ruth, that on the occasion in November, 1944, when she was about to visit her husband in Albuquerque, she had a conference at your home, and at that conference you. 389. and your husband persuaded her against her will or inclination to enlist her husband in espionage work. And I ask you whether on that occasion you persuaded or attempted to persuade your sister-in-law to enlist her husband in espionage work. A. I did not. Judge Kaufman, did you know that your brother was working on the atomic bomb project? A. No. Judge Kaufman, when did you find out about that for the first time? A. Oh, when he came out of the army. Judge Kaufman, you mean in 1946? A. Yes. Judge Kaufman, did you know that he was working on a secret project while he was in the army? A. Well, he told us that when he came in on furlough. Judge Kaufman, when? A. At my mother's house. Judge Kaufman, in January 1945 or in November 1944. A. I don't know the exact date of the furlough, but the first time. Mr. A. Block, tell me, did you ever know a man by the name of Yakovlev? A. No, I never did. Mr. A. Block, did you ever know a man by the name of Golos? A. No, sir, I never did. Mr. A. Block, did you ever know a woman named Bentley, who was on the stand here? A. No, I never did. Mr. A. Block, did you know a man by the name of Harry Gold? 390. A. No, I did not. Mr. A. Block, did you know a man by the name of Fuchs, Dr. Fuchs? A. Not until I saw his name in the newspaper. Mr. A. Block, and the same thing with Gold, you never knew of him until you read about it in the newspapers? A. That is right. Mr. A. Block, did you ever know any Russian at all? A. N of I never did. Judge Kaufman, you didn't know any Russian? A. No, I didn't know any Russian. Judge Kaufman, Well, I think her husband said he didn't know any Russians either. In effect, Kaufman was telling the jury that just as Ether's husband denied knowing any Russians, the judge expected the jurors to recognize that she was doing the same. Mr. A. Block, did your husband ever mention to you the fact that he was in touch with Russians? A. No, he never mentioned any such thing. Mr. A. Block, did your husband at any time ever mention to you that he was engaged in any spying or espionage work or transmitting information received from various sources or from any source to the Russians? A. He wasn't doing any such thing. He couldn't possibly have mentioned it to me. Irving Sapel cross-examined. Mr. Sapel, did you ever go with your husband to 391. Have any passport photographs taken? A. No. Mr. Sapel, did you have any pictures taken for any purpose whatsoever in May or June 1950? A. We may have. Mr. Sapel, do you remember where? A. N of all I remember was some commercial photographer. Judge Kaufman, how did you happen to get to that particular photographer? Who recommended that particular photographer? A. Nobody ever recommended any particular commercial photographer to us, we happen to be what you would call snapshot hounds. Mr. Sapel, now then, did you learn sometime in 1950 that the FBI was asking questions about Davis stealing uranium? A. Yes, I did hear about that. I spoke of the incident to my husband. We were discussing the fact that the FBI had been to see my brother about lost uranium. Mr. Sapel, when you heard that the FBI was questioning or had questioned him about the theft of uranium, did you say anything to your husband, or did he say anything to you concerning the fact that that might have to do with the atomic bomb? A. No, not that I can recall. Mr. Sapel, did it occur to you that perhaps you ought to talk to Davy about it? A. Well, it might have occurred to me, but I felt that whatever I might have to say on the subject, whatever it might be, would fall on deaf ears by that time. Mr. Sapel, why? A. Because our relationship, my husband's, and my 392. 1. Brothers and mine, and my sister-in-law, had been slowly deteriorating. Mr. Sapel, but in any event, there came a time when you did decide you wanted to do something to help David? A. There never was a case of my having to decide that I wanted to help David. I had always helped David in the past, and I continued to feel the same way about anything involving David. Mr. Sapel, did you talk at that time about the possibility that perhaps David was going to implicate you in this? AWELU. We did recall that the FBI had spoken to my husband in terms of my brother having implicated us, but frankly we didn't believe them. Mr. Sapel, now, you came before the grand jury on August 7th, do you remember that? A. Yes, about that time. Mr. Sapel, and everything you told the grand jury was the truth? A. Right. Mr. Sapel, do you remember having been asked this question before the grand jury and giving this answer? Q. Did you discuss this case with your brother, David Greenglass? A. I refused to answer on the ground that this might tend to incriminate me. Was that the question asked, and did you give that answer? A. Yes. Mr. Sapel, how would that incriminate you, if you are innocent? 393. A. As long as I had any idea that there might be some chance for me to be incriminated, I had the right to use that privilege. Ethel was simply availing herself of her constitutionally guaranteed right to remain silent. And indeed, she needed this protection, since no matter how truthful her answers might be, if they differed from a favored government witnesses, she could become the perjurer. Whatever David Greenglass could say, no matter how false, would incriminate her rather than him if it differed from what she said. Mr. Sapel, do you remember having been asked this question, and having given this answer? Q. Do you recall a furlough visit that your brother made to New York in the late fall or first part of January, 1944, 1945? A1 declined to answer on the ground that this might tend to incriminate me. Judge Kaufman, you did answer that question here in court, didn't you? You did remember that furlough visit? A. Yes. Judge Kaufman, so that you had no objection here upon any grounds, whether it is incrimination or anything else, to answering that question? A. That's right. Judge Kaufman, however, before the grand jury, you did assert your privilege, did you not? R/. Yes. Mr. Sapel, did your lawyer tell you that you had a right to refuse to answer any and all questions before the grand jury? 394. A. He advised me as to my rights, but he also advised me it was entirely up to me to decide on the basis of what the question was, whether or not I thought any answer might incriminate me, and I so used that right. Judge Kaufman, has something transpired, between the time you were questioned before the grand jury and the date of this trial which makes you feel that your answers at this time, at the trial to those particular questions, are not incriminating, and if so, what is it? The witness, I am afraid I don't get that. Judge Kaufman, I have given the witness every opportunity to explain, indeed I have sought an explanation if she could give it to me as to anything that occurred that caused this change. Kaufman was relaying to the jurors, rhetorically, a message that assumed that there was a mutual level of impatience that had finally been reached by himself and the jurors, concerning Ethel Rosenberg's deceitful testimony, that she stubbornly would not correct though he had given her every opportunity to. Mr. Sapel, you testified here today in response to questions from your counsel that the first time you saw Harry Gold was in this courtroom, is that so? A. That is right. Mr. Sapel, do you remember being asked this question and giving this answer? Q. You don't deny that you met Harry Gold? A. I decline to answer on the ground that it might tend to incriminate me. 395. Do you remember that question and answer? A. Yes, I do, Mr. Sapel, was that truthful? A. When one uses the right of self-incrimination, one does not mean that the answer is yes and one does not mean that the answer is no. I made no denial. I made no assertion that I did know him. I simply refused to answer on the ground that that answer might incriminate me. Ethel Rosenberg did not know what could be incriminating when she testified before the grand jury. If the government had presented evidence that she had met Harry Gold, no matter how false that evidence might have been, it would have been grounds for a perjury indictment against her. If Gold had decided to say he met her, her truthful answers might well have resulted in her being charged with perjury. During these inquisitional times, witnesses brought before the grand jury were in such fear that they pleaded the Fifth Amendment haphazardly, sometimes without reason. Concerning Harry Gold, it had long been established beyond question that Ethel never met him. Both Sapel and Kaufman knew this. Nobody, including Gold, ever said she met him, nor was it ever charged that she did. Judge Kaufman, but you did answer it here in court, isn't that true? That is right. Judge Kaufman, and your answer here was that you never met him until he took the witness stand? That is correct. Judge Kaufman, so that you didn't assert any privilege with respect to that here in this courtroom? 396. No. Mr. Sapel, now you came back before the grand jury on August LLTH didn't you? Sometime after the first time. Mr. Sapel, were you asked? Before the grand jury. Q. Do you know Anatoly Yakovlev? I decline to answer on the ground that this might tend to incriminate me. Were you asked that question and did you give that answer? Now that you read it, I suppose they did ask me that and I did answer that. Mr. Sapel, and yet you had never met Yakovlev in your life. That is right. Mr. Sapel, would you care to explain how you might be incriminated on the basis of that question and answer? It is not necessary to explain the use of self-incrimination. Judge Kaufman, I want the jury to understand, the witness has answered the question here in courts and on previous occasions had asserted privilege. As I said before, there is no inference to be drawn from the assertion of privilege against self-incrimination, but it is something the jury may weigh and consider on the question of the truthfulness of the witness and on credibility. Kaufman seriously hurt Ethel by saying that while she could assert the privilege against self-incrimination, the jury could consider her use of the privilege. 397. As a test of her credibility. So despite the fact that she never met Gold or Yakovlev, and despite the fact that nobody ever claimed she did, the jury was left with the impression that it was up to them to decide whether she knew or did not know them. Judge Kaufman subverted the meaning and purpose of the Fifth Amendment and its civil rights guarantees. Mr. Sapel, you profess a love for your brother, don't you? You mean I once had a love for my brother? Mr. Sapel, you mean that has changed? I would be pretty unnatural if it hadn't changed. Mr. E.H. Block, defendants Julius Rosenberg and Ethel Rosenberg rest. 398. I. Benjamin Schneider, Evelyn Cox, Ethel Rosenberg's maid, and Helen Pagano, O. John Rogg's secretary, then testified, after which Benjamin Schneider was called by the government. Mr. Sapel, when was the first time, Mr. Schneider, that you had any knowledge, any notice, any conversation with any human being regarding the fact of your being a witness here? Yesterday. Mr. Sapel, what time? About 11:30. Mr. Sapel, at that time, were you visited by some agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation? Yes, sir. Mr. Sapel, and was it the very first time? Yes, sir. Mr. Sapel, what is your business? A photographer, sir. Mr. Sapel, where is your place of business? 99, Park Row. Mr. Sapel, last May or June or sometime in the spring or summer, were you visited by a family consisting of a husband and wife and 2 children, at your place of business? Yes, sir. Mr. Sapel, do you see the 2 adults here who visited you at that time? Yes. Mr. Sapel, will you point them out, please? Where is the man and where is the woman? That is the man. 399. Mr. Sapel, you mean the man standing up? Yes. Mr. Sapel, is that the woman standing? A. That is the woman. Mr. Sapel, did they have some talk with you? A. The man did, they ordered 3 dozen photographs, passport size. Mr. Sapel, do you get an order like that every day? A. N of I do not. Mr. Sapel, did they pay you? A. Yes, they did. Mr. Sapel, did you take pictures of the children, too? A. Yes. Mr. Sapel, passport pictures? A. Yes, passport size. Mr. Sapel, did you have any conversation with the man or the woman, that you have just identified, regarding the use to which they wanted to put the photographs? A. Yes. As he was leaving, he was telling me they were going to France, there was some property left, they were going to take care of it, the wife, that is, his wife, was left some property. Mr. Sapel, and is that the last time you saw him before today? A. That's right. But as it turned out, Schneider had just committed perjury with the full knowledge of the U.S. Attorney Irving Sapel. Evidence of the fraud was revealed in The Atom Bomb Spies, a book written by a New York Post reporter, Oliver Pilat, published in 1952. Pilat. 400. 2. Benjamin Schneider, who worked closely with the prosecutor's office in researching material, without realizing how compromising the statement was, wrote. While Julius was still on the stand, an FBI agent brought into the courtroom a photographner. He wanted to look at Rosenberg to be sure. When Emanuel Bloch read Pilat*'s book, he immediately recognized this as perjury. The photographer had taken the stand and sworn that he was seeing Rosenberg for the first time since he took the passport photos, when in fact he had seen Rosenberg the day before. Sapel had the photographer see Rosenberg first in order to be sure that he would identify him later. This came out after the trial was over and became one of the many instances of injustice that were unsuccessfully appealed to the higher courts. Bloch continued his questioning of Schneider. Mr. E. H. Bloch, who was the gentleman from the government who came in to see you yesterday? Do you see him in court? Judge Kaufman, look down over there. Mr. Sapel, will Mr. Bloch allow me to say that he is not here? By interjecting his comment, Sapel prevented the photographer from identifying the wrong government official. If Schneider had done so, it would have cast doubt on his previous identification of Rosenberg. Sapel had so little confidence in his witness that he resorted to cheating. Judge Kaufman, the defense rests. 401. Mr. E. H. Bloch, defense rests. Judge Kaufman, all right. Now I had hoped to be able to send it to the jury tomorrow. Will counsel please stay here? I will hear motions. 402. Mr. E. H. Bloch, if the court please on behalf of the defendants Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, they move to dismiss the indictment and for a judgment of acquittal. Judge Kaufman, motion denied. Alexander Bloch with visible timidity then made his next motion, excusing himself profusely before he did. Mr. A. Bloch, I am doing it reluctantly, but I feel it my duty to make it. I move for a mistrial upon the ground that frequent questioning by court, not intending harm, of course, of witnesses, especially of defendants, had a tendency of unduly influencing jury to prejudice of defendants and depriving of their constitutional right to a fair and impartial trial. Judge Kaufman, you never took an objection on at ground appeal I was questioning, Mr. Bloch. And there was plenty of time to take your objection at at time, I think it is purely an afterthought. Mr. A. Bloch, not at all. It is done in good faith. Judge Kaufman, well, I question it. Mr. E. H. Bloch, may I say to court, as a statement of a lawyer, we discussed question very seriously, as to occur or not to make specific motion at end of prosecution's case, and we refrained from making it, because we, ourselves, were not satisfied at TCAT time TCAT motion would cave CAD any real validity. Judge Kaufman, yes. 403. Mr. E. H. Block, but you can understand Your Honor, and I want to say this for the court, and I, for one, and I think all my co-counsel feel, that you have been extremely courteous to us and you have afforded us lawyers every privilege that a lawyer could expect in a criminal case, but if our conscience would bother us, Your Honor, if we didn't make this motion, I hope that Your Honor will understand that it is made in the utmost good faith and without in any way trying to impugn the court. Judge Kaufman, very well, the motion is denied. Mr. A. Block, I may add that my statement is TCAT it was unintentional on your part. Both Emmanuel and Alexander Block were so afraid of Kaufman that one must wonder whether or not they were appealing to him not to institute disbarment proceedings against them at the trial's conclusion, an eventual consequence they could not rule out. Other lawyers who had represented communists had been so treated. Mr. Phillips, I now make a motion on the ground that the indictment as drawn is so vague and indefinite as not to afford our defendant an opportunity to be apprised of the nature and character of TCARG and of the facts underlying the charge. Judge Kaufman, denied. You need not labor the point. Mr. Phillips, I tell you now that until the opening by Mr. Sapel, I was not aware that there would be attempt to join our client, Morton Sobel, with anything relating to the giving away of atomic energy secrets, underlying the structure of the atom bomb. 404. 1. Emmanuel Block presented his summation. Mr. E. H. Block, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would like to say to the court on behalf of all defense counsel that we feel that you have treated us with the utmost courtesy, that you have extended to us the privileges that we expect as lawyers despite any disagreements we may have had with the court on questions of law. We feel that the trial has been conducted and we hope we have contributed our share, with that dignity and that decorum that befits an American trial. Unfortunately many of Block *''s convenience exonerating and excusing the conduct of Judge Irving Kaufman and the prosecutor Irving SA5*OL were very damaging on appeal. The appeals court often used these concessions as the basis for denying valid legal arguments later raised concerning Kaufman's conduct. Block continued the summation. I would like to also say to the members of Mr. Sapov's staff that we are appreciative of the courtesies extended to us, and even though Mr. Sapel and I have engaged in a certain amount of repartee, it doesn't mean anything, it happens in every trial, and we feel, as we come here in the closing stages of this case, that as much has been done both by the prosecution and by the defense to present to you the respective sides of this controversy. Here is one question for you to decide, just one: did these defendants agree and confederate with each other and with others to transmit information relating to the national defense of the United States to the Soviet Union with that intent or reason to believe? 405. That information so transmitted would be advantageous to the Soviet Union. You have to determine for yourself whether or not the green glasses were telling the truth or whether the Rosenbergs were telling the truth. Now let us take Dave Greenglass. Is he a self-confessed spy? Is there any doubt in any of your minds that Dave Greenglass is a self-confessed espionage agent? Ruth Greenglass admitted here that she was in this conspiracy. Is there any doubt about that? Not only are the Greenglasses self-confessed spies, but they were mercenary spies. They spied for money. There is a man by the name of Harry Gold, a self-confessed spy who has been sentenced to 30 years in prison, a very bright man, an intelligent man, a nervous man, remember that, a pathetic figure. But you know, hope is abandoned with him, that is why I didn't cross-examine him. I didn't ask him one question because there is no doubt in my mind that he impressed you as well as impressed everybody that he was telling the absolute truth, the absolute truth. Emmanuel Block's endorsement of Harry Gold's honesty was incomprehensible. He knew that Gold was a liar, making the homage he paid him an act of incompetence that damaged the Rosenbergs as well as Morton Sobel. While Block may have been a decent man, and while this case may have caused his untimely death, and while whatever he could have done, considering the hysteria of the times, would have resulted in failure under any circumstances. Bloch's performance as a lawyer was unacceptable. He did not test Gold's credibility, though it could have been tested, and he 406. Jay never tried to impeach Gold's testimony by showing his previous inconsistent statements, of which there were many. The problem was that calling Gold a liar was tantamount to calling the government, the FBI, Sapel, and Judge Kaufman liars, and Bloch was not willing to do that. Instead he said of Gold, "I didn't ask him one question because there is no doubt in my mind that he impressed you as well as he impressed everybody that he was telling the truth." Continuing his summation, Bloch stated, "He said that he was in cahoots with the Russian, John, and that he was sent by John out to Albuquerque to see Dr. Fuchs and to see Dave Greenglass. He saw Dr. Fuchs and he saw Dave Greenglass SF and he gave Greenglass $500 and he got information from Dave Greenglass. Now, Gold, I think, we can infer was a pretty important guy in this conspiracy. Did Gold tell you that he ever met Rosenberg? Did Gold tell you that he ever spoke to Rosenberg? Did Gold tell you that he ever had any traffic or transactions with Rosenberg? He did not. He did not because he did not. Strange, ISN*T it. Gold, one of the top conspirators, never saw Rosenberg, never met him, never had any transactions with him." Then Bentley testified. "Miss Bentley. You know, there are ministers of the cloth who are deeply religious men, and then there are people who have intruded themselves in the religious field because it is a good thing. They are professional religionists, they make a little money on it. Bentley is a professional anti-communist. She makes money on it. I am sure the government doesn't pay her any money, she lectures." 407. This is her business is testifying. Though Emanuel Bloch had always been a civil rights lawyer so aggressive in defense of his clients that in one case he was barred from the courtroom because of his discourtesy and contempt for the court, the Emanuel Bloch who represented the Rosenbergs was not the same man. He was a frightened man, who could not afford to alienate Judge Irving Kaufman or U.S. Attorney Irving Sapel. Hence his unsolicited comment that the government did not pay Elizabeth Bentley was beyond his knowledge and should not have been said. Bloch did cry foul, but much too late. According to an FBI report of December 11, 1952, he said that the New York newspapers had condemned and convicted the Rosenbergs before their trial and that stories of their guilt had been fed to the papers by FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover and United States Attorney Irving Sapel. The FBI report also stated that on the day of the Rosenbergs' execution, Bloch said, "I am ashamed I am an American today," and at their funeral he called their execution murder. After Bloch began speaking out, harassment of him began in earnest. An October 7, 1953, FBI memo reported. Mr. Frank C. Gordon, Chief Attorney. Grievance Committee. Stated that in view of Mr. Bloch's attacks against officers of the U.S. government, the court, and his criticism of the administration of justice, he is most anxious to see Mr. Bloch disbarred. Mr. Gordon stated that he had been informed confidentially by Judge Irving Kaufman, that there was a rumor to the effect that Bloch had something to do with the 408 opening of a bank account for the committee to defend the Rosenbergs. Mr. Gordon further stated that Judge Kaufman had told him while discussing this matter that in connection with statements made by the Rosenbergs that were critical of the court, it would appear that some kind of table could be drawn up which would show that the statements contained in the press release purportedly made by the Rosenbergs were in fact made by Bloch. An interoffice FBI letter declared, "It is believed that if the Bar Association could be successful in pressing charges against Bloch it will be an example to the legal profession, and lawyers who espouse teak communist line will not in teak future be able with impunity to make unfounded attacks against teak director and at responsible public officers, as well as teak courts of teak United States." Bloch died on or about February 1, 1954, approximately 8 months after the Rosenbergs were executed. Humanity reported on February 6 that while he lay dead in his apartment in New York City, the FBI ransacked it under the pretext of searching for valuables. At the trial, Block *S summation continued. Now I want to come to Elitkar. Elitkar is a patkitic character. Take Tki's fact into consideration. Kier is a man who claims K was wooed for 4 years and saw Rosenberg and Sobel at different times and didn't give Tkim one solitary piece of information. After Emanuel Block completed his summation for Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, Edward Kuntz presented 409. His for his client Morton Sobel. Mr. Kuntz, and 0W, I am not going to be charitable like Manny Block. I cave tried cases a little longer Tkan K Cass. I am T Krog being irritable when Tk life of a man depends on my actions and my words. But I am not going to be as irritable as Manny Block with Tki's Elitkar. WKY scould I be irritable? Uken J cross-examined Kim, I asked him, Elitkar aren't you a liar? And K said, yes. Aren't you a perjurer? He said, yes. How could I be irritable with a liar and perjure gi? Elitkar was not a psiotic liar, K was a miserable liar, a man Uko will involve, Uko will kill an Otkar man to save M's own miserable skin. And I am going to point my finger at Tki's man, he happens to be a lawyer with a government job now, and look at I see Ukit is going on with some of our government officials, please excuse me if I don't put a callow around Kim, I've been living in Tki's country too long to see Ukit is going on. And listen to Tki's question, listen to it and tell me if Tki's is poison or it isn't poison, if a man's life hangs on Tki's or it doesn't. Just listen. Tki's is a question asked of Elitkar. In Teak time Tkat you worked with Sobel at Reeves Instrument Company. Did you ever see Sobel take any papers or documents? Now, let us see Ukat Teak answer is. Tki's is Elitkar's answer, not mine. Well, in Teak course of KISS duties I did, as far as I know, I saw Kim take K Cad a briefcase and K did take Teakings out of Reeves Instrument. K did cave a briefcase and K took made 410. Real out but what it was carrot or what the material was carrot I do not know. And that is his answer. Is that poison or isn't it? Is that a poisonous question by Sapo you the man who is working for us carrot for me? Yes, for me. I don't like that kind of stuff. I want to tell you that I am more concerned with the safety of out country than he is, because I tell you, ladies and gentlemen carrot you injure the liberty or life of one citizen and you wipe the foundation out of our country. We don't do things like that. We don't like them done. I don't like them done. Of course he took documents. The man had an important job, going out to Roosevelt Airfield. His job was communication carrot as Ilitcher said. Is there one single solitary word that Sobel was involved with atom bomb secrets or the atom bomb dealings? Is there? Did Green Glass mention him? I don't care why he went to Tampico under an assumed name carrot and I don't care why he went to Veracruz. It is none of our business. To get some idea of what Morton Sobel would have testified to had he known that he could not rely on his presumption of innocence and other constitutional guarantees, we can turn to an affidavit he presented to the Court of Appeals on September 23, 1953, more than 2 years after he was sentenced. It read, in part, I wanted to testify on my own behalf at my trial. I did not do so because my trial attorneys insisted that I should not carrot because of the fact that the case that the prosecution had put in against me was so weak that my innocence was clearly established, and 411. That it was so clear that I had nothing to do with any atomic espionage conspiracy. Now no, I should have insisted on telling my story. I am completely innocent of the charges made against me. The fantastic tale Max Ilitcher told about a wild midnight ride to Julius Rosenberg's apartment is untrue carrot and I had thought this to be plain, particularly since he admitted at the trial that he did not concoct it until after several interviews with FBI agents. The only other testimony concerning me at the trial related to a trip to Mexico which I made with my family, which had nothing to do with espionage, and which only after the trial did I realize was given significance by court and jury out of all proportion to what the facts actually showed. It was only after the trial that I realized how this testimony was misconstrued and misused, and to make the record clear, I want to tell the whole story now. My wife, daughter, infant son, and I left New York in late June, 1950 for Mexico City. This was no suddenly developed plan. We had been planning and dreaming of such a trip for several years. Although we naturally made no public announcement of our plans, there was no secret about it either. I wrote my employer for an indefinite leave of absence, applied for and obtained necessary visas from the Mexican consul in New York, and bought round-trip tickets at the American Airlines ticket office. There was one aspect to the trip, however, which differentiated it from a routine vacation. I was not alone, in mid-1950, in having become apprehensive over signs of political intimidation and repression in this country. Although a scientist, I was not oblivious to political developments, and in fact, in common with many other scientists, 412 saw a danger to my future in the oppressive atmosphere in which we had to work. All this coupled with my dissatisfaction with my job anyway and the fact that we had saved up some money meant that when we left we just didn't know whether we would come back or not. Then in the midst of our uncertainties the newspapers suddenly published the news of Julius Rosenberg's arrest as an Alst-Atom spy. To me, the charge was absurd. Felt that he was being persecuted for political reasons and that the charge was calculated to intimidate and silence political dissent in the United States. But this led me to make the mistake of feeling that a dictatorship was already talking over my country. Then, and only then, was it that I left the family in the Mexico City apartment and traveled around Mexico to Veracruz and Tampico, even using false names, and inquiring about passage to Europe or South America for all of us. I went back to Mexico City, and my wife and I talked it over once again. We realized that our ties to home were too strong. So my wife and I decided to come back to New York. We made plans for our return. There is tangible, documentary proof of this, too, for we then secured vaccinations in Mexico City which we had not needed to get there, but which we did need to return to the United States. But then came the unheard of attack which deprived us of the chance to return voluntarily. My apartment was invaded by armed men who represented themselves as Mexican police. The United States attorney at my trial as much as admitted that the FBI had engineered the whole affair. I cannot understand to this day, how this lawless act, apparently calculated to prevent me from returning voluntarily, for I was never informed of so much as even that I was wanted for questioning, has remained unrebuked. 413. To return to the trial, Kuntz concluded his summation for Sobel, and Irving Sapel then gave the government's summation. Mr. Sapel, you will remember that one of the defendants made blanket negatives blanket answers in denial as to whether she knew Harry Gold as to whether she had ever talked to David Greenglass about his work at Los Alamos as to whether she or her husband ever talked about atomic bombs and yet I showed you that in the grand jury, on the advice of her counsel, she refused to answer those questions on the asterisk ground that to answer them would be self-incriminating. Sapel thus implied that Ethel Rosenberg knew Harry Gold even though Gold had said he didn't know her, and even though there had been no allegation that she knew him. The way the trial was conducted, the mood of the times, and especially Judge Kaufman's conduct could easily have left the jury with the impression that Ethel Rosenberg knew Harry Gold. Sapel's effort to connect Ethel with Gold during trial and in his summation was a legal impropriety so severe that standing alone it should have called for reversal of her conviction and the institution of disciplinary proceedings against Sapel. Sapel continued. Rosenberg's communist espionage superior in the early 1940s was Jacob Golos, a member of the Communist Control Commission in this country, one of the top Soviet espionage agents. During the time prior to Golos's death, when Golos was Rosenberg's communist. 414. Espionage superior Rosenberg became known to Elizabeth Bentley, who had gone from membership in the Communist Party to a position of importance in Golos's espionage apparatus. We know of Golo's S clandestine meeting in which he received information from Julius the engineer who lived in Knickerbocker Village. We know this from the telephone calls Miss Bentley received from this engineer from Knickerbocker Village Julius as an intermediary, arranging clandestine meetings between Julius and Golo SF his communist espionage superior. But most important of all, we know of Rosenberg's dealings with Bentley from statements made by Rosenberg himself to Max Ilitcher and David Greenglass. We know of these other henchmen of Rosenberg in this plot by him, by Sobel, by the Soviet Union and its representatives and by other traitorous Americans to deliver the safeguards to our security into the hands of a power that would wipe us off the face of the earth and destroy its peace. We don't know all the details, because the only living people who can supply the details are the defendants. Rosenberg and his wife have added the supreme touch to their betrayal of this country by taking the stand before you, by taking advantage of every legal opportunity that is afforded defendants, and then, by lying and lying and lying here, brazenly, in an attempt to deceive you, to lie their way out of what they did. I have said that there is much about this that we have not disclosed. With this statement Sapel used the same method employed by the French military to persuade the appellate courts of France to deny Captain Dreyfus' 415 appeals. Information that the military claimed was too sensitive to be made public led the French magistrates to deny Dreyfus' appeals lest their own loyalty be questioned. Now in the Rosenberg trial, the prosecutor was implying to the jury that there was so much more evidence against the Rosenbergs that could not be revealed for security reasons. Sapel continued. We know that Julius Rosenberg and Ethel Rosenberg infected Ruth and David Greenglass with the poison of communist ideology. We know that Julius Rosenberg and Ethel Rosenberg were engaged in a continuing campaign to enlist recruits for the Soviet cause through the Communist Party. And we know that in 1944, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg carried their campaign one step further and persuaded David Greenglass to steal atomic bomb secrets for the Rosenbergs to be turned over to the Soviet Union. The difference between the Greenglasses and the Rosenbergs. The Greenglasses have told the truth. They have tried to make amends for the hurt which has been done to our nation and to the world. The veracity of David and Ruth Greenglass and of Harry Gold is established by documentary evidence and cannot be contradicted. Sapel claimed that the Rosenbergs stole the secret of the atom bomb and Ethel typed it up. He characterized ordinary photographs of the Rosenbergs as passport pictures to suggest that they were planning flight to avoid prosecution. With Kaufman's approval, he related information about Julius Rosenberg for the jury to hear that was not supported by the J. 416 evidence. He gave an indisputably false account of Rosenberg's activities with Jacob Golos. Sapel also called Ansidorovich an espionage courier and Soviet agent when there was no evidence to justify his slanders. Sapel continued. You heard the Rosenbergs testify, you heard them tell about the $21 console table. Most strange, on the one hand, the testimony from the Greenglasses that was a present from the Soviets, the testimony from the Rosenbergs that they paid $21 for it in 1944 and 1945, when furniture was scarce, at Macy's, Star. What is the evidence of Sobel vs. participation here? The evidence is that Sobel had been an associate of Rosenberg since City College days. They were joined by the common bond of communism and devotion to the Soviet Union. The evidence is that Sobel acted with Rosenberg in this conspiracy to commit espionage for the Soviet Union by delivering material to Rosenberg and by fulfilling Rosenberg's orders to recruit Max Ilitcher and others into this Soviet espionage ring. From beginning to end, SA5 summation was predicated upon fraud. He knew that the testimony of David Greenglass and Harry Gold was perjured. He and Roy Cohn, with the help of Judge Irving Kaufman, manufactured the entire case against the Rosenbergs. When he was first arrested and for weeks after, Gold did not even know what he was supposed to testify to. His statements were supplied to him during the unfolding months. In order to convict the Rosenbergs, Harry Gold and David Greenglass ***'s testimonies had to be made to conform. That is why they were lodged. 417. Together in jail and kept together for months. Julius Rosenberg passionately denounced these government tactics 2 weeks before his execution, when he scolded James V. Bennett, the director of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, "You yourself, Mr. Bennett. Know that green glass and gold were together in the tombs for 9 months, discussing the case, studying notes from a big, loose-leaf book, rehearsing testimony, talking to FBI agents, the prosecution, and their attorney." Indeed, Assistant U.S. Attorney Roy Cohn coached green glass personally for months. Judge Kaufman then addressed the jury. The defendants are accused of having conspired to commit espionage. Espionage reduced to essentials means spying on the United States to aid a foreign power. Because of the development of highly destructive weapons and their highly guarded possession by nations existing in a state of tension with one another, the enforcement of the espionage laws takes on a new significance. Our national well-being requires that we guard against spying on the secrets of our defense, whether such spying is carried on through agents of foreign powers or through our own nationals who prefer to help a foreign power. This does not mean that the mere allegation or use of the word espionage should justify convicting innocent persons. However, irrational sympathies must not shield proven traitors. I believe it is my duty as a judge to help you crystallize in your minds the respective contentions and evidence in the case, and I shall therefore review, briefly, these contentions of the prosecution and of the defendants. 418. I. The prosecution claims that the defendants on trial conspired together with each other and with others, such as Anatoly A. Yakovlev, David Greenglass, Ruth Greenglass, and Harry Gold, to communicate, deliver and transmit to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and representatives and agents thereof, documents and information relating to the national defense of the United States, with intent and reason to believe that it would be used to the advantage of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The representative of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics for the purpose of receiving the secret information was Anatoly A. Yakovlev, who was a vice-consul for the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics at its legation in New York City and who left the country in December 1946. The prosecution further claims that Harry Gold as courier collected the information regarding the atomic bomb from various persons in this country, including Dr. Klaus Fuchs and David Greenglass, that David and Ruth Greenglass were drawn into this conspiracy by Julius and Ethel Rosenberg's urgings. They further contend that secret information regarding the atom bomb project was transmitted by the Greenglasses to Julius Rosenberg, that the information was typed from written reports by Ethel Rosenberg, microfilmed by Julius Rosenberg, and then transmitted to the Russians. Judge Kaufman reviewed the government's contentions, focusing on the evidence the prosecution presented of David Greenglass's introduction by Julius Rosenberg to a Russian, Harry Gold's identifying himself to David Greenglass by saying, "I come from Julius," the gifts the Rosenbergs received from the Russians, Morton Sobayer's flight, and the Rosenbergs *. 419. Attempts to persuade the Greenglasses to flee the country. Kaufman continued. The government contends that you have a right to infer that there existed a link between Julius Rosenberg and Yakovlev in that Julius Rosenberg in some way transmitted the recognition signal, that is, the Jello box side to Yakovlev. It is contended by the government that the defendants intended to benefit Russia and that their membership in the Communist Party and adherence to its principles showed a preference for the Soviet form of government. Now, on the other hand, the defendant's version of this case is as different as night is from day. The two versions are not reconcilable. You must determine which one you will believe. The defendants Julius and Ethel Rosenberg categorically deny that they or any of them ever conspired among themselves or with anyone else to obtain secret information pertaining to the national defense of the United States, intending to transmit the information to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Counsel for Sobel contend that Sobel was not a member of the conspiracy, that Ilitcher is a perjurer who should not be believed, and that the government has failed to prove Sobel guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as required. No matter how careful a judge may be to avoid it, there is always the possibility that the jury or some particular juror may get an impression that the judge has some opinion with reference to the guilt or innocence of the defendants, or that he thinks that some particular phase of the case is more important than another, or that some particular witness is more 420 credible than another, or that a certain inference of fact should or should not be made, and so on. If you have formed any such impression, you must put it out of your mind and utterly disregard it. Nothing I have said during the trial nor in these instructions was intended to give any such impression. Many commentators who have studied the trial have accepted these self-serving statements as confirmation that Judge Kaufman did conduct a fair trial with no bias toward either side. Kaufman went on to say, "I charge you further that no inference is to be drawn against any defendant who has exercised his or her constitutional privilege against testifying as to any matters which may tend to incriminate him or her." The defendant Ethel Rosenberg was cross-examined concerning her refusal to answer certain questions when she appeared before the grand jury on the ground that the answers might tend to incriminate her. Her failure to answer such questions is not to be taken as establishing the answers to any questions she was asked before the grand jury, but may be considered by you in determining the credibility of her answers to those same questions at this trial. Kaufman thus exploited Ethel Rosenberg's use of her Fifth Amendment right, twisting it to imply her lack of credibility. He turned the Fifth Amendment into an offensive weapon instead of a means of guarding civil rights. His telling the jury that no inference be drawn by them as to the guilt of innocence of the defendants for their having invoked the Fifth Amendment was 421. Stated by him in such a manner as to leave the jurors with the message that what he said was merely ritually necessary, a technical requirement, but that he expected them to penalize the Rosenbergs for invoking the Fifth Amendment. Judge Kaufman completed his instructions to the jury, and the jurors retired. Later in the evening Kaufman announced, "One of the members of the jury would like to hear Mrs. Ruth Greenglass' testimony, starting with first approach that Rosenberg made to her regarding securing of information for Russia." Mr. A. Block, "I think that covers quite a bit. It goes to conversation before she went out west, conversation she had with her husband out west, and also cross-examination on that point." Mr. Sapel, "I don't think they have asked for any cross." Judge Kaufman, "They haven't asked for the cross. I am not going to read the cross to them unless they request it." Mr. A. Block, "Well, I think when they ask for testimony, it means all the testimony on the subject." Judge Kaufman, "The jury is intelligent. If that is what they want, they will ask for it." Mr. A. Block, "They might not think there is any other testimony on the subject." Judge Kaufman, "I am going to handle it that way." Mr. Phillips, "Two testimonies go together. They didn't ask for the pages, they asked for the testimony." Judge Kaufman, "Very well, the jury may retire." Mr. E. H. Block, "If the court please, I make the request that the stenographer also read the cross-examination of Ruth Greenglass on this specific." 422. Point. Judge Kaufman, "Your request is denied. That has not been requested by the jury. The jury will retire. We will give the jury exactly what they request." Kaufman more than stated to the jurors that they did not ask to read the cross-examination testimony of Ruth Greenglass. He instructed the jurors by the obvious tone of his directions that he did not want them to read it and expected a verdict of guilty from them. 423. At 11:01 a.m. on March 29, 1951, the jury brought in their verdict guilty. Then Kaufman addressed them. "My own opinion is that your verdict is a correct verdict, and what I was particularly pleased about was the time which you took to deliberate in this case. I must say that as an individual I cannot be happy because it is a sad day for America. The thought that citizens of our country would lend themselves to the destruction of their own country by the most destructive weapon known to man is so shocking that I can't find words to describe this loathsome offense. I want to say to defense counsel that I appreciate the courtesy that they extended to the court during the course of this trial. I think they demeaned themselves as attorneys should. To you, Mr. Sapel, Mr. Lane, Mr. Cohn, Mr. Kilsheimer, Mr. Brannigan who isn't here, I want to congratulate you all upon your capable and fair presentation of this case, that your preparation was painstaking. And to the FBI, To Mr. Norton and to Mr. Harrington, whom I never knew until this case began, I observed them in this court, in the tradition of the FBI, perfect gentlemen at all times, fair and decent. Again, I say a great tribute is due to the FBI and Mr. Hoover for the splendid job that they have done in this case. The jury's verdict is a ringing answer of our democratic society to those who would destroy it. First, because a full, fair, open, and complete trial in sound American tradition was given to a group of people who represented perhaps the sharpest secret. 424. Eyes of our enemies. They were given every opportunity, as you the jury know, to present every defense, and as I said for myself and my colleagues in my summation, I would fight at all times for their right to defend themselves freely and vigorously. Secondly, your verdict is a warning that our democratic society, while maintaining its freedom, can nevertheless fight back against treasonable activities. Next, Sapol made his statement. I want to pay tribute to my staff and the men who prepared this case and presented it, for the credit is due entirely to them, to Mr. Lane, my chief assistant, to Mr. Cohn, my confidential assistant, to Mr. Kilsheimer and to Mr. Brannigan. I have had many occasions, like the judge has, to express my admiration for the work of the men and women of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It can only be expressed in superlatives. It is not a police force, it is an investigative agency. Its vigilance is all-pervading, untiring, ceaseless, what is more, completely willing. Privately, the FBI did not feel the same about Irving Sapol or his assistant Roy Cohn. In particular, FBI agents fretted about leaks of information that were reaching the press, as in the case of William Pearl. One interoffice memo dated July 20, 1950, reported Agent Edward Skelt as saying he does not know who is giving the information, but he strongly suspects that it came from Sapol's office. On March 13, 1951, August Belmont, a high-ranking agent, wrote to Hoover's assistant, Milton Ladd, in view of the possibly questionable ethical tactics employed by Cohn. 425. In endeavoring to secure a confession from Pearl, it is believed undesirable for the Bureau to become a party to this act by participating in the arrest of Pearl. The reply from Hoover's office was that while there was sympathy for Belmont's position, the case must move forward. The day's proceeding ended with Block nervously addressing Judge Kaufman. Mr. E. H. Block, if the court please, I was going to refrain from making any comment. I am going to be very brief. I would like to restate what I said when I opened to the jury. I want to extend my appreciation to the court for its courtesies, and again I repeat, I want to extend my appreciation for the courtesies extended to me by Mr. Sapol and the members of his staff, as well as the members of the FBI, and I would like to say to the jury that a lawyer does not always win a case. All that a lawyer expects is a jury to decide a case on the evidence with mature deliberation. On April 5, 1951, the day of sentencing for Julius and Ethel Rosenberg and Morton Sobel, Harold Phillips addressed the court. Mr. Phillips, in the thing that I am about to reveal, if your honor please, there is much that is not beautiful, much that is not creditable to the law enforcement agencies of the United States of America, and I, loving my country more than anything else, feel that in revealing those circumstances I might injure my country in the eyes of the world, but I am powerless to stop and not to say what I must say. Now, your honor please, if I am able to show that. 426. Those words deported from Mexico are a downright falsehood. I need not show that the law enforcement agencies, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, knew about that, because they must have known about that. Judge Kaufman, well, you had your opportunity at the trial to show it, didn't you? He had an opportunity at the trial to take the stand, did he not? While Sobel had an opportunity to take the stand, he also had a right not to. Sobel should not have been forced to take the stand simply because false testimony was presented against him, especially when he was given no notice of the false documents he was to be faced with. Mr. Phillips, I say again. Judge Kaufman, isn't this a roundabout way to deny allegations? Mr. Phillips, I assure you. I might say, however, before I reach that point, that what we did not do or what we overlooked to do will not excuse our government in the brutal assault on a man and kidnapping a man and abducting an American citizen, born in this country, contrary to the statute and contrary to the laws. Judge Kaufman, but you did not see fit, nor did your client see fit, at the trial to make an issue of it. Mr. Phillips, I did not expect that the government would introduce a card which is a falsehood on its face. I did not expect that they would introduce a false statement in order to bolster up a theory of flight. Mr. Sapel, I feel that there is something I should say to complete the record. I submit to your honor. 427. That the verity of what counsel has argued is as feigned as Sobel vs. defense. Judge Kaufman, I think I have enough. Judge Kaufman then addressed the defendants Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. 7. Consider your crime worse than murder. Plain deliberate contemplated murder is dwarfed in magnitude by comparison with the crime you have committed. In committing the act of murder, the criminal kills only his victim. The immediate family is brought to grief, and when justice is meted out, the chapter is closed. But in your case, I believe your conduct in putting into the hands of the Russians the A-bomb years before our best scientists predicted Russia would perfect the bomb has already caused, in my opinion, the communist aggression in Korea, with the resultant casualties exceeding 50,000, and who knows but that millions more of innocent people may pay the price of your treason. What I am about to say is not easy for me. I have deliberated for hours, days and nights. I have carefully weighed the evidence. Every nerve, every fiber of my body has been taxed. I am just as human as are the people who have given me the power to impose sentence. I am convinced beyond any doubt of your guilt. I have searched the records, I have searched my conscience to find some reason for mercy, for it is only human to be merciful and it is natural to try to spare lives. I am convinced, however, that I would violate the solemn and sacred trust that the people of this land have placed in my hands were I to show leniency to the defendants Rosenberg. It is not in my power, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. 428. To forgive you. Only the Lord can find mercy for what you have done. The sentence of the court upon Julius and Ethel Rosenberg is, for the crime for which you have been convicted, you are hereby sentenced to the punishment of deaths, and it is ordered upon some day within the week beginning with Monday, May 21 STF you shall be executed according to law. Directing his comments to Morton Sobel, Judge Kaufman then said, while I have not the slightest sympathy for you or FL-Y of your associates, as a judge, I must be objective in the examination of the evidence in this case. I do not for a moment doubt that you were engaged in espionage activities. However, the evidence in the case did not point to any activity on your part in connection with the atom bomb project. I cannot be moved by hysteria or motivated by a desire to do the popular thing. I must do justice according to the evidence in this case. There isn't any doubt about your guilt, but I must recognize the lesser degree of your implication in this offense. I, therefore, sentence you to the maximum prison term provided by statute, to wit, 30 years. While it may be gratuitous on my part, I at this point note my recommendation against parole. The court will stand adjourned. 429. It seemed as if Judge Irving Kaufman would get full and exclusive credit for the execution of the Rosenbergs. The FBI reports, however, reveal that there were others who also recommended the executions, including Irving Sapel, Roy Cohn, and Judge Edward Weinfeld. An FBI report of April 3, 1951, noted that before the sentencing Kaufman had consulted Judge Weinfeld, seeking his advice. Judge Weinfeld was of the opinion that the Rosenbergs and Sobel should be given the death penalty. Some 16 years later Judge Weinfeld would agree to hear, and would then deny a petition for release from prison brought by Morton Sobel. At no time did Weinfeld reveal to Sobel or his attorneys that he held strong preconceived opinions on the case. The April 3 FBI report also stated, Mr. Cohn told Judge Kaufman that he would recommend the death penalty for all three, but he also thought it might be a good idea if Julius Rosenberg and Sobel were given the death penalty. Mrs. Rosenberg was given a sentence of, say, 30 years, with the thought in mind that she might decide to inform the government authorities concerning espionage activities so that other individuals involved in such activities may also be prosecuted. On March 13, 1975, 22 years after the Rosenbergs were executed, Irving Sapel vigorously claimed credit for their sentencing. He was disturbed by an article written by Alan Weinstein, entitled 430. Opening the FBI files, so disturbed that he wrote to the FBI director, Clarence M. Kelly, protesting Weinstein's comment that prosecutors in the Rosenberg case originally opposed asking for the death penalty but were overruled by Truman administration officials in Washington. Sapel wrote, "I was never overruled by anybody. No one in justice or out ever directed me, let alone overruled me on the matter of recommendation of sentence. On the matter of the Rosenberg sentences, I had decided to make the recommendations which later were imposed. I made no recommendation at sentence at the direction of the sentencing judge. The day before sentence he asked for my views. I gave them and he inquired regarding the views of the Department of Justice. I had not solicited any. He asked me to seek these. I flew to Washington, met with the late Deputy Attorney General Peyton Ford and the late Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Criminal Division, James McElnerney. They conveyed the views of your predecessor J. Edgar Hoover. There were differences all around amongst them, but capital punishment for one or both was in not out. I was then asked by the judge said to refrain from making any recommendation for punishment. Oh. John Rogge, while not seeking credit for the execution, wanted credit for the conviction. According to an FBI report, Rogge claimed that he had been responsible for breaking the Rosenberg case in that he had succeeded in getting Green Glass to disclose to the Federal Bureau of Investigation his participation in the Rosenberg case. And he felt that he had contributed largely to the conviction of the Rosenbergs and Sobel. The person most responsible, however, for the 431 sentencing and execution of the Rosenbergs may well have been William Denton, counsel for the Atomic Energy Commission. It appears that Denton and the AEC had a great deal of control over the prosecution of the case. Indeed, as reported by the FBI on March 1, 1951, Denton threatened that if the prosecution of the Rosenbergs was not conducted in a manner satisfactory to the AEC, they might go so far as to take this entire matter up with the President in an effort to force the department to send a special advisor from the Department of Justice to participate in this trial and see that the interests of the AEC are adequately and completely protected. The fact that the AEC and William Denton insisted on the death penalty as a prerequisite to their cooperation and could in fact enforce their wishes placed them in the position of greatest control. The March 1 FBI memo stated that the Atomic Energy Commission's decision to declassify this material was based on assurances given to them both by Lane and the department in Washington that the death penalty would be requested at the completion of the trial. On April 6, 1951, the sentencing of David Greenglass was before Judge Kaufman. Having kept his promise to make no recommendation on the day the Rosenbergs were sentenced, since it was now the next day, Sapel felt released from his restraint, and wanted his participation in the sentencing recorded for history. Sapel addressed the court. Mr. Sapel, I say with all humility that the sentences imposed yesterday are substantially in accord with my views as I would have expressed them if the 432 court had accepted my offer to do so at the conclusion of my presentation. There now is presented the question of punishment as to David Greenglass. Recommend that the defendant be imprisoned for a term of 15 years. SA5TX, R's comments and recommendations were followed by Greenglass*'s attorney O. John Rogge's plea for leniency in behalf of his client. Mr. Rogge, may it please the court. Want to call your honor's attention to the fact that David's fuzzy thinking occurred at a time when Russia was a wartime ally and many other people among us were engaged in fuzzy thinking about the Soviet Union at that time. As a matter of fact, it continued for most of us until 1948. The thinking was different at that time. Judge Kaufman, I want to make sure that I understand you. You are not condoning, are you? You are not condoning. Mr. Rogge, I am saying that there was an atmosphere at that time. General MacArthur, in one of those years, he sent a telegram, and it was a warm telegram, it was an expansive telegram, of congratulations to the Red Army. Judge Learned Hand was a member of the National Council of American-Soviet Friendship. President Roosevelt made many speeches, praising the Russians. Borough President Lyons, up in the Bronx, believe it or not, declared a Red Army Day. Judge Kaufman, well, let's get one thing clear. Russia didn't come to our aid in this war. We came to Russia's aid. 433. Mr. Rogge, that is quite true. Judge, but the point I am making is this, that many people far wiser than David Greenglass spoke in terms of aid and admiration for the Russians. Now, with this background, what I do want to emphasize is that David did cooperate with the government and almost from the outset. It took courage on David's part to confess his mistake, but he did, and he did it fully. He even elaborated on it. I don't have to emphasize the point of David's courage, because Your Honor observed him here in the courtroom and I think Your Honor is aware of it. You have here an individual who is wholly without malice, if Your Honor please. I mean, you have someone I know that he not only gave blood during the Second World War, but he has an emblem on his coat today that he gave blood recently. I mean, this is the kind of man you have, a well-intentioned person, without malice, who didn't think too clearly, who came up under rather rough circumstances. Judge Kaufman then addressed David Greenglass, saying to him, you, like so many other foolish men and women, believed that Soviet Russia was utopia. You learned that when you enlisted in what you believed was a cause for the liberation of men, you were in effect enlisting in the Russian Foreign Legion. However, David Greenglass, you found your way back before the curtain fell on your life. You repented and you brought to justice those who enlisted you in this cause. Justice does not seek vengeance. Justice seeks justice, but you deserve punishment, punishment which 434. Balances the gravity of your offense as against your aid. I want you to know that I have given deep consideration to your case with full recognition of the aid which you have given the government fully cognizant of the gravity of this offense. It is the judgment of this court that I shall follow the recommendation of the government and sentence you to 15 years in prison. 435. The sentences meted out by Judge Irving Kaufman were followed by numerous appeals. Much verbiage has been produced by students of the law concerning the worthiness of the arguments before the higher courts and the wisdom of their decisions. Deep thought has been given to interpretations of this or that Judge *''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''' status. It was a waste. It was a waste. A climate of hysteria affects judges of the higher courts no less than anyone else. The decisions were for the most part thoughtless and unworthy of extended analysis. It is not pleasant to review Judge Jerome Frank and the Federal Appellate Court's reasoning concerning the 16 points the Rosenbergs **** brought before them. It seems obvious that politics came first, the well-being of Judge Kaufman second, and the justice of the case last. On presenting the decision of the Circuit Court of Appeals February 25, 1952, Judge Frank's remarks were prefaced by the usual preamble of expiation, since two of the defendants must he put to death if the judgments stand, it pounds without saying that we have scrutinized the record with extraordinary care to see whether it contains any of the errors asserted on this appeal. Frank then went on to discuss the issues raised. Here are some points as they were analyzed by him. Defendants. Il us that the trial judge behaved himself so improperly as to deprive them of a fair trial. 436. Frank and the Court of Appeals found nothing wrong with Judge Kaufman's behavior. Frank concluded, we think the judge stayed well inside the discretion allowed him. Citing the Rosenbergs ** lawyers to justify the court's decision, Frank pointed out that Block himself said that the judge's alleged fault had been inadvertent. 9. The judge had been extremely courteous to us and afforded us lawyers every privilege that a lawyer should expect in a criminal case, that the trial has been conducted with that dignity and that decorum that befits an American trial. Judge Frank's reliance on Block's summary remarks, rather than on a fair reading of the trial transcript, was as senseless as it would have been to base the court's decision on Block's statements that his clients were innocent. Frank also reviewed instances of Judge Kaufman's bad conduct and simply concluded that they were not bad enough. As he said, the judge is the only disinterested lawyer connected with the proceeding. He has no interest except to see that justice is done, and he has no more important duty than to see that the facts are properly developed and that their bearing upon the question at issue are clearly understood by the jury. If some of his questions and comments indicated his opinion of the merits of counsel's attack or of the witness's testimony, it cannot be said that he committed reversible error, since unlike judges in many of our state courts, a federal judge he may comment outright on any portion of the evidence, telling the jury how it struck him, whom he believed, Anna the like, provided only that he advises the jury that they are in no way bound by his expressions of such views. 437. Judge Frank would never have conducted himself as Kaufman did. Few judges would. To think that Frank believed, or any court could believe, that a judge could go through a trial the way Kaufman did and then cure everything by advising the jury that they are in no way bound by his expressions, is unrealistic. Moving to another point, the question of whether Communist Party membership was improperly utilized by the prosecution during the trial, Frank wrote. The government had to prove that the Communist Party was tied to Soviet causes in order to make membership in it meaningful as evidence of motive or intent to aid Russia. To that end, the government put Elizabeth Bentley on the stand. She testified that the American Communist Party was part of, and subject to the Communist International, that the party received orders from Russia to propagandize, spy and sabotage, and that party members were bound to go along with those orders under threat of expulsion. If the jury believed her, she supplied the missing link connecting the Communist Party with the Soviet Union, and making Communist Party membership probative of motive or intent to aid Russia. Whether and how much of that kind of evidence should come into a trial like this is a matter for carefully exercised judicial discretion. We think the trial judge here did not abuse that discretion. Each time party membership was alluded to, and again in his final charge, the judge cautioned the jurors, not to determine the guilt or innocence of a defendant on whether or not he is a communist. Thus, according to Frank, Kaufman's statement to the jurors not to determine the guilt or innocence of a defendant on whether or not he is a communist. 438. Was sufficient to cure weeks of pounding on the theme of the communist menace. Referring to the question of whether it was proper for the jury to hear evidence about the proximity fuse when Rosenberg was never charged with its possession, Judge Frank stated, David Greenglass testified that Julius admitted stealing a proximity fuse from the Emerson Radio Company where he worked, and gave the fuse to Russia. Defendants complain of the denial of their motions to strike all this testimony. They urge it was irrelevant since it was not shown that the proximity fuse was either secret or connected with national defense. The proximity fuse, be it noted, was an important World War II development which vastly increased the potential damage range of exploding shells. The nature of the device itself strongly suggests that it was secret, and unequivocally shows that it was connected with the national defense. Frank again bent over backward to justify the unjustifiable. Frank made a legally impermissible determination when he ruled that the proximity fuse was connected with national defense and that the nature of the device strongly suggested that it was secret. His conclusions were outside his province. Frank could only rule on law, not facts, and there were no facts presented at the trial for Frank to reach any conclusions about the proximity fuse. Discussing the argument that it was improper for a witness to first hear Greenglass's testimony describing the atom bomb before he was asked to provide his own knowledge on the subject, Judge Frank said, the Rosenbergs contend that 4 government exhibits consisting of statements made by David Greenglass of Lens. 439. Molds and an atom bomb were improperly admitted in evidence. Greenglass explained all 4 exhibits to the jury. Defendants object because David's superiors at Los Alamos were allowed to examine these sketches and to testify that they were reasonably accurate portrayals of the lens mold and atomic mechanisms used in the experimental stations. We see no error here. Judge Frank simply ignored the main point of the argument, which was that Kaufman improperly permitted Greenglass's superiors to listen to his testimony before giving theirs. This enabled them to conform their testimony to his without defense counsel having any opportunity to question their prior knowledge on the subject. In short, Frank ignored valid arguments, drew sweeping conclusions which did not address the issues, formed conclusions contrary to the facts, disregarded the main issues and concentrated on minor ones, distorted facts, and in general utilized the array of judicial ruses in the court's arsenal. Concerning the question of whether Sobel took part in the greater conspiracy involving the passage of the atom bomb secrets, it was the only instance where Judge Frank clearly gave a dissenting opinion. He explained. Sobel raises several questions affecting his conviction. The most important of these is whether or not he was proved to be a member of the Rosenberg-Greenglass gold conspiracy to ship information to Russia. Even accepting all of Elicher's testimony as true, says Sobel, no evidence connected him in any way with the Greenglass Old Rosenberg plan to ship atomic information from Los Alamos to the Soviet Union. IFF. In fact, Sobel is right that 2 Con. 440. I. Conspiracies were proved. Then prejudicial error has been committed, for Sobel was jointly tried with major atomic energy spies whose acts and declarations were held binding upon him. The writer of this opinion thinks that there was error, in this respect, which requires that Sobel be given a new trial, if Sobel, on Elicher's testimony, could reasonably be held as a member of the Rosenberg Gold-Greenglass conspiracy. The question of his membership should have been submitted to the jury. The jury should have had the opportunity to choose between the inferences and to decide whether he actually joined the larger conspiracy. While indeed Judge Frank was one of the few judges on the Court of Appeals who had some vestige of judicial courage, he did not do enough. His dissenting opinion was meaningless and afforded the Rosenbergs and Sobel nothing. Concerning the question of whether there was anything wrong in the government's introduction of a card made by an immigration inspector, stating that Sobel had been deported from Mexico, though the card's contents contained hearsay, and as later revealed untrue information, Frank reasoned, when the government introduced evidence to show that Sobel had been legally deported from Mexico, he made no move to bring to light the facts of his alleged illegal abduction. He preferred to take his chances on the verdict, withholding his trump card until the trial was over. The federal rules of criminal procedure allow no such tactic. But it was the federal government that had used dishonest tactics, not Sobel. Sobel chose not to take the stand, which was his right. Could the government force an accused person to testify denying him the 441 constitutional right to defend himself in the way he sought, simply by presenting false evidence at the last moment? The fact that the government did not investigate, pursue, or indict those who took part in Sobeir's kidnapping was evidence of its own bad faith. Concerning the final point, the claim that the sentence was excessive, Judge Frank explained. The trial judge sentenced Julius and Ethel Rosenberg to death. Unless we are to overrule 60 years of undeviating federal precedents, we must hold that an appellate court has no power to modify a sentence. If there is one rule in the federal criminal practice which is firmly established, it is that the appellate court has no control over a sentence which is within the limits allowed by a statute. While recognizing the need for a hanging judge and while at the same time being aware that the overturning of sentences characterized as harsh, accompanied by criticism of a judge, could lead to personal retaliatory attacks upon the court, Judge Frank noted the means by which the laws enacted to safeguard judges could be circumvented to overturn harsh sentences. Frank explained how it was done. This court has said that where it considers a sentence unduly harsh, it will be more inclined to regard as harmful an error otherwise probably harmless. Judge Frank recited the realities. The harshness of sentences always has been subject to review, never because of the judge's sadism or cruelty but for other reasons, minor errors, legal technicalities, and the like. Errors can always be found no matter how careful a trial is conducted. It depends on whether 442. J. The court wants to find them. Judge Frank said, "We have, however, found no errors affecting the Rosenbergs, harmless or otherwise." Frank made this finding in a case that was filled with errors of major magnitude. In the months that followed, numerous further petitions and appeals were brought, reaching the highest court of our land. They were all denied. 443. Judge Irving Kaufman. Just when it appeared that all hope for the Rosenbergs was lost, amazingly, and ever so spitefully, on April 18, 1953, a French newspaper, Le Combat, published Greenglass's statements given to his lawyer, John Rogge, shortly after his arrest. Included was a statement by David Greenglass and several memos by his attorney summarizing what Greenglass had told the FBI when he was first taken into custody. This material seemed to discredit his testimony. In particular, there was a June 1950 memo that contained Greenglass's handwritten admissions of uncertainty as to who had sent Harry Gold to him and what secret documents he was supposed to have given Gold. Among other things, Le Combat reported Greenglass as having written 445. Saturday, June 9, 1950. They stated that I met Gold in NM. At 209 High Street, my place. They told me that I had told him to come back later because I didn't *T have it ready. I didn't remember this, but I allowed it in the statement. I told them that on a visit to me in November 1944 my wife asked me if I could give information. I made sure to tell the FBI that she was transmitting this info from my brother-in-law 9 Julius, and was not her own idea. Also, I didn't know who sent Gold to me. I also made a pencil sketch of the he mold set up for an experiment. But this I'll tell you, I can honestly say the information I gave Gold may be not at all what I said in the statement. What occurred was a spectacular fraud. It began this way: a confidential informer notified the FBI on March 18, 1953, that a high-ranking member of the National Committee to Secure Justice for the Rosenbergs advised that a professional investigator had procured the original statements given to the FBI by David and Ruth Greenglass. The FBI subsequently reported this event in a memo dated March 26, 1953. It read: Rosenberg defense claims to have secured through professional investigator at cost of $25,000 original statements given by David and Ruth Greenglass to FBI. For another $25,000 they will receive statement of a perjured witness. The FBI's response to this information was odd. No investigation was ordered. One would have expected that the FBI would have been most interested in knowing about a witness whose testimony was being 446. I bought for $25,000. But the FBI was not in the least concerned. There were reasons for the FBI's odd response. Of prime concern to Hoover was the possibility that a reversal and new trial could establish that Greenglass never met Gold. Hoover needed help. The Greenglass statements that surfaced in France, worded as they were, would give him that help. Hoover could now show that the FBI did not manufacture the evidence, since Greenglass made these statements on his own volition to his lawyers. With the National Committee to Secure Justice for the Rosenbergs championing Hoover's version of the facts, Hoover had the most important ally he could find to establish false evidence. A fraud of this intricacy had to at least appear in part to be against the government's interest. The ruse worked. What the NCSJR thought was valuable to them was of much greater value to Hoover. The exposures in Greenglass's statement that he was not entirely truthful when he testified about his meeting with Gold, since according to the release statements he said, "I don't know who sent Gold to me," but said at trial that Julius Rosenberg sent Gold to him, gave Hoover what he needed, that at least Greenglass said that Gold visited him. All that was important to establish was that Greenglass met Gold. But there was one statement that the government was not anxious to release and admit to its truth. It was Ruth Greenglass's statement. It was not one of the statements released to the French press. It was a legitimate statement and it embarrassed the FBI. Ruth's statement said that she never met Harry Gold. Her statement also had no mention of the FBI's visit to her home to discuss David's having possibly 447 been involved in stealing uranium. On June 1, 1953, Ruth Greenglass made available the handwritten statement she had prepared for her attorneys. She had kept this statement in her house for 3 years. The statement was prepared so that her attorney would know what she had told the FBI when she was interviewed on June 16, 1950. The statement read in part as follows: "They asked if Gold had visited me. I said no. They said that Gold claimed that in June or July of 45, he came to the house and my husband gave something to him, and that he returned and gave something to my husband. I said this was not so, I did not know the man and such a thing never happened." Ruth's statement was kept away from the Rosenbergs. It was a very important statement, not only because it was not part of the material released to the French press, but because of the apparent sincerity in which it was written. It was Ruth Greenglass's confession. It was her statement of the Rosenbergs' innocence. Whatever she would say or do later would be the result of pressure exerted upon her, her husband, and her children. Her incipient hatred of the Rosenbergs would further justify her testimony against them. With the Rosenbergs' attorneys now preparing to present appeal papers, J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, with the acquiescence of the Greenglass' attorney O.J. Rogge, engaged in what can only be described as officially sanctioned fraudulent conduct. Confident that Ruth Greenglass and David Greenglass would agree to sign anything that was asked of them, the lawyers added what they called memos to whatever the Greenglasses had already told them. The content of these memos, which the lawyers said 448 were told to them by the Greenglasses early on, were then submitted to the Greenglasses in the form of affidavits which they were asked to sign. The added contents were then established as if they were part of the original interviews. Numerous non-occurrences were presented in this way. The Jell-O box incident: "One more thing, I identified Gold by a torn or cut piece of card," and numerous other events in this manner were included in Greenglass's original interviews. An FBI memo dated June 5, 1953, showed to what length this process was carried. In this instance, the government insisted that the affidavit that Greenglass's lawyers sought to obtain from him say what the FBI wanted said, or the indications were that the FBI would not permit them to visit or talk to him in prison. The June 5 FBI memo contained astonishing material. The government wanted Rogge and Fabricant to prepare an affidavit that said that several days before David made his longhand, written statement, he made to them a detailed oral statement telling of the Rosenbergs' connections. The Rosenbergs and Bloch were also misled into believing that they could help themselves by showing that Greenglass lied when he failed to mention during trial that he was questioned about having stolen uranium from Los Alamos when he was visited by the FBI in January of 1950. The Rosenbergs never dreamed that it could have been advantageous for them to insist that Greenglass was telling the truth when he denied that he had been investigated for uranium possession. Actually, the government prosecutors wanted to admit that the uranium issue was the reason the FBI questioned Greenglass in January of 1950, rather than 449. Letting it be known what he was questioned about on that date. The pretended issue was whether Greenglass lied when he denied stealing uranium from Los Alamos, when questioned by an FBI agent in January of 1950. The real issue was whether Greenglass was under investigation well before that time and cooperating with the FBI, notwithstanding whether there was or was not a theft of uranium or whether he was or was not questioned about it. One fact was clear: David Greenglass denied under oath during the trial that he was questioned about thefts of uranium from Los Alamos. But why was the government so insistent that Greenglass retract this denial? Why was what Greenglass said considered so important that Sapel and even Kaufman contradicted him about it during trial? Indeed, the need to establish that David Greenglass was questioned by the FBI about the uranium thefts in January of 1950, 6 months before his arrest, was almost an obsession. Even Ruth Greenglass was set upon to provide an affidavit, attesting to its truth in contradiction to her husband's denials. While Greenglass's testimony was disconcerting and the Rosenberg defense team knew that something was amiss, the importance of the uranium theft issue was not brought home to them. To Hoover, however, it was of paramount importance. It could open up his most guarded secret, the covert operation he established. At the time, Hoover could not risk revealing his undercover unit. The American public had not yet heard of such a thing. Precedents of the Watergate and Iran scam operations had not yet been established. Hoover was not sure how the public would react to learning about the roles of Elizabeth Bentley, Jacob 450, Golos, Morel Doherty, Thomas Black, and now David Greenglass, and how they were recruited. Block *S pending appeal enabled Hoover to cover himself and his department and everyone else involved in the fraudulent prosecution of the Rosenbergs by getting as many statements as possible from witnesses. On March 24, 1953, Hoover wrote, "In connection with their efforts to obtain new trial, subjects are attempting to secure any information which would prove David Greenglass unworthy of belief. In 19,499 Bureau instituted investigation, which involved theft of uranium hemispheres from AEC installation at Los Alamos. According to recent information received from Ruth Greenglass, David had taken a small piece of uranium from Los Alamos as a souvenir while employed there. Immediately interview David Greenglass concerning this matter and secure signed statement which should include his reasons for withholding this information from Bureau at time of original interview in January, 1950, and at later interviews. Advise immediately Bureau and New York results thereof." Hoover did not ask his agents to find out whether David lied and withheld information when he was first questioned. Hoover instructed that his agents immediately interview David Greenglass concerning this matter and secure signed statement which should include his reasons for withholding this information from Bureau at the time of original interview in January, 1950. Hoover instructed his agents of what he expected to receive from them in the form of an affidavit. David Greenglass was to be told what he would say, not asked what he would say. Greenglass furnished a signed statement the next day, March 25, 1953. 451. Most important in this matter is that Greenglass was actually not questioned about uranium when he was interviewed on January 27, 1950 by Special Agent Lawrence Spillane, who, coincidentally, was the same special agent who questioned Elizabeth Bentley in September of 1948 about her espionage rendezvous with Bernice Levin, Max Elicher's longtime girlfriend. Hoover not only had to protect himself from the Rosenbergs and the countless enemies he had acquired over the years, he had to protect himself from David Greenglass as well. The more signed statements he received from him, the better. Greenglass was displaying pangs of conscience. Hoover and his agency's plans could be upset if Greenglass made a public recantation of his charges against the Rosenbergs and admitted his own guilt. Who knows what Greenglass could say? Keeping him incommunicado in jail was one solution, but it worked only in part. There were leaks. Raymond Paradis, Greenglass*s cellmate at Lewisburg Penitentiary, had offered to tell the FBI that Greenglass had made statements to him contrary to what he said at trial. This was only months before the date of execution was scheduled. Hoover managed to suppress that incident. Early on, Jerome Tartakow informed the FBI that during the trial itself an unidentified cellmate of David Greenglass offered information that would show that the FBI forced Greenglass to give false testimony. Of course that information was stopped from going anywhere. But Greenglass's cries kept coming. On June 2, 1953, the New Haven office of the FBI received information from an active Communist Party sympathizer, whose name they withheld, that 452. Hoover's spectacular frauds. David Greenglass claimed he had been beaten over the head while in prison because of his desire to make a statement that would clear his sister Ethel Rosenberg. On June 14 an FBI teletype reported that rumors in Washington indicated that David Greenglass is collapsing mentally and is screaming from his cell that the Rosenbergs are innocent and that Greenglass is being held incommunicado. Associate Warden Richmond, when contacted about the rumors, said that they were false, but nonetheless thought it best that Greenglass not be spoken to at the time, saying, it would be inadvisable for Greenglass to be contacted during this period. David Greenglass was being held incommunicado. The execution of his sister and brother-in-law was to proceed as scheduled on June 19, 1953. Nothing as trite as a confession from Greenglass or a recantation of his testimony would be allowed to interfere with the Rosenbergs' swift deaths. 453. Before the Rosenbergs were executed, there were feverish legal attempts to save them, especially in the last weeks. Less than 2 weeks before the scheduled execution, Bloch presented what he termed new evidence that Greenglass had lied on critical matters leading to the conviction of the Rosenbergs. Bloch asked Judge Kaufman to set aside the convictions and grant the Rosenbergs a new trial. His new evidence consisted of Greenglass's statements released to the French newspapers as well as proofs that Greenglass lied when he was asked during the trial if he had ever been questioned about stealing uranium from Los Alamos. Bloch's motion for a new trial accomplished for Hoover what he needed and wanted most proofs that events which never happened had occurred. The last section of the new evidence motion dealt with the console table which was shown to be purchased from Macy *S for $21 just as Rosenberg testified, rather than received as a gift from the Russians. It was the only issue that was not part of Hoover's manipulations. Only 2 days after receiving Bloch's petition, Judge Kaufman ruled, it is worthy of re-emphasis that no one government witness has recanted after all these years. I have said before and I repeat, the guilt of the defendants was established overwhelmingly, and the present alleged new evidence does not in any way diminish the strength of the government's case. The motions in behalf of the defendants Rosenberg are denied. 454. The Rosenbergs had only 10 days left to live, and Kaufman did not want to give them extra time to present proofs of their innocence. Harold Urey, a world-renowned scientist and former head of the Manhattan Project at Los Alamos, who was in attendance at many of the court proceedings, after watching Kaufman's demeanor in rejecting evidence, wrote, "Now that I see what goes on in Judge Kaufman's courtroom, I believe that the Rosenbergs are innocent. What appalls me most is the role the press is playing. The judge's bias is so obvious. I keep looking over at the newspaperman and there's not a flicker of indignation or concern." Albert Einstein wrote to President Truman, "My conscience compels me to urge you to commute the death sentence of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. This appeal to you is prompted by the same reasons which were set forth so convincingly by my colleague Harold C. Urey in his letter." A lawyer named Fike Farmer, without being asked, volunteered his services and argued that the Rosenbergs were tried under the wrong law. The Espionage Act of 1917 was no longer applicable, having been superseded by the Atomic Energy Act of 1946, which provided that the death penalty could be imposed only during wartime and only if the jury recommended it. It was now only a week before the scheduled execution. To save time, Farmer brought a copy of the motion to Kaufman's house. Kaufman turned the motion down as frivolous and also rejected Farmer's petition for a stay of execution. On June 17, 1953. 455. Justice William O. Douglas of the U.S. Supreme Court stayed the execution, but on June 19, 1953, the question was argued before the full court and it was decided that there would be no further delays. The FBI had installed direct phone lines to the death house in preparation for interrogating Julius and Ethel if they decided to confess. If they did, an FBI memo said, the Bureau could stop the execution and question the Rosenbergs for as long as necessary. The atmosphere of the days and hours leading up to the executions of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were best described by Maximilian Scheer in his book Ethel and Julius Rosenberg. In each cell there was a telephone and at the other end of the wires there were FBI agents with a direct wire to the Department of Justice. All they would have to do is to take the receiver off the hook. So they had been told, one word would have been sufficient. The telephone here, the electric chair there. You may talk up to the last minute, until the executioner will claim you. Grab the receiver and talk, say that you are willing to say the things the government wants you to say or else die. Telephone or electric chair, the choice is yours. Julius Rosenberg was electrocuted on June 19, 1953. At 6 minutes after 8, he was pronounced dead. Ethel Rosenberg was then electrocuted. At 16 minutes after 8 she was pronounced dead. Extra voltage was needed to kill her. 456. Less than a week after the Rosenbergs were executed, Hoover had his agents visit Judge Kaufman. The director could not risk, no matter how unlikely it was, the possibility of a guilt-ridden Judge Kaufman falling apart. The FBI agents reported the results of their visit with Kaufman, saying they had visited Judge Irving R. Kaufman's chambers and in accordance with the director's instructions had furnished him certain information. We told the judge in general terms that Julius Rosenberg was an important espionage agent, that we had information in our possession not disclosed at the trial which indicated that he was a high-ranking official in the Soviet espionage apparatus in this area. The document indicated that Judge Kaufman, who was so instrumental in convicting and executing the Rosenbergs, did so, relying on the say-so of higher ups in government, without evidence, and was now showing signs of self-doubt. Hence it was necessary for agents to visit him and reassure him that though there was really no evidence of the Rosenbergs' guilt shown during the trial, his faith in the Bureau was not misplaced. The document also noted how appreciative Kaufman was to receive this information from Hoover, who had thought so much of him as to make this information available to him at this time. It had to be by mistake that a document so humiliating to Kaufman was ever released by the FBI. In succeeding years, Kaufman was forever calling. 457. The FBI to report this or that unfavorable comment about him, attributing anything unfavorable to a communist plot. In October 1954 an FBI memo reported, Judge Irving R. Kaufman has made available to this office a copy of a book written in German entitled Ethel and Julius Rosenberg by Maximilian Scheer. Judge Kaufman received this book from Congressman Thomas Dodd who purchased it in the East Zone of Berlin on July 4, 1954. This book has been reviewed by an agent of this office and his comments are being set forth hereinafter. Throughout the book the Rosenbergs are depicted as the innocent victims of a colossal frame-up and legal lynch court trial. The main participants in this conspiracy are the U.S. Attorney, the FBI, and O. John Rogge. The government, according to the book, was motivated by its desire to foster anti-communist war hysteria. Rogge's motivation is seen in his efforts to save NIS client David Greenglass by having him implicate the Rosenbergs in a completely false and fabricated spy story. The FBI is mentioned on numerous pages throughout the book and generally depicted as an unscrupulous, ruthless, cruel secret police organization which will stop at nothing in its efforts to achieve its aims. In March 1955 Kaufman wrote to Hoover, "Dear Edgar, thank you so much for your letter of February 18 with which you enclosed a copy of Dr. Urey's address in Chicago on February 12. I find it very difficult to understand Dr. Urey, for as a Nobel Prize-winning scientist one may draw the inference that he possesses intelligence. Yet, here is a man who is willing. 458. To draw whatever conclusions he seeks to draw from the most faulty reasoning. How unscientific these scientists get when it suits their purpose. It was good to see you at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday. It made me happy to see you looking so well." In April 1956 Judge Kaufman wrote to Assistant FBI Director Lou Nichols, "Dear Lou, I enclose a copy of a memorandum. In connection with Bertrand Russell's letter to the Manchester Guardian attacking the FBI and his irresponsible assertion that the Rosenbergs and Sobel were innocent. A portion of Bertrand Russell's comments read, I am certain that the majority of the American people are unaware of the atrocities committed by the FBI. Americans are in the dark about the techniques used by these defenders of what with crass effrontery, is called the free world. Like Kaufman, the FBI was very sensitive to criticism of their handling of the Rosenberg case. An October 1965 FBI report was greatly concerned with the publicity that Walter and Miriam Schneer's invitation to an inquest was receiving. After analyzing the book, the Bureau discussed its strategy of response. Just recently a book was written called Invitation to an Inquest. This book has been reviewed by this division and its inaccuracies accented. The first thing we should do in this matter is to take careful steps to secure the cooperation of friendly television stations and prevent this subversive effort from being 459 successful. It should be kept off television programs and smothered and forced out of the public eye. Steps have already been taken in New York and by various contacts of ours to refute the book written by the Schneers. Judge Irving Kaufman has been furnished certain public source information and is having a lengthy letter written to the editor of the New York Times. Invitation to an inquest had an enormous effect and was a substantial factor in the bringing of a motion before the district court that sought Morton Sobayer's release from jail some 16 years after he was convicted. The motion was based on new evidence, information that the Albuquerque Hotel Hilton guest card was forged, newly heard pre-trial testimony given by Harry Gold to his lawyers which contradicted his trial testimony, and affidavits from 3 scientists that disputed the validity and value of the atom bomb secrets transferred by David Greenglass. The pre-trial testimony was in the form of recordings, which the Schneers had had the opportunity to hear. Included was an interview between Gold and his attorney on June 14, 1950 that contained numerous contradictions to his trial testimony. This information, along with the other new evidence, was presented to Judge Edward Weinfeld. The lawyers who brought the motion were filled with optimism, especially because the judge, Edward Weinfeld, had a good reputation and was said to be the best in the U.S. District Court. But in fact Weinfeld was the worst choice possible. Unknown to Sobayer's lawyers, he had not only been in favor of executing the Rosenbergs, but advocated the execution of Sobel too. Weinfeld should have excused himself from 460. The case, since Sobayer's lawyers certainly would have moved to have him disqualified if they had known of his bias. Judge Weinfeld dismissed the motion in its entirety on February 14, 1967. After first denigrating Sobayer's attorney's arguments that the scientific information supposedly given to the Russians was neither secret nor valuable and the claim that the Hilton registration card was forged, Judge Weinfeld belittled the assertion that Harry Gold committed perjury and the government suborned perjury, stating, "Petitioner next claims that Gold committed and the government suborned perjury and suppressia evidence which allegedly establishes Gold's perjury." Petitioner relies in the main upon recorded discs of interviews between Gold and his court-assigned counsel. A careful reading of the transcripts of the recordings and all other material carried rather than supporting petitioner's charges strongly corroborates Gold's trial testimony. The substance of Gold's statement to his lawyer on June 14 is essentially the substance of his trial testimony. The major events, times, places and persons correspond. The motion is denied in all respects. Those who so actively contributed to the execution of the Rosenbergs were relieved once again. Judge Kaufman was back to watching television and plays to see that none were critical of his handling of the Rosenberg-Sobel case and writing letters and meeting with the FBI at every unusual sign as he does to this day, haunted only by the cries of the Rosenbergs who, after being sentenced, said through their lawyer, "We were told that if we cooperated with the government our lives would be spared." 461. We solemnly declare now and forevermore that we will not be coerced, even under pain of death, to bear false witness and to yield up to tyranny our right as free Americans. Our respect for truth, conscience, and human dignity is not for sale. If we are executed it will be the murder of innocent people, and the shame will be on the government of the United States. We are innocent. This is the whole truth. To forsake this truth is to pay too high a price, even for the priceless gift of life. For life thus purchased we could not live in dignity and self-respect.